One day, the sky suddenly darkened as if the apocalypse had arrived. On that very day, countless strange stone pillars fell from above. Shortly after, a gigantic barrier deployed, covering the entire world. Humanity watched in horror as towering stone columns shot up to the heavens. Then the beasts known as Calamity Spirit beasts broke the barrier and invaded the human world. A colossal world-destroying demon appeared, trampling living beings underfoot at will. Behind it came countless other demons, swarming like ants. They slaughtered humanity brutally. The air echoed with terrified screams. Many people were killed instantly, some struggled to escape their claws. The big intersection had lost its former appearance, reduced to ruins, corpses strewn everywhere, blood splattered amid the ferocious monsters. They seemed granted destructive power, sweeping everything in their path, beams of energy fired toward any survivors they saw. A mother ran clutching her child. In the face of imminent danger, she pushed her child forward to protect them. Suddenly a voice called out to Itsuki, "Itsuki." Itsuki jumped and turned to Seiya, who was standing beside him. She asked curiously, "What's wrong? You just spaced out." He replied, "It's nothing." Seiya eyed Itsuki suspiciously. "Really, look at your tear-streaked face." Then she asked, "So why are you crying?" Rimuru stepped up from behind and draped an arm over Itsuki's shoulder familiarly. "You're sleepy, right? You'd usually be asleep at this hour. Today there's this sudden all-school assembly and that teacher, he dresses pretty strangely." On stage, Teacher Shufeng, dressed head to toe in a full outfit, spoke. After the spirit beasts appeared, individuals with power to fight them emerged in the population. They are called Awakened. 10 years ago, when the largest spirit beast assault occurred at north bank of the Lam River, Awakened from around the world gathered, crossed the river, and repelled them. That battle is known as the River Crossing War. Since then, attacks had subsided, but recently the number of falling stone pillars has surged. A large-scale attack similar to the River Crossing War is very likely to occur in the near future. Rimuru looked at him in surprise. That man is the supreme commander of the northern continent, Nento. Itsuki quietly committed the name to memory. "Nento, I've definitely heard that name before. I thought he'd be a hunched old man with a long beard, but he looks even stranger than I imagined." Rimuru continued, "Despite his appearance, he's the first Awakened. Thanks to him, we learned about the stone pillars and the spirit beasts. Moreover, he's the strongest Awakened. Even Jin Taewa, holder of the title Light of Humanity, was once his pupil." Nento announced, "Recent research shows that even ordinary people who haven't awakened can become awakened with a certain probability by touching a stone pillar. Today we are here for all of you to do that, to become awakened and devote yourselves to the fight against the spirit beasts." As soon as he finished speaking, energy emanated from his palms and enveloped the stage. From it, a huge stone pillar emerged, rising up from the ground. The students cheered excitedly. "A stone pillar, is that magic? What's so surprising about this? This is like a dream, please make me an Awakened." Rimuru asked Itsuki happily, "Did you hear that? We finally have a chance to become Awakened." Itsuki lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Finally." As Itsuki started to walk away, Rimuru called after him from behind. "Hey, don't leave me." Seiya stepped in front to block him, calling, "Wait, Itsuki, wait your turn." But Itsuki ignored her and brushed past. His eyes flashed a sinister red, his voice betraying excitement. "Finally, this day has come." On stage, people took turns placing their hands on the stone pillar to test it. The guard standing nearby announced, "Not good, next." Classmates voiced their worries. "That guy set records in his first year, even an athlete like him couldn't do it. How could I possibly succeed?" A female friend advised, "Maybe athletic ability has nothing to do with it. It's too early to give up." The guard's calm voice rang out, "Next," but failures kept being announced. The group murmured, "No one has awakened yet. I thought it'd be easy. Is our school going to fail completely?" The next name was called, "Next, Hikaru Oishi." A girl spoke up, "I really don't want that guy to become awakened." The girl beside her agreed, "He's already a bully. If he awakens, it'll be a nightmare." A boy pointed at the stage in alarm, "Look, the pillar is changing." Electrical lightning crackled around the pillar and Hikaru Oishi. He smugly thought, "After this, Nento and the beautiful woman beside him will have to notice me." An information board displayed, Hikaru Oishi, Humanity Rank 0 Occupation, Elementalist Lightning Talent, Private Grade 2 Stats, Attack 5, Speed 3, Defense 2, Mana 2, Total 12. Aja said annoyed, "Finally someone at rank 0, total stat is usually 5 but he has 12, that's probably better than normal, right?" Hikaru Oishi was very smug. "Didn't old man Nento say something to me? The first Awakened here." But he was shoved aside when Itsuki stepped forward. Hikaru Oishi was furious, veins bulging on his face. "What do you think you're doing, using your filthy hands to touch me? Want to die?" Students below whispered, "Who is that? He's cutting in line." Someone recognized him. "That's Itsuki from Class 5. He's done for once. Hikaru Oishi targets you, there's no escape." Ageha whispered, "I sense an extremely intense emotion from that student." Itsuki reached out and touched the pillar. In his mind he thought, "I've engraved every detail of that day into my heart so I will never forget my hatred for the spirit beasts. My resolve is completely different from the others." A look of astonishment appeared in Nento's eyes. Behind Itsuki, a guardian deity of extraordinary presence seemed to manifest. The energy around the pillar changed violently, and the space seemed to freeze. A powerful force bloomed like a gigantic flower, covering the stage and spreading across the school. Students covered their mouths in horror, some collapsed to the ground. "Amazing, this looks even more glorious than Hikaru Oishi's awakening. That flower is hundreds of meters tall." Rimuru shared the joy. "Itsuki, you did it." Ageha couldn't contain her astonishment. This phenomenon only occurs when the rarest occupation, Annihilator, appears. Nento, intrigued. "I wonder how strong he will be. I'm very much looking forward to this young man." Hikaru Oishi was unwilling to accept it, veins bulging as his aura was stolen. Itsuki was even more stunned. "Where am I? Have I awakened?" His consciousness sat cross-legged inside a blooming flower. A notification board appeared, startling Itsuki. "Itsuki, humanity rank indeterminate occupation, annihilator talent, nirvana special grade fixed level. Stats increase when acquiring new skills, removes all negative effects and fully restores. Skill super simulation rank Z, analyzes enemy attacks and allows assimilation of counter skills. Stats, attack 0, speed 0, defense 0, mana 0, total 0. Itsuki frowned. "Everything is 0. A flurry of new notifications exploded. Learned Z-rank skill, super simulation. Talent Nirvana special grade activated, all stats increased by 200. He rejoiced inwardly. "I get it. If I learn skills through super simulation, I'll gain stats via Nirvana. Even if I can't level up, I can still grow stronger in my own way." This filled Itsuki with fierce confidence. "I don't know what level this makes me equivalent to, but I'm definitely an awakened now. I will annihilate all the calamity spirit beasts." Light radiating from the flower spread in all directions, prompting awe. "So bright, my eyes." In that blinding light, Itsuki's silhouette stood tall and proud. Hikaru Oishi couldn't accept it. He flew into a rage, eyes glowing red. "This can't be." He launched lightning through the crowd of students. "A loser like you should know your place." The electricity weaved from the back toward Itsuki on the stage. Hikaru Oishi swore, "I'll wipe you out with the skill I just learned, Silver Serpent." The moment the first bolt arrived, Itsuki's info panel appeared. Skill detected, C-rank, Silver Serpent. Super simulation activated. Analysis progress 27%, 57%, 69%. In an instant, Itsuki became a streak of white lightning and vanished from the stage. Students gasped. Where did Itsuki go? There was a flash of lightning and he disappeared. When progress hit 88%, Itsuki appeared like death itself behind Hikaru Oishi. He broke into a cold sweat. "He's behind me. Damn, I can't move." Itsuki's cold voice whispered in his ear, "Count yourself lucky you're human. If you were a spirit beast, I'd have killed you 100 times over." Hikaru Oishi, regaining his senses, collapsed to the ground in terror. Rumors spread. When did Itsuki get there? Has Hikaru Oishi been knocked out from fear? When progress reached 100%, Itsuki thought, because it's only a C-rank skill, the analysis is really fast. Silver Serpent analysis complete. Acquired C-rank skill, Lightning Restraint 3. Lightning Restraint 3 level 1 activated. Can absorb lightning-type attacks of C-rank or lower, increasing speed by 50% when releasing absorbed energy. Uses 0-3. Passive plus 5% speed per absorbed C-rank lightning attack, currently 0%. Learned Lightning Restraint 3 level 1. All stats plus 10, removes all negative effects and fully restores. Itsuki reappeared before everyone, lightning crackling around him with blooming petals. Students marveled. Itsuki is shrouded in thunder now. The light is even brighter than Hikaru Oishi's. Hikaru Oishi panicked. How the hell did he learn a skill like that? His stats increased again. Suddenly the sky darkened and heavy raindrops began to fall. Students exclaimed, "It was bright a moment ago, rain, something's falling." Through the downpour, a massive stone pillar fell from the sky. Ageha exclaimed, "A stone pillar, why now of all times?" Nento added, "And it's here. The all-school assembly is suspended. Everyone evacuate the campus immediately according to the drill plan, he thought to himself, no doubt about it, I'm their target. Ajaho advised, let's run, fighting isn't our forte. Nento shook his head, if we run too it will only cause more panic. Look, that boy is braver than us by far. As the students frantically fled the other way, only Itsuki courageously moved forward toward where the pillar was crashing onto the stage. Ajaha couldn't believe it. Why aren't you running away? The stone pillar crashed down, creating a significant shockwave. Dust billowed thickly. Rimuru cried out in fear. Hey, a spirit beast is coming, get out of here, Itsuki said calmly. I will wipe them all out. Rimuru worried. What are you talking about? If you don't run, you'll die, Seiya agreed. Rimoru's right, you just awakened, you can't fight it, leave it to the other awakened. But Itsuki refused to listen. His voice reassured everyone, trust me. Seiya pulled Rimuru away. Fine, if you die, don't blame me. Rimuru remained anxious. Is he really going to do it? That's a spirit beast, a mobile killing machine. No one knew that at this moment, Itsuki was ecstatic. He never expected the first enemy after awakening to be the same kind as the one that killed his parents. I'm unbelievably lucky. The Spirit Beast's info panel displayed. Bone Soldier 10,369 Level 8 Talent. Grade 2 plus 100% defense talent nullified if opponent's attack exceeds defense skill. Bone Fire B rank stats. Attack 15, speed 10, defense 120 plus 120, mana 30, total 295. It towered before Itsuki, ready for the first battle. Itsuki hesitated. Should I try the skill I just learned? Lightning flared around him. With blinding speed, Itsuki lunged straight at the Bone Soldier. He vowed inwardly, I won't let anyone die anymore. A palm crackling with lightning shot fiercely toward the Bone Soldier. A thunderous boom rocked the stage, dust rising in a blinding cloud. From afar, classmates glanced back in amazement, exclaiming, my god, this Itsuki is so strong, maybe we don't need to run anymore. I can't believe he could blow it away with one punch, Lan Lam thought. A rookie who just awakened can blow away in Calamity Spirit Beast level 8. Nenta praised, Itsuki's courage and power are on a completely different level from other rank zeros, but even so defeating a Bone Soldier is still impossible. They possess two troublesome abilities. First, a talent that massively increases their defense. Second is the Bone Fire skill, a flame that can incinerate anything. On stage, Itsuki was struck by Bone Fire. The Bone Soldier's immortal blue flames enveloped him. His two close friends called out anxiously, Itsuki. Hikaru Oishi jeered, know your place. When Bone Fire hits you, you'll be nothing but ash. A notification appeared, detected B-rank skill Bone Fire, super simulation activated, progress 1%, 25%. Itsuki realized, analysis speed increases whenever an enemy uses a skill directly on him. Ajaha worried, even a level 10 awakened wouldn't survive a direct hit from that. But seeing Itsuki completely unharmed, she marveled, who knew a newly emerged genius could kill a Calamity Spirit Beast before it even matures? Analysis progress 77%, 81%. Itsuki tore open his outer garment. Beneath, bones white as the Bone Soldiers were revealed, he thought, so this is what being burned feels like. It must hurt terribly. The familiar face of his mother appeared in his mind, half of her face burned away by Bone Fire. Nento observed and realized, Itsuki hasn't unleashed his full power yet. He declared coldly, right, once the analysis is complete, you will die. Notification update, analysis progress 100%. The group of friends lost faith. Isn't that a bit too much for someone who just awakened? I was foolish to put my trust in that guy. But one boy still held some hope. Look, that lotus is appearing again. If it's Itsuki, he'll show another miracle. Itsuki grew impatient. So what skill will I learn this time? System update, Bone Fire analysis complete. Received, Black Ice Secret level 2. Activation effect, consumes mana to continuously form ice on the body's surface. Can block fire-type skills of B-rank or below. Passive effect, plus 10% defense when blocking fire-type B-rank skills or below, currently 0%. Received, Black Ice Secret level 2. All stats plus 20%. Removes all negative effects and fully restores. New stats. Attack 230 plus 21, speed 230 plus 21, defense 230 plus 210, mana 230 plus 210, total 920 plus 840. Itsuki was certain, even when I used full force earlier, I couldn't break its defense. But with attack boosted this much now, I'll succeed. His body returned to perfect condition, without a single wound. Itsuki stood enveloped by the brilliant blue flower. Classmates cheered in delight, oh my god, he's alive. Yes, I knew he could do it. That complete recovery is nothing short of a miracle. Ageha wondered, does he have a healing skill, but didn't he just use a lightning skill? Nento pondered, they say the Annihilator is the most mysterious vocation. Yet Itsuki is an exception, who would have thought he'd recover so perfectly? Could he even recover if his vital limbs were severed or his brain destroyed? I'm curious about the limits of this skill. The bone soldier continued to launch bone fire, aiming to kill Itsuki. The blue flames surged forward. The blue flower wrapped around Itsuki's entire body, radiating intense heat. A layer of ice armor formed around him, revealing only eyes that glowed a dangerous red. The moment bone fire struck, Itsuki, as quick as lightning, teleported to its back. A gigantic arm towering high, crackling with electricity, was raised. He had transformed into a combat form, a larger body encased in full armor. Itsuki unleashed a second attack, a thunderbolt like a blade slashing across the bone soldier. Witnesses were stunned. He moved behind the spirit beast in the blink of an eye, like teleportation. Only an awakened could see his motion. Hikaru Oishi panicked. I can't see anything, just like before, Ageha doubted. Is this person really a rookie? He not only had sturdy armor protecting his body, but could also form weapons of any shape. That's a divine-tier skill for both defense and offense. Suddenly a voice called out, causing Itsuki to freeze. Rimuru rushed over and hugged him. Itsuki, I'm so glad you won, I was so worried. He asked with concern, where's Seiya? Only then did Itsuki realize she wasn't beside him. Wait, she's not here, seeing his face about to break into tears. Rimuru comforted him. She probably went to the memorial because she was afraid of falling behind. Itsuki thought, is she angry? Ageha marveled, I didn't expect that guy to defeat a bone soldier that even a level 10 awakened would struggle with. Nento reminded Ageha, stay here to help clean up, and inform the principal I'll take that boy with me. Rimuru patted Itsuki's shoulder. There's no way Seiya's mad that you won. Suddenly a voice from behind asked, you're Itsuki, right? He turned around and saw Nento approaching. From afar the group of students buzzed. Look, Nento is talking to him. Maybe he's going to take him as a disciple? Impossible. His only disciple is Kazunari Satsumi, the strongest in history. Rimuru, ever sensible, said, I'll go find Seiya then. With only the two of them left, Nento assessed, you're rather special. Itsuki was surprised to hear those two words. He continued, I sense your heart is shrouded in rage and hatred. That is what makes me curious. I want to know why. Itsuki lowered his head, voice distant. 10 years ago, my parents were killed by a spirit beast while trying to protect me. At that time, I was just a boy staring blankly at the horrific scene. He recounted, I was almost killed too, but an awakened saved me at the last moment. I watched my mother burn to death. Then she said, you must walk the rest of the way on your own. At that moment, I could only mutter in bewilderment, Mother. I blamed myself. My father and mother died because of me. Nento objected, you're wrong. The cause of everything that happened to you then was that cruel spirit beast. Rage welled up. Itsuki growled, I swore to wipe out all the spirit beasts, not leaving a single one alive. Nento curiously asked, you still shed tears even when your heart is consumed by hatred? Itsuki placed his hand over his right eye. Since I gained the word eye, my tears stopped. But now tears suddenly fall from my right eye. Because of that, I will never forget my hatred for the calamity spirit beasts. Nento proactively offered, do you want to become my disciple? I will bring you into the Salvation Alliance and grant you overwhelming power to carry out your revenge. Itsuki, surprised, the Salvation Alliance. Nento explained, it is an organization established by the Southern Continent's government, gathering powerful awakened from around the world. Its purpose is to combat calamity spirit beasts more effectively and scientifically. You can think of it as a regular army. Members are called saviors. They are provided with private training grounds, extremely powerful weapons, and high salaries. Even rookies in training receive 10,000 gold per month. Itsuki thought in amazement, 10,000 gold. With that you could even buy a car. Nento reminded him, of course, GENEROUS Chinese letter comes at a price. Saviors must always fight on the front lines and protect the people. Itsuki reflected, honestly, I'm not interested in high pay or resources. The most important thing is to be able to fight spirit beasts on the front lines. He decided, I also want to become a savior. Nento revealed, every February the Salvation Alliance holds a tournament called the National Salvation Alliance Tournament with over 10,000 participants. Candidates are scored based on their performances, only the top 100 qualify. Itsuki immediately asked, "What is the highest score on record?" Nento hesitated. It isn't a very useful reference. But the record is 15,000 points, set by Kazunari Satsumi 11 years ago. If you reach 30% of that number, you'll pass. Reach 50% and you could top the list. Itsuki was surprised. Kazunari Satsumi. Is that the strongest awakened, the light of humanity Rimuru mentioned? Nento assessed, Kazunari Satsumi is very special. Comparing yourself to him will only lead to despair. But be confident with your talent, you can stand alongside him. Itsuki swore, I will surpass Kazunari Satsumi. The confident promise shook Nento. He placed his trust, you will certainly become famous. All the young are trying to follow in your footsteps. Merely following behind won't win the war against spirit beasts. One day someone will appear like the morning sun rising to replace the setting sun. I eagerly await that future. Nento thought to himself, the morning sun I've long awaited has finally appeared. When Nento led Itsuki to a strangely shaped building, he exclaimed in surprise, "What's that?" Nento revealed, the stone pillars are like pathways connecting this world to the world of spirit beasts. That's why if you only kill the monsters but leave the pillars, they will keep appearing. This building isolates indestructible stone pillars. Awakened periodically sweep spirit beasts from the pillars. That way, the scale of the barrier is restrained, and it's also used for training. Itsuki realized, so this is a training area. Nento confirmed, yes, we call them level stages. The number of spirit beasts that appear is uncontrollable, so it's very dangerous inside. In particular, the stage right before us has the highest mortality rate for rookies. It's also known as the Rookie Cemetery. He recounted, back then Kazunari Satsumi, when he was still a fledgling awakened, cleared it in only 3 minutes 14 seconds. Itsuki said, I want to beat him, let me finish it in 3 minutes. Nento set the condition, if you clear it in 3 minutes I'll take you as my disciple. The story pauses here with a major challenge awaiting Itsuki. Nento's appearance made everyone gasp and chatter. Look, it's Lord Nento. Is that the rumored rookie beside him? No way, unless he's on Kazunari Satsumi's level, there's no way he'd walk alongside Lord Nento. Itsuki glanced at the man beside him, thinking to himself, is he really that famous? On the gate before them, a sign read clearly, Level 10, 2 levels higher than the Bone Soldier. Itsuki wondered how strong could it be. He sensed something unusual. No one around intended to enter the stage. Behind him, the crowd murmured, that guy's going into the stage even though he's just a rookie. That calmness must mean a high-level awakened is with him. I wish they'd take me in too. A sneer added, no way, he just came to flirt with the pretty receptionist. Delusions just because he's a bit good-looking. Facing the receptionist, Itsuki announced, I want to enter the stage. She agreed, all right, how many challengers? Itsuki nonchalantly, just me. Those words fell into a stunned silence. No one spoke. The receptionist, speaking out of kindness, warned, don't joke around, this isn't funny. Are you just watching? Or if you're here to flirt, it's pointless. This is an artificial stage, but it's dangerous, you could be injured or even die. She thought to herself, what is this guy even saying? Derisive chatter rose from the crowd. See, he came to hit on girls. Some people treat the stage like a date spot, usually they get scolded and slink off. Itsuki reiterated, you seem to have the wrong idea, I'm not interested in you at all. I'm here solely to challenge this stage. She sighed helplessly, you don't have to act tough for appearances. I'll give you my contact info, so please just go home. Itsuki's tone turned threatening, don't make me repeat myself, I don't care about your contact info, just let me in, that's all I want. The receptionist, frightened, fastened the bracelet on him, all right, if you die I'm not responsible, you know. Irritated, Itsuki thought, they should have let me in from the start instead of making me repeat myself. The onlookers sneered at his bracelet. What an idiot, he was going to ask for her contact info. This isn't the time to act tough, a level 0 rookie challenging a level 10 stage is suicide. They began to bet, I bet he'll run away in under a minute. But he's quite confident, he has an ultra-rare talent, so maybe he actually. Someone read his info board, Itsuki humanity level undefined, vocation, annihilator talent, private special grade skills, private stats, private. The person beside him dismissed it. For an awakened, talent is secondary, the most important thing is level. If your level is low, even a special grade talent becomes meaningless. Itsuki stood before the gate, curiously inspecting the bracelet on his wrist. His personal information was already registered on it. So can I enter by scanning the code? A notification displayed. The request of awakened Itsuki has been approved. He stretched his joints. The deal is 3 minutes, let's begin. The countdown began, time running. Itsuki withdrew his earlier casual demeanor, turning utterly dangerous as he leapt inside. He ran while assessing. The interior was larger than he had thought. Even if it was artificial, this was his first time entering a stage. Itsuki's steps halted as he sensed, they're coming. Ahead stood a spirit beast. Info displayed, Wood Spirit 1307, Wood Spirit Tribe, Rank B Talent, None Stats, Attack 48, Speed 48, Defense 53, Mana 24, Total 174. Without hesitation, he unleashed a damaging blow. After killing the wood spirit, Itsuki watched with satisfaction as his arm transformed into an axe. The tree-felling axe had merged. He sneered, how does it feel to see your comrade cut in half? A swarm of squat wood spirits surrounded him. Itsuki sneered, rotten timber. Outside, Ageha anxiously asked Nento, Father, there are many other rookie stages, why bring him to this one? He explained, he said he'll surpass Kazunari Satsumi, so I only brought him to the place Kazunari Satsumi first challenged. You already believe it's impossible to surpass Kazunari Satsumi unless he steps beyond human limits. He admonished, watch your words, Ageha. Do you think Kazunari Satsumi has transcended humanity? She lowered her head. I used to think Kazunari Satsumi was kind and easy to talk to, but I saw him kill a level 97 spirit beast in an instant. His gaze then. Cold, lonely, detached, that look seemed to no longer regard it as human. Nento, you idolize him, it looks like the eye of a god. He believed that boy also has the potential to defeat Kazunari Satsumi. Right now he's an unpolished stone. If Kazunari Satsumi is likened to a savior god, then Itsuki is a demon consumed by hatred, a completely opposite existence. Inside the stage, after slaying all the wood spirits, Itsuki realized the super simulation wouldn't trigger for spirit beasts of this level. Behind him, a gigantic spirit beast appeared. Itsuki spun and delivered a clean slash, sending the wood spirit crashing to the ground. He was disappointed, is that it? He switched to alert mode, a level 10 spirit beast only this much. No, if so this can't be the rookie cemetery, there must be something else. Info board detected skill rank B self-regeneration, super simulation activated, analysis progress 5%. A sound rang in Itsuki's ear. The wood spirit he just struck had resurrected. Branches around its body wove together like silk to form a new form. It wrapped Itsuki's body. He was astonished. It can still regenerate even though I cut off half its head. Notification. Wood Spirit Rebirth 520, Wood Spirit Tribe Level 10 Second Rank Talent. Defense minus 50%, significantly increased regeneration stats. Attack 110, Speed 100, Defense 60, Mana 180, Total 450. Itsuki activated Black Ice Secret, a gauntleted punch of ice that pierced through the wood spirit's body. He accelerated like an arrow. I must deal massive damage in an instant so it can't regenerate. When the progress reached 19%, he tore the wood spirit to pieces. At 21%, a sharp axe stroke swung out. Its body was split in two. Itsuki, not yet. I'll hack you until you can't regenerate anymore. Countless slashes rained down on it. The wood spirit's body was chopped into fragments scattering everywhere. Itsuki exhaled and retracted Black Ice Secret. That should do it. My mana's nearly drained from using Black Ice Secret so long. But the wood spirit's body pieces rejoined, becoming whole again. When the progress reached 60%, branches wrapped around Itsuki's entire body. He dodged while thinking, after all those blows and it's still alive, what a nuisance. Good news, each time it regenerates, the super simulation's analysis speed increases. Itsuki struggled to evade, deactivated Black Ice Secret to conserve mana, and used Thunder Restraint 3 to keep his distance. Maintaining this until analysis completed was the strategy to win. But when a branch struck his back, Itsuki had no choice. Time was running out, 75%. He activated Thunder Restraint 3 and Black Ice Secret simultaneously to maximize damage, forcing it to regenerate repeatedly, speeding up analysis. Black Ice Secret covered his body with lightning. Itsuki tore the wood spirit to pieces. He knew that if he didn't trigger the super simulation while nearly out of mana, he'd die here. Progress reached 80%. Itsuki decided to go all out, but if I die, that's as far as I'll get. At 85%, he leapt down from above. His arm transformed into a sharp spearhead. The wood spirit was astonished to see him up close. At that moment Itsuki spat blood, damn it. Sharp branches pierced his body. He realized his mana was exhausted. However, the simulation hit 99%. Itsuki was restored. Just as I thought, activating the super simulation doesn't consume mana. I've won this round. Analysis progress 100%. System analysis of self-regeneration complete. Acquired Lotus Burst rank 2. Activation effect, consume mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 5m radius. Power scales with mana consumed. Passive effect, whenever a creature level 1 or above is killed by Lotus Burst, the skill radius increases by 1%. Acquired Lotus Burst rank 2, all stats plus 20, removes all negative effects and heals all wounds. Lotus Burst activated. Itsuki clapped in celebration. Flames erupted like a waterfall pouring onto the wood spirit. Its body was devoured by the savage fire. He murmured, Lotus Burst, not bad. Itsuki stood amid the devastation shrouded in thick smoke. Even using only a third of my mana, clearing those weak spirit beasts will be much easier now. But I didn't expect the super simulation to restore mana even when it's at 0. He stopped when he saw a green glittering karma stone on the ground. What's that? Outside, the receptionist worried. It's been almost 3 minutes since that rookie entered, but he hasn't shown any sign of coming out. We should call the rescue team immediately. System displayed a red alert, challenging stage level 10. Challenger Itsuki, challenge time 2 minutes 9 seconds. Ageha exclaimed, I didn't think he'd lose to a level 10 spirit beast, but clearing it in 3 minutes is impossible. Notification changed to green, new record achieved. Everyone present was stunned, impossible. He killed it. But there's still not even 3 minutes gone. Update notice, challenge successful, stage level 10, challenger Itsuki. Itsuki stepped out of the portal, ragged after struggling at death's door. The newcomers who'd looked down on him had to rub their eyes. He's actually alive. Is that green liquid the spirit beast's blood? He beat Kazunari Satsumi by a minute. That was a level 10 spirit beast. How the hell, and that rookie is level 0, are you kidding me? Itsuki approached Nento. Nento-san, will you officially teach me? He smiled confidently and bowed as a disciple, Master. Nento beamed with pride, well done, truly my disciple. Ageha thought in surprise, father's happy, it's been so long since I've seen him like this. Whispers rose, he's Nento's disciple, no wonder he could break Kazunari Satsumi's record. A jealous voice sneered, even if he's the master's disciple, if he can't level up he's just trash. The receptionist presented a wooden box, cheeks flushed. This is a gift for breaking the record, please accept it and I'm sorry for being rude earlier. Itsuki was surprised, a gift. He paid it no mind and took the box. It's fine. Letting a level 0 rookie attempt such a stage, anyone would call that risky. Even if a complete stranger like me died, it's none of your business. But you're trying to stop me as proof you cared, thank you. Her face reddened further, it's nothing. Ageha warned, hey Itsuki, we're going to leave you behind. Don't get excited just because you're father's disciple. Itsuki wondered, yes, it seems this level is just for you. Should we raise the difficulty? Nento hinted, with your current ability you can try a high-level stage. Itsuki exclaimed, a high-level stage. He explained as he walked, level isn't the only factor that determines a spirit beast's strength. The most important factor is species. Species without intelligence that act on instinct are easy to deal with. But some species possess intelligence on par with or even beyond humans. They are troublesome beings incomparable to ordinary spirit beasts. Ageha added, basically, awakened and spirit beasts are almost the same kind of beings, but people say only we humans currently have occupations. In other words, stats vary by species. A high-level stage contains such powerful or intelligent spirit beasts. The difficulty is several times that of normal stages, and since most high-level stages on the northern continent are in North District B, that's your next destination. Any other questions? Itsuki frowned, thinking, so the one I just beat had no intelligence, and it didn't scream when attacked, does that mean it didn't feel pain? He asked, if a spirit beast is intelligent, it would feel pain, right? Ageha beside him sensed killing intent and thought, what terrible aura is that? What on earth is he thinking? News of Itsuki spread quickly and people discussed, have you heard? Nento-sen plans to have him try a high-level stage. If he's the guy who broke Kazunari Satsumi's record, he'll be fine. High-level stages are nothing like normal stages. Besides, the stages in North District B are almost controlled by that man. Every awakened who enters high-level stages goes missing. Rumor says that man kills them. Someone exclaimed, "You mean Kinoshita Ryoji?" Another puzzled, "Who's that? Does Kinoshita Ryoji think he's a king or something?" His friend panicked and clamped his mouth, signaling SHH. "Quiet, if he hears you, you'll die too." Who is he anyway? At that moment, in an elegant room, the son of the North District B's leader, Kinoshita Ryoji, sitting with a servant carefully polishing the guard's shoe heels at his feet. Someone behind asked, "When will you depart?" He replied disdainfully, "I control all the stages in North District B. I go whenever I please." Kinoshita Ryoji scoffed, "Queuing is for commoners." Itsuki, along with Nento and his son, went to sit on a bench under the shade. Curious, he handed the karma stone to Nento and recounted, "This came from back then." Nento asked, "You've seen karma stones before?" Itsuki didn't hide it and admitted, "Yes. After defeating a calamity spirit beast in a stage, this dropped, no different at all." He held the karma stone up and assessed it. It was green then. Ageha glanced in surprise at the stone in Itsuki's hand. A mid-tier karma stone, something like that appearing in a rookie's stage. Itsuki, still vague about it, asked, "What exactly is a karma stone?" Ageha suddenly remembered, "Right, you're new, let me explain." She began to brief Itsuki. Another name for a karma stone is an experience stone. In short, when a calamity spirit beast or an awakened dies, an invisible substance called karma, or experience points, is released from the corpse. Absorbing that will level you up. Karma stones are stones that contain karma within them. Using a karma stone to absorb karma is one of the ways to level up. Ageha puzzled, but it's strange, karma stones don't drop often, so why did one appear in this stage? Nento answered, "It seems to be due to Itsuki's talent." The others exclaimed in surprise in unison, "Talent." He explained, normally the defeated one's karma is absorbed by the victor. However, even after defeating 2 calamity spirit beasts, Itsuki didn't level up. In other words, he didn't absorb it. But once karma appears, it doesn't simply vanish without reason. If I'm not mistaken, the karma from the monster that attacked the school was absorbed by the awakened present there, which means it was absorbed by us. On the other hand, the stage is a sealed space. Itsuki couldn't absorb the karma produced, and there was no other container for it. That's why it condensed into a mass and became a karma stone. Ageha curiously asked, "He really can't level up. If he doesn't, how did his stats increase?" Itsuki hesitated, "That matter." Nento's tone turned grave as he reminded her, "Ageha, an awakened's talent is a secret. Do not reveal it to others. Have you forgotten?" Ageha realized she'd crossed a taboo and quickly apologized, "I'm sorry." Nento gave Itsuki full authority. "I'll let you decide whether to sell that karma stone or keep it. I have a meeting with the Supreme Command of the 5 continents, so I'll be away for a while. During that time, Ageha will look after you. But before I go, there are a few things I want you to remember." Nento carefully instructed, "First, keep our relationship secret. Second, don't tell anyone about your talent. Third, until I return, conquer at least 6 high-level dungeons. Fourth, if you believe something is right, give it your all. Whatever happens, I'll always support you from behind." Buoyed by his trust and support, Itsuki obediently replied, "Yes, master." In North District B, a dispute broke out. Both sides argued loudly, "We arrived first, why won't you let us in? This dungeon was reserved by Kinoshita family's son, go home." The other side didn't care. So what? Just because he has some money doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants. He's not even here yet, at least let us in first. He kept nagging, unaware danger was near. "I don't know how rich that brat is, but if you don't let me in, I'll report you to the Awakened Association." No sooner had he spoken than he was punched and sent flying far away. The one who struck was a tall, massively muscular young man, Auga. His arm bulged with hard muscle. A sharp, thorny branch shot out. Auga leaned aside to dodge. The attacker froze. "Impossible. My B-rank skill Earth Thorn has no effect." Auga sneered through his teeth, "Not even enough to scratch me." He trembled in fear. Earth Thorn can pierce anything. This guy must be a monster. Both of his hands were grabbed by Auga. Auga tightened his grip on the other's wrists with all his strength. The boy's face took a punch from Auga, blood spouting from his nose and mouth. The scene terrified onlookers. Those 2 level 7 and level 8 were killed instantly without a chance to react. That big guy is abusively strong. Someone who knew his background said, he's one of the 4 pillars under Kinoshita Ryoji, a level 12 metal elementalist. Aoga declared, I won't forgive anyone who dares enter the dungeon without Ryoji's permission. If you resist on purpose, I'll make you end up like these two. His hand still crushing the boy's throat. These will rot right here, don't even think about trying to help them. One of his comrades warned, Aoga, don't go too far, the teachers are watching us. If you beat up a weak student senseless, I'll be reported to the faculty. Aoga released his grip and dropped the man to the ground. The man was just caught by Itsuki, covered in blood. Itsuki's presence made everyone curious. Who is that? He won't help them, a level 0 he's done for. A beautiful woman beside him felt, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Aoga scowled, hey rookie, I said no one passes here without Ryoji's permission. If you don't want to end up like those two, obediently go home. Itsuki exclaimed, I understand, so I have to defeat you to enter the dungeon. Ageha connected on the line, I'll contact the North District B administrator, this kind of selfishness can't be allowed. Itsuki refused, no need. My master told me that if I think something is right, I must give it my all. He handed the injured man to her care, take care of these people. A murderous aura emanated from Itsuki, causing someone to hesitate. This guy, what kind of freak is he? His information was hidden. Itsuki human level unfixed, occupation, annihilator talent, special grade skills, private stats private. Aoga was surprised. Although he's level 0, he faced me without fear. Is it because he has a rare occupation? He felt something off. Wait, why do I feel pressured? Even with a rare occupation, I'm still 12 levels above him. The gap in stats shouldn't be bridgeable. Information for Aoga displayed. Aoga human level 12. Occupation, metal elementalist, talent rank 2, effective becoming metal while stationary, defense plus 50%. Skill, metalize, stats, attack 110, speed 100, defense 250, mana 145, total 605. Aoga was stunned to see his opponent's action. A look of undisguised astonishment appeared in his eyes. Itsuki's charging figure reflected in his pupils. A punch struck him straight, powerful and precise. Witnesses were horrified. So fast, is he really level 0? Even at level 8, I'm not sure I could catch up. Itsuki's fist steamed because his face had turned to metal. He was surprised. He blocked it with metalize. Aoga's 2 arms were covered in metal, tapping together. Not bad. 2 punches came down but lacked power. Itsuki dodged backward. He realized, to successfully ambush an enemy above level 10, he really had to boost his speed with Thunder Restraint 3. Itsuki information updated. Itsuki human level unfixed, occupation, annihilator talent, special grade nirvana, skills, super simulation rank Z, thunder restraint 3 level 1, dark ice secret level 2, lotus fury level 2, stats, attack 250, speed 250, defense 250, mana 250, total 1000. Detected C rank skill, metalize. Activating super simulation analysis progress 1%. Itsuki was surprised. A skill threatening enough to trigger super simulation, I need to get serious. Itsuki lunged again. Normal attacks couldn't break through Metalize's defense, so he'd aim for the flesh. Aoga planted his foot hard on the ground as a brace. His body metalized, his attitude utterly contemptuous, a weakling with neither strength nor speed. Itsuki's plan succeeded halfway. He thought, that's my maximum speed. Aoga was overconfident. Itsuki accelerated with Thunder Restraint 3, lightning enveloping his body. He raised his fist. See my new skill, Aoga exclaimed in shock. Lightning element, Itsuki vowed. I won't give you a chance to metalize. Simulation rose to 59%. Itsuki unleashed a flurry of punches on him. The others froze. How can that guy use a skill from another occupation? He's so fast my eyes can't follow. Can that level 0 really beat Aoga? Aoga gritted his teeth, trying to stifle the pain. This is bad, there's no time to metalize. He's level 0, so why is he this fast? At this rate I'll lose. Aoga needed help, damn it, I can't even call out. Don't just stand there, help me. Given how things had turned out, he had no choice but to try that move. A tremendous surge of power erupted through him. His body fully metalized. Itsuki was surprised. This guy, he's metalized his entire body. Information updated, analysis progress for C-rank skill metalize 88%. Aoga growled, I'm grateful. I never succeeded in metalizing my whole body before, but because you pressured me, I did it now. He smiled at his result. A metalized part grants plus 50% defense, and my talent adds another plus 50% defense when stationary. In other words, my current defense has exceeded 500. I intended to slice you in two, but as a reward for helping me unlock this new skill, I'll let you die gently. Two onlookers muttered, level 12 with over 500 defense, no one of the same level could break his defenses. He's a monster, I thought the level 0 would win. Itsuki smiled calmly and asked, if I'm not mistaken, metallizing the whole body would consume a massive amount of mana. If you poured all your stat points into defense, your mana couldn't be that high. Analysis progress reached 99%. Alga snapped, what nonsense are you spouting? He had to admit Itsuki's intuition was sharp. The Lotus Fury enveloped him. Itsuki reassured, don't worry, I won't use a boring tactic to drain your mana to 0, I'll finish this now. Progress update, analysis progress 100%. Ajaha glanced at the flower, it's here, that azure lotus. Itsuki was about to grow stronger again. Onlookers saw the flower closed like a bud and were surprised. A lotus? This is a level 0 skill, it doesn't look like an offensive skill, so how can he possibly beat Alga with something like that? Update notice, metallize analysis complete. Acquired skill, piercing sphere level 1. Activation effect, fires a perfect sphere on a fixed trajectory. The sphere travels at 1 ms and pierces every enemy in its path, ignoring all defense stats. Passive effect, each time the sphere defeats an enemy whose defense stat is higher than its own, its flight speed increases by 100%, current increase, 0%. Itsuki assessed, ignores defense. If this skill hits, I can definitely deal damage. The problem is the flight speed is only 1 ms, even a normal person could dodge it. Timing the cast is extremely important. If my opponent is that stationary punching bag, I don't even need to calculate timing. He declared that absolute defense he prides himself on, I will smash it to pieces. System reminder, acquired piercing sphere level 1, all stats plus 10. Remove all negative effects, fully heal wounds. New stats, attack 260 plus 10, speed 260 plus 10, defense 260 plus 10, mana 260 plus 10, total 1040 plus 40. Itsuki was pointing at the piercing sphere hovering in the flower. He even taunted, try dodging this. System announcement, piercing sphere activated. Those around buzzed, that's a skill I've never seen before. So this is the Annihilator, called the most mysterious occupation among the four. Can a level 0 Annihilator's skill pierce the defenses of that level 12 defensive specialist? That confident look, it must be a terrifying technique. The piercing sphere flashed, a halo radiating around it. It hovered in midair. The onlookers fell silent, there was no reaction from Alga. Someone curiously said, just a tiny little sphere, is that it? Are you kidding me, what a letdown. Alga sneered, you think you can force me to move and nullify my talent with a little sphere like that? How naive. He stepped up to the piercing sphere, confidently declaring, if this is your trump card, then you're about to die horribly. But he went pale when he saw the sphere pass through his body. In an instant, fresh blood gushed from the wound. Itsuki coldly warned, I told you to dodge, because you're human I only took your right arm, if you were a spirit beast I'd have aimed for the neck. Alga writhed and collapsed, clutching his severed arm, screaming in pain, my arm. Itsuki glanced at those standing behind and called out, what are you still standing there for? Take him to the hospital, can't you hear me? Seeing they took no action, Itsuki repeated in a cold tone, I said get lost. They made no sound and carried Alga away from the scene. Those who remained cheered in celebration, he won, he really won, well done, serves him right. Immediately 2 people came forward to recruit, do you want to team up with us? We have 3 people so we can conquer the dungeon quickly. No, team up with me, we're only 2 so there will be more experience points to share. They fell into bickering over him. Another interjected, all 3 of you are Alga's members, are you really planning to challenge the fiery rock trial field? The spirit beasts there have defenses comparable to that guy. The one beside replied, we have a healing officer sister, we can restore your mana and let you cast that sphere infinitely. Itsuki thought to himself with surprise, their defenses match Alga's, all the better. The purifying spirit sphere pierces the void, its flight speed increases each time it defeats an enemy with higher defense than itself. I can raise the piercing sphere's speed in this dungeon. Both groups eagerly looked at Itsuki, hurry up and say which side you'll choose. He refused, both being used to operating alone, I'll go alone. Some people in the back couldn't believe their ears. Challenging a level 15 dungeon alone, he's become arrogant after beating Alga. The 2 who were rejected said disappointedly, I admit he's strong but he's become too conceited. Someone left, it seems we don't meet his standards, we'll go find others. Choha warned kindly, all the spirit beasts here have defenses comparable to Alga. We see you have the skill to beat them but can you sustain the mana consumption? Itsuki calmly reassured, it's fine, don't worry. She blushed, embarrassed and scolded softly, Like I'd be worried. I'm just asking because if you die here my father will blame me. I'm going to tend to the wounded, do whatever you want. Choha still felt uneasy and added, also, the stone tribe aren't intelligent but they move in groups, so be careful about your mana consumption. Itsuki replied, all right. Then he proceeded to the dungeon gate. A notification appeared on the touchscreen when he connected his bracelet to the scanner, awakening Itsuki's request approved. Upon entering the dungeon, he found the answer. They were indeed more numerous than he had thought. Inside was a barren desert scattered with gravel and rocks. Itsuki glanced at the spirit beasts inside, truly a high-level dungeon. Their stats and levels were much higher than before. Update notice, Stone Golem 927 Stone Tribe Level 9. Second tier talent, convert all mana into defense. Stats, attack 115, speed 50, defense 295, mana 0, total 460. He used Piercing Sphere to attack the first Stone Golem, charging forward to see if these met the skill's inherent criteria. The Piercing Sphere activated, blooming like a vivid flower. The sphere shot at the Stone Golem, passing through its body. Notification displayed, defeated Stone Golem level 9. Piercing Sphere speed increased by 100%. Itsuki breathed a sigh of relief, just as I thought. He continued the same way, sweeping through with the Piercing Sphere. Two giant stone golems charged at him aggressively in succession. Itsuki handled them calmly. These are very slow and don't dodge. They're perfect fodder for the Piercing Sphere. When the whole group fell, notification displayed, defeated Stone Golem level 9. Piercing Sphere speed increased by 100%. Progress update, mana 110-260. Itsuki estimated, one Piercing Sphere costs 50 mana, so I have about 2 more shots. Only 2 uses left and the boss hasn't appeared. So there are 3 left. Given that, he decided, I have to take down 2 at once with a single Piercing Sphere. Itsuki shot upward, heading down toward the stone golem below. His whole body pitching forward as he threw the sphere ahead. His eyes flashed a dangerous red. Receiving the blooming flower that held the Piercing Sphere, lightning shot out from it, driving the now enlarged Piercing Sphere downward. Before long, the remaining stone golem was defeated. Notification displayed, defeated Stone Golem level 9. Piercing Sphere speed increased by 100%. Itsuki collapsed, exhausted, panting heavily, sweat pouring down like rain, feeling drained just before his mana ran out. So tired. I hope someday I can get a healing skill. After resting enough, Itsuki sat up and checked the system. Now its speed is 5 ms, it can catch up to running targets. While he was absent-mindedly checking the info, a giant stone above his head was launching an attack. One of its strikes slammed down, making the ground tremble. It activated a B-rank skill, Giantization. Information displayed, Giant Stoneman 28 Stone Tribe level 15. Second tier talent, convert all mana into defense. Stats, attack 239, speed 60, defense 478, mana 0, total 777. The giant stone size astonished Itsuki. It was enormous. He immediately activated Thunder Calm 3, adding 50% speed. Quick as lightning, Itsuki climbed onto the giant stone. He felt a twinge of doubt. Could a single Piercing Sphere really take something like this down? So he had to aim for its weak spot, maybe if I target the head. While the giant stone wasn't paying attention, Itsuki threw a Piercing Sphere at its exposed head. Seeing the giant stone turn toward him, he hurriedly backed away. Not good, the Piercing Sphere is too small, even if it pierces it won't deal much damage. Its fist was closing in, about to hit Itsuki. He tensed, this is bad, I can't dodge in midair. To withstand the blow, Itsuki activated Black Ice Shield. The collision caused a shockwave explosion at that spot. He was flung against the cliff behind him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he said, this clumsy giant is tougher than I thought. New notification, detected giantization skill. Super simulation activated, analysis progress, 1%. This made Itsuki glad, so its huge size was due to a skill that makes things easier. Meanwhile, on Ryoji's side, his guard Tanki received a call. He exclaimed in surprise, what? Ryoji frowned and displeased, admonished, I told you not to make noise in front of me. He bowed his head in apology, sorry, this is completely unexpected. Ryoji continued, what happened? Tanki reported, it seems someone defeated Auga and forcibly entered the dungeon. The wineglass in Ryoji's hand was crushed as his voice rang with anger. What did he do? He always boasted that no one under level 30 could break his defensive layer. Could an Awakener over level 30 have arrived? Tanky replied, the number of stone pillars falling recently has surged, so all awakeners above level 30 are busy dealing with them. They don't have time to come. Also, the main challengers at the fiery rock trial field are newbies around level 10. Ryuji objected, there's no way a level 0 could defeat Auga. He pleaded, yes, of course if you give me more time I'll investigate thoroughly. Ryuji stood and said calmly, that's unnecessary. Even if the opponent is level 30 you're still here, right? The fiery rock trial field is infamous for stubborn calamity spirit beasts and conquering it takes a lot of time. Even if we depart now we'll still make it in time, won't we? Tanky hesitated. But without knowing the opponent's identity we should proceed cautiously. He was displeased and barked irritably, I said we leave now, don't make me say it twice. That aura made him break into a cold sweat. He obeyed, yes. Ryuji changed clothes and said bitterly, I'll make them regret challenging the Kinoshita family. Inside the dungeon, when progress reached 100%, Itsuki knew it was time for revenge. Finally, I don't have to run around like a rat anymore. The lotus bloom enveloped his body into a bud with no gaps. Notification displayed, analysis complete for B rank skill, giantization. Itsuki was surprised, no new skill received. Piercing sphere leveled up to 2 stars, let's see what new effects it has. System reminder, piercing sphere level 2 active effect, fires a perfect sphere along a fixed trajectory. The sphere travels at 5 ms, pierces all enemies in its path and ignores their defenses. New effect upon activation, the user can adjust the sphere's size by spending additional mana. Passive effect, each time piercing sphere defeats an enemy whose defense stat is higher than the user's, its flight speed increases by 200%. Maximum flight speed can increase up to 500%. He realized the passive effect had increased from 100% to 200%. Best of all, now he could resize the piercing sphere using mana. Itsuki was eager, let's try it now. New update, acquired piercing sphere level 2, all stats plus 20, removes all negative effects and heals all wounds. Stats, attack 280 plus 20 speed, 280 plus 20 defense, 280 plus 20 mana, 280 plus 20 total, 1120 plus 80. The lotus bloom that Itsuki infused with energy became enormous, incubating the largest piercing sphere he could currently create by expending all his mana. The bud gradually opened, releasing a surging stream of energy. The column of energy pierced straight through the giant stone's body, shredding it into chunks of rock. Itsuki murmured, maybe I went a bit overboard, mana now at 280. After the giant stone was destroyed, a new notification appeared, defeated giant stoneman level 15. Piercing sphere speed increased by 200%. Itsuki was utterly amazed. I spent all my mana, I didn't expect the piercing sphere to be released that big. He estimated, the piercing sphere's flight speed is now 7 ms. If I clear this dungeon 2 more times, it'll be as fast as a vehicle. System display, piercing sphere level 2 active effect, fires a perfect sphere along a fixed trajectory. The sphere travels at 5 ms, pierces all enemies in its path and ignores their defenses. After activation, the user can adjust the sphere's size by spending additional mana. Passive effect, each time piercing sphere defeats an enemy whose defense stat is higher than the user's, its flight speed increases by 200%. Current flight speed has increased by 700%. Itsuki realized, wait, the active effect is actually pretty useful. The Lotus Rampage's innate effect expands the range of all skills, so that means the piercing sphere's travel distance will increase too. System info for Lotus Rampage displayed, passive effect. Each time a living creature level 1 or above is killed by Lotus Rampage, the range of all the user's skills increases by 1%. Itsuki inferred, so if I keep increasing Lotus Rampage's passive effect, one day I could defeat calamity spirit beasts from thousands, even tens of thousands of meters away. Outside the dungeon gate, the announcement board turned green, challenge succeeded, dungeon level 15. Challenger Itsuki, time 3 minutes 1 second, clear record updated. Everyone present was stunned, 3 minutes 1 second, no way, even a 5-person team would take over 10 minutes. Did he kill the spirit beast in one hit? He broke Kazunari Satsumi's 3:19 record. What kind of monster is he? He's coming out. Seeing Itsuki still at the same level, they were even more shocked. Why is he still level 0? Is the notification window bugged? He's not even hurt, his clothes are only a bit dirty. There's no way he cleared it. Ajaha quietly admired, he completed it again without a scratch. I didn't expect him to beat Jin's record. She composed her expression and warned seriously, that was too fast. Itsuki had no way to explain. It was relatively weak for a mid-tier spirit beast, so its defense was thin. I managed to defeat it. He noticed the green butterfly fluttering beside her. What's that butterfly? She introduced, its name is Jade Leaf. My Shikigami form is Shikigami Master. This child is my Shikigami. Itsuki was surprised. Jade Leaf. This is the first time I've seen a Shikigami, it's beautiful. He couldn't help asking, I've always wondered how many types of awakened professions are there. Ageha, quite surprised. You don't know, that's common knowledge. She held up 3 fingers. Professions are divided into 4 types. You've probably seen 3 of them already. Once more, Ageha explained to Itsuki, first are elementalists. They command 7 elements: fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. Elementalists are the most common of the awakened. They also have the highest baseline combat power. She referred to Hikaru Oishi. That guy earlier was that type too. Second are Shikigami Masters. They can summon Shikigami that obey them absolutely. Information about the butterfly displayed: Jade Leaf, rank B, level 15. Skill hidden, stats hidden, beside it info about her: Ageha, human, level 6. Profession Shikigami Master. Second tier talent hidden, Shikigami hidden, stats hidden. She revealed, a Shikigami will always be by its master's side. Shikigami Masters from the moment they're born. After speaking, Ageha asked, any more questions? Itsuki realized her level is lower than her Shikigami's. Is she really a veteran awakened? She sighed, this person really doesn't know subtlety. Ageha admitted, right, Shikigami absorb experience and level up, so generally they end up higher level than their master. Itsuki inferred, if that's the case, when fighting a Shikigami master, targeting their master is best. Ageha thought in fear, that dark aura is rising again, what the hell is that? Itsuki wanted more information, what about the other professions, you've only introduced 2. She answered, the third is a mysterious profession with little information available right now. Ageha revealed, your profession, Eradicator. She added, the reason it's mysterious is that each Eradicator has a different ability, but your Lotus Blade. Others can control their body size at will or create infinite clones. Some Eradicators can stretch their bodies like rubber. Normal profession skills are divided into 4 ranks from C to S. However, Eradicators only possess Z rank skills, outside the usual classification system. The reason Eradicators are considered special is because they have unique skills. If enemies learn your skills, an Eradicator loses their greatest weapon. That's why my father scolded me for asking about your skills. Even so, you're still an anomaly even among Eradicators. From what I've confirmed, you can use at least 3 skills, and 2 of them are things only elementalists can use. Itsuki thought to himself, my master isn't here, it's not good if she keeps talking about me like this. He continued the topic, what about the final profession? I've never seen it before. Ageha pondered, the final profession is. I'll tell you after I see it, that's punishment for not telling me anything about yourself. Itsuki didn't press her, fine. Ageha suddenly remembered, right, the student you saved is okay now, by the way, what do you plan to do after this? He revealed, I plan to conquer this dungeon a few more times. She warned, you really don't know, dungeons have cooldowns, this place refreshes slowly, so the earliest you can re-enter is in 2 days. Now Itsuki realized, there's a cooldown, no wonder Kinoshita Ryoji monopolized this dungeon. If I can't strengthen the piercing sphere's innate effects, I'll raise Lotus Rampage. He asked, is there any dungeon that contains a large number of spirit beasts? Ageha brought good news, a dungeon full of spirit beasts, there is one. The spirit beasts levels in that dungeon aren't very high, but they're extremely numerous. Even by the lowest estimate, there are up to 100 grasshopper-type spirit beasts. Many awakened have backed down at that number. She asked curiously, if you don't have AoE skills, what do you plan to do? AoE is area of effect attack. He replied, of course I'll go. He thought to himself, come to think of it, I haven't used Lotus Rampage in front of her. She doesn't know I have an AoE skill, does she? Ageha was exasperated. Honestly, it'll be really hard for someone without AoE like you, understand? Itsuki calmed her. It's fine, don't worry. Those behind overheard this and panicked. That guy, is he really heading to Choo-Choo's wilderness? Does he have no fear? Forget it, if Kinoshita Ryoji hears about this, he'll definitely come. They decided, let's leave before we get dragged into the fight. When Ryoji arrived, the place was deserted, no one here. Tanki confirmed, yes, it seems the target has gone elsewhere. Ryoji frowned, only 30 minutes since then and he already cleared the blazing rock trial field. He worried, unbelievable, but it seems so. What do we do now? Ryoji could only curse. Damn it, he made me a laughingstock. He ordered, if he used skills, he must have left magical traces. Contact the hunters and track him down. From this moment I hold a grudge. We must capture him alive. I'll make him taste earthly hell. In a deserted alley, Charles was hiding there, thinking, I've never heard Kinoshita Ryoji has someone that powerful with him. Damn it, I shouldn't have taken this assassination job. He panted, hiding behind a wall. If I didn't have the earth escape technique, he'd have killed me. Charles peered out. Since I got this far, I must be safe now. Right behind him, a death hound opened its grotesque jaws and lunged forward. It bit down on Charles' neck and wouldn't let go. Behind him, the death hound's master, Sakri, stepped forward and ordered, It seems you have something to say. Death hound, release a little. Charles rasped, How did you find me? Sakri revealed, letting him die with eyes closed, My nose is sharp. The scent of death you give off, I can smell it. Charles begged in fear, Please don't kill me. Sakri refused, No, Lord Kinoshita will take his anger out on me. Besides, the death hound hasn't eaten human flesh in a long time, you know. He commanded the death hound, Eat, it's mealtime. It opened its jaws and lunged at tonight's meal. After finishing its meal, the death hound broke through. Sakri happily stroked its thick fur, finally leveled up. System notification, Death Hound rank B level 16 skills. Death Sense rank C, detect all traces of magic in the area to locate and track the source. Death Appetite rank B, after a Shikigami dies, its respawn time is greatly reduced. Stats, attack 250, speed 250, defense 150, mana 150. Then he made a phone call to report, We're done here. Sakri received new information. Severely injured, that stubborn Auga, someone hit his weakness. Understood, I'm on my way. He departed. Let's go, Death Reaper, a new prey has appeared. Itsuki was now in the Grasshopper lands. He looked at the golden field before him and asked curiously, Is it here? Do the wheat fields stretching as far as the eye can see really have that many grasshoppers? Ageha explained, Spirit beasts tend to choose environments they prefer when they invade this world, so deducing the type of spirit beast from the environment is an essential skill for an awakened. He confirmed, Got it. Itsuki looked around. There's not even a reception desk here, she helplessly revealed. Right, the danger level of this dungeon is so high they even considered dismantling it. He was puzzled, but its level is lower than the blazing rock trial field. Why go as far as dismantling the reception desk? Ageha answered. In a normal dungeon, if you can't win, you can run away, but here, the calamity spirit beasts are unusually aggressive and numerous. If you become even a little complacent, you'll be swarmed by countless grasshoppers and eaten alive. She stated the outcome down to the bone. Itsuki focused on one thing, so there really are a lot of spirit beasts here. Awesome, Ageha surprised. What, do you want to die that badly? He replied seriously, I'm not desperate enough to let insects eat me alive. She watched Itsuki enter the dungeon, thinking, based on his attitude, he should be fine. Ageha lowered her eyes and said sadly, He went into the dungeon on his own after I warned him thoroughly. If anything happens, it's his own responsibility. She suddenly remembered something important. Wait, what should I do? I forgot to tell him that the grasshoppers keep spawning until you defeat the boss. I have to go inside and inform Itsuki. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching from behind. Charles and his death hound had arrived looking for her. He curled his lips and asked the girl with a grin, I'm looking for someone. Inside the dungeon, Itsuki surveyed the vast, quiet wheat field and judged, It's pretty deserted here. He clapped, creating a sound, Wake up, you pests, I'm here to wipe you out. The grasshoppers heard the noise and swarmed out. Itsuki was untroubled. Their levels are surprisingly low. They meet the conditions for Lotus Rampage, so it's fine. A mass of grasshoppers flew in, grasshopper fiends of the insect tribe, hidden stats, no talents. Itsuki remarked, They really are numerous. He created a Lotus Rampage made of fire, but that's even better. If they cluster, it'll be less trouble for me. Once they enter Lotus Rampage's range, I'll crush them all at once. When the grasshoppers swarmed in, Itsuki decided, Now activate Lotus Rampage. A flash of light burst in the dark space. Multiple notifications popped up as the explosion incinerated them. Defeated Grasshopper Fiend LV-1 with Lotus Rampage. All skill ranges plus 1%. Itsuki stood amid thick smoke and dust, having wiped out the first wave without breaking a sweat. Update notification. Lotus Rampage LV-2 active effect. Consume mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 10.5 m diameter. Damage scales with mana consumed. Passive effect, each time a living creature LV-1 or higher is defeated by Lotus Rampage, the range of all skills increases by 1%. He deduced, it's currently 110%. 110% means I killed 110 at once. Ha for spirit beasts at this level, spending 10% mana to gain 10% firepower is fine. Considering remaining mana and recovery speed during battle, I can probably fire about 10 more times. Even if I kill 100 enemies each time, I could increase total skill range by 1000%. Seeing the mana upgrade notification, Itsuki assessed, mana 252-280. If this dungeon had no cooldown, things would go much more smoothly. He looked curiously at the ring on his wrist. Strange, the challenge success notification didn't appear. Reminder notification, detected skill rank C, model body command, super simulation activated, analysis progress 1%. Itsuki turned back on alert. Are there still enemies? Larger grasshoppers swarmed in and surrounded him. Itsuki hurriedly activated his black ice secret layer to protect himself, astonished. Model body command is the boss's skill here. I was complacent, I thought there was no boss. He was cautious. Luckily, I can increase my skill range with Lotus Rampage again, but the problem is I don't know where the boss is. Itsuki activated Lotus Rampage, then I'll just wipe out the shrimp until the boss shows itself. A second explosion erupted as the grasshoppers were struck. Update notification, defeated Grasshopper Fiend LV-1 with Lotus Rampage, all skill ranges plus 1%, currently plus 220%. Itsuki inwardly rejoiced. Now Lotus Rampage's range is 16m. The effect is amazing. He continued reading the notification. Lotus Rampage LV-2 active effect. Consume mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 16m diameter. Damage scales with mana consumed. Itsuki anxiously stared at the sea of grasshoppers before him. I've killed 110 grunts, but the boss still hasn't appeared. Another dense swarm of grasshoppers approached. Itsuki saw them rise from a crack in the ground. They appeared again. Update notification, analysis progressed 27%. He realized I can only use Lotus Rampage 9 more times. Current mana is 230-280. Itsuki continued using Lotus Rampage, no matter how many times you appear. I will annihilate you alls. Blazing fire surged, heat radiating outward. After the third attack, he accumulated a series of gains, defeated Grasshopper Fiend LV-1 with Lotus Rampage, all skill ranges plus 1%. Itsuki increased Lotus Rampage 7-fold for the assault. The inferno swept across the area. New information updated, active effect, consume mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 54.5m diameter. Damage scales with mana consumed. Passive effect, each time a living creature LV-1 or higher is defeated by Lotus Rampage, the range of all skills increases by 1%, currently plus 990%. Itsuki was curious. I've defeated the swarms 9 times so far and increased Lotus Rampage's range by 990%, but I only have enough mana for one more Lotus Rampage. Why is my mana at 5280? Watching the grasshoppers storm toward him, he exclaimed in shock, do they never stop? And the boss still shows no sign of appearing. One option is to retreat from the dungeon and retry after analysis completes. But Itsuki frowned with disdain, only the weak would do that. He continued to form Lotus Rampage. No matter how many there are, I'll wipe them all out. Blazing fire erupted fiercely from the gigantic lotus flame centered in the middle. Itsuki was nearly exhausted from using this move. Seeing them swarm in black masses, he panicked. Still more, and the numbers aren't decreasing at all. When the progress reached 91%, Itsuki realized, what's going on? From the first wave, all the spirit beasts that appeared were LV-1, their bodies as small as newly hatched. He suddenly understood, got it. The boss's ability is infinite reproduction. Information on the mother grasshopper appeared. Queen Grasshopper 279 Insect Tribe LV-13, first-tier talent, lays a large number of grasshopper fiend eggs. Skill, model body command rank C, remotely control hatched grasshopper fiends up to 110. Itsuki grasped the principle. If it reproduces infinitely, no matter how hard I try, it's futile unless I kill the boss. I'm out of mana. But when the progress moved from 98% to 99%, Itsuki was confident. The analysis should finish soon. When the analysis reached 100%, the lotus formed a sphere around him. New update, model body command analysis complete. Acquired mana sense rank 1, mana sense rank 1 active effect. After activation, continuously consume mana to sense mana flow within a 100m diameter. Effective range is expanded to 1100m thanks to Lotus Rampage's passive effect. Passive effect, when an enemy unit is detected, recover 10% of own mana. Itsuki was astonished. A scouting skill tied to Lotus Rampage's innate effect. The effective range is now over 1000 m. Moreover, I can recover mana each time I sense an enemy. He couldn't hide his rising joy. This passive is perfect for this dungeon. Ignoring the boss and continuing to hunt the small fry isn't bad either. But I left Ajaha waiting, so I have to finish this dungeon now. System reminder, acquired mana sense rank 1. All stats increased. Removed all negative effects and fully healed wounds. New stats: attack 290 plus 10, speed 290 plus 10, defense 290 plus 10, mana 290 plus 10, total 1160 plus 40. Itsuki placed his hand on the shield. The lotus turned red. Locate the boss using mana sense. Waves of sensing pulses radiated out in concentric circles. At last, the position of the mother grasshopper was found. Itsuki's eyes snapped open as he exclaimed, "There you are." He formed the piercing sphere to destroy it. A sphere exuding dark chi appeared. Itsuki said nonchalantly, "Try using your child as a shield." Lotus Rampage unleashed a massive thunderbolt toward the target. He was certain, it's useless. With Lotus Rampage's innate applying to the piercing sphere, the current flight range of the piercing sphere will definitely reach it. Reminder notification, piercing sphere range 120 m. The piercing sphere plunged straight toward the ground. The queen grasshopper hastily flew out of her hiding place. Itsuki charged from behind, allowing her no escape. He smiled coldly, checkmate. A slash pierced the mother grasshopper, green ichor splattered everywhere. The baby grasshoppers scattered chaotically across the sky. Itsuki observed, losing their queen threw them into disarray. He activated Black Ice Secret, flames flaring on his arm. "Don't worry, I'll send you to your mother soon." After a sweep, Itsuki estimated. With all skill ranges increased by 12-10%, Lotus Rampage's blast diameter is 65.5 m, and the piercing sphere's flight range has also increased. Current piercing sphere range is 131 m. Reward update notification. Lotus Rampage LV2 active effect. Consume mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 65.5 m diameter. Damage scales with mana consumed. Passive effect. Each time a living creature LV1 or higher is defeated by Lotus Rampage, the range of all skills increases by 1%, currently plus 1210%. Piercing sphere range, 131 m. Itsuki picked up a Karma Stone. This is truly a bountiful haul. Once the cooldown ends, I'll challenge it again. This time I'll push Lotus Rampage's passive into 5 digits. A notice outside the gate displayed, new record achieved. Challenge time 17 minutes 7 seconds. Itsuki was surprised. It took 17 minutes. Ajaha must have been worried. Maybe she'll act cold when I return safely, but actually she's kind and attentive. Her feigned indifference is kind of endearing. He happily stepped out of the gate. "I'm back, sorry for making you worry." Itsuki fell silent, a gleam of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he took in the scene before him. Ajaha was now being held up by the throat by Charles. He asked with interest. Itsuki went in alone and came out of the dungeon safely. "You're the one Kinoshita Ryoji is hunting, aren't you?" He continued, "Perfect timing, I was about to make her reveal information about you. But even like this she won't say a thing, she's more stubborn than most men." Itsuki demanded coldly, "Let go of that filthy hand. If you do that, I'll beat you up and then let you go." Charles scoffed, "Don't get cocky, rookie with rank 0. Itsuki moved with extreme speed, thrusting his fist straight at the man. Charles hurriedly ordered, "Too fast, Death Hound attack, use your head to take one of his punches." System notice, detected rank B Shikigami, Death Hound. Activating super simulation analysis progress 1%. From that Itsuki realized, this dog is a Shikigami, which means the man with the hat is a Shikigami user. Charles had his answer in his head. He has no wasted movements and his speed is terrifying. No wonder even Auga lost. He probably didn't even have time to metalize. He said casually, "But I have the Death Hound and a hostage." Charles tightened his grip on Ajaha's throat until it hurt. She let out a soft groan. Worried for her safety, Itsuki called out loudly, "Ajaha!" Analysis progress reached 34%. The Death Hound broke free of Itsuki's restraint and charged ferociously. Charles confidently thought, the Death Hound's bite can crush defenses under 300. The best he can hope for is to have an arm torn off. But reality was far from that expectation. Charles cried in astonishment, "What the?" Itsuki had activated Black Ice Secret over one arm, the other hand forming the piercing sphere. Lotus Rampage was placed right beneath the Death Hound's throat. The piercing sphere flew straight over its head. He recalled the saying, without a Shikigami user is basically weak. Analysis progress reached 77%. Charles wondered, he's a rookie, so doesn't he know Shikigami can resurrect? The Death Hound possesses rank B skill, Death's Hunger, which can shorten its resurrection time. Seeing the Death Hound behind charging again, he sneered, be careless and become the Death Hound's meal. Itsuki activated Mana Sense, sensing waves spreading as the progress reached 89%. He thought continuously activating Mana Sense since acquiring it seems to be the right choice. Progress rose to 91%. Itsuki spun and delivered a powerful kick to the Death Hound. He glanced at Charles behind him, thinking, it's almost analyzed. If Than Lian appears because of the super simulation, he might become suspicious. His strength and speed surpass the Death Hound, and he even has a reconnaissance skill. I can't even ambush like this. He used Ageha as a threat. Resist any more and this woman will die. Itsuki's plan was, I want to finish the analysis without Than Lian appearing. Reminder notification, analysis progress 100%. Death Hound analysis complete. Acquired Shikigami Devourer rank 2. Shikigami Devourer rank 2 active effect. By directly touching a Shikigami of rank H or lower, you can make it your own. Passive effect, number of Shikigami usable, 0-2. Itsuki was surprised, so I can steal Shikigami. I finished the analysis without Than Lian appearing. Reminder notification, acquired Shikigami Devourer rank 2. All stats increased by 20. Because the super simulation wasn't fully activated, negative effect removal and wound recovery did not occur. New stats: attack 310 plus 20 speed, 310 plus 20 defense, 310 plus 20 mana, 310 plus 20. He guessed, so there's a price for skipping Than Lian and losing the recovery effect. But since I healed in the dungeon earlier, I can still fight nearly at full strength without the recovery. It seems this skill allows me to steal others' Shikigami. Watching the Death Hound lunge with its jaws open, Itsuki already had a new plan. The lotus bloom opened in his palm, if that's the case. Itsuki slammed the flower onto the Death Hound's head. I'll take your dog. The Death Hound's whole body was restrained by some force. He leaned over and drove his foot hard into it. One kick sent the Death Hound crashing to the ground. Charles angrily cursed, useless dog, I fed you all that experience for what? He tightened the hold on Ageha's neck. Hey, resist anymore and I'll slit this woman's throat. Ageha, not wanting to affect Itsuki, said softly, don't worry about me. Itsuki raised both hands in surrender. Fine, don't touch her. Charles reminded him, if you behaved like that from the start, this woman wouldn't have suffered. Itsuki asked coldly, why are you targeting me? I don't recall offending you. He replied, still trying to pry information out of me, fine, I can tell you since you'll meet him anyway. Kinoshita Ryoji is furious with you for entering the North District without permission. I'm Charles the Dogman and I'm here to arrest you on his orders. Itsuki vowed, so that's Kinoshita Ryoji. I need to meet him personally and settle this. Charles warned, you'll meet him soon enough. Once your body is torn apart, the Death Hound will rip your legs off. If you value this woman's life, don't use that strange layer of ice to protect yourself this time. He ordered Death Hound bite his legs to pieces. Itsuki gave the command, Death, prove you're worthy to be my Shikigami. The Death Hound immediately bit down on the arm choking Ageha. Itsuki rushed forward and caught the barely conscious woman in his arms. Charles screamed in pain, damn it, why did you attack me, your master? A lotus-shaped sigil appeared on the Death Hound's forehead. Itsuki gently stroked it, good. He officially declared, I'll repay the pain Ageha suffered 100-fold, no, I'll repay it 1,000-fold. Charles, now fearful, stammered, wait, listen to me, I was only following Ryoji's orders, I had no choice, yes, form a team, I'll lure Ryoji out for you. Itsuki replied, that's a fine proposal. He inwardly rejoiced at buying time, I've tricked him. Charles hurled a spear straight at his opponent, die brat. Itsuki tilted aside to dodge, but I prefer to kill Kinoshita Ryoji myself. He ordered, Death, make him feel the pain Ageha suffered. Charles, terrified to the point of tears, begged, I slipped up, I'm sorry, give me another chance. The Death Hound bared its fangs and slowly advanced toward him. Charles tried to rouse it, Death, have you forgotten? I'm your master, I've fed you so much. The Death Hound opened its jaws wide toward him. After it dealt with Charles, Itsuki asked in a low voice, you've been tailing me since I left the dungeon, haven't you? Itsuki turned and looked back, how long were you planning to hide, why not step out? Over there, someone was hiding carefully. Iberia stepped out bashfully and asked, you noticed? Itsuki's voice remained cold as before, Are you a teammate of that guy from earlier? He flinched at being misunderstood. No, I'm not an enemy, please hear me out. Itsuki didn't bother. Fine, I don't have time to talk. Death, once you've finished, follow me. Seeing the Death Hound obey Itsuki like that, Iberia held on to a hope. If he can command even a mad dog like that, he might be able to save me. He followed outside, walked beside Itsuki and introduced himself. My name is Iberia, and that fight earlier was amazing, though there were a few close calls. Itsuki didn't answer. Iberia continued, you're the mysterious guy who took down Auga, right? He pleaded, can you help me with something? I'll pay you if you want. I can even pay with mana stones or weapons. But Itsuki kept walking without a glance, surprising Iberia. What the heck, wouldn't everyone be thrilled to be paid properly? Did the old man trick me? At that time his father had said, just like in the desert, a simple cup of water can be worth more than treasure. Rewards require tact. Give the sword to the one who hungers for revenge, give the potion to the wounded. To them, that's a fitting reward. This principle snapped Iberia awake. I understand now. He followed behind, calling out, you walked here, right? You can't move fast while carrying an injured person. And the nearest hospital is tens of kilometers away. If you keep dawdling, that woman will die. Iberia took out a roll of bandages. I also have a recovery roll. Seeing Itsuki stop, he'd succeeded halfway and added, I can save her. Itsuki turned back anxiously asking, really? He replied, I can't fully restore her, but I can save her life. Itsuki laid Ajaha on the ground for Iberia to bandage. He worried, is it okay to use it over her clothes? He explained. This isn't an ordinary bandage, it's a rare instrument made from the binding strips of the Shadow Tribe and the hide of the Kodama. Itsuki didn't understand. What do you mean by instrument? Iberia realized he'd used a confusing term. At your level, you were probably just awakened, it's no wonder you don't know. He explained, modern weapons don't work against spirit beasts, which is why you can't fight them with firearms. But enchanters can craft special instruments to counter spirit beasts using parts of the beasts themselves. Instruments are divided into 4 tiers depending on the enchanter's skill and the materials. Common, rare, exalted, unique. Common instruments, not much different from ordinary weapons, except they can damage spirit beasts and the awakened. Rare instruments enhance some stats for the wielder. Example, rare sea sword increases mana speed. Exalted instruments not only boost stats but also have special abilities. Example, exalted blood sword increases attack power special effect. Blood absorption raises the blade's temperature and reduces the enemy's self-healing by 50%. Unique instruments, the ultimate goal every enchanter yearns for, massive stat boosts and powerful effects. There are currently only 102 unique instruments. Example, unique holy sword increases attack and speed. Unique effect, stores an infinite amount of mana inside the sword, allowing unlimited skill use. Enchanters themselves don't have much combat strength and they aren't numerous. But because they can forge instruments, they are respected by all the awakened. Itsuki asked curiously, so your father is an enchanter? He replied proudly, not an ordinary enchanter. Many enchanters go their whole lives without producing a single unique instrument. There are currently only 10 such items across the 5 continents. And 3 of them were made by my old mans. That's why people call him the instrument king of the northern continent. Seeing Itsuki turn his back, Iberia wondered, are you even listening? Hey, I put my heart into explaining this, don't ignore me. Itsuki was taking out an item. This is the crossbow that Charles guy used earlier. He stepped closer to inspect. He wasn't surprised to hear my father's name at all. Any awakened would have clung to me immediately. With this, I can reduce how often I use Piercing Sphere and lower the risk of revealing my cards. Iberia evaluated the item in Itsuki's hands. It's a rare instrument, he complained. Too bad it has no arrows, he revealed, but ranged weapons like this can assimilate ordinary bolts into instrument bolts, so you don't need to worry about arrows. Item info displayed, Hunter's crossbow, rare, speed plus 50. Seeing it vanish from his hand, Itsuki was surprised. It disappeared. Iberia, noticing his skeptical look, explained, that's another function of the instrument. Once it bonds with its owner, it is stored away and can be summoned whenever needed. Itsuki politely, pretty convenient, thanks for treating her. If you need any help, tell me. Once I'm done here, I have to find Kinoshita. Iberia chatted, when I heard that name earlier, I thought I misheard. Challenging Kinoshita Ryoji in North District B is bold. Itsuki sighed and asked, what, you want me to give up? Iberia denied it. No, if it's Kinoshita Ryoji, we have a common goal. Itsuki wondered, you pissed him off too. He skirted around to bring up something else. Not exactly. but I want you to team up with me to enter the preliminaries of the National Salvation League tournament the day after tomorrow. Itsuki thought in surprise. Preliminaries? He mentioned that. I heard only the top 10 advance to the main tournament. I've been too busy the past few days to prepare for that. He asked suspiciously, how do the preliminaries relate to Kinoshita Ryoji? He confirmed. The preliminaries are held by continent and the Northern Continent site is in North District B. As the son of the regional administrator, Kinoshita Ryoji is clearly aiming for the main tournament. His older brother is actually a savior too, so if he doesn't make the top 10, it would be a humiliation for the Kinoshita family. That's why he's monopolizing all the dungeons in North District B to level up. Itsuki didn't understand why team up with someone like me. He explained simply, because you're strong, my instinct says if we team up we'll definitely pass the preliminaries. Itsuki cautioned, you're younger than me, right? You'll have many chances in the future, why must it be this year? He hesitated. Why? Iberia recounted, since I was a child I've watched my old man craft instruments. Each finished piece was like a perfect work of art and my admiration for him kept growing. So I've always dreamed that one day I'd become an awakened and fight spirit beasts with gear made by my father. Then a month ago I finally awakened, excited. I asked my father to make an instrument for me, but he refused, saying only saviors can use his instruments. He continued, even so I begged. Finally he set one condition, if you pass this year's preliminaries I'll give you a masterpiece. That's why I absolutely must win the preliminaries this year. Itsuki curious. With such a great father there should be many who want to team with you. You don't need to team with a level 0 like me. Iberia replied, my father thought the same. That's why before I left he said, listen, pass the preliminaries by your own strength. If you rely on strong teammates I won't give it to you. Itsuki admired, your father is strict. He added helplessly, from my intel, most promising candidates have already been bribed by Kinoshita. The rest are lone wolves who don't like teaming or already have teams, so there's no one left to ask. But 2 days ago I heard about someone who beat one of the 4 pillars and even broke a record. I searched, and that's how I found you. Itsuki cut in, all right, I don't care about teaming up, but first I want to get her to a hospital. Iberia understood, I'll go with you, from now on we're teammates. He kept jabbering about a name. We should think of a team name. You're Itsuki and I'm Iberia. How about Ibaton? Sounds like a shop name. eBay isn't great either, or Tenria. Itsuki carried Ageha in his arms, exasperated. Good grief, this guy talks more than Rimu. He only now remembered, speaking of which, how are Ryger and Seo doing? They've both become awakened, right? Are they entering the preliminaries? In the back, Iberia kept enthusiastically talking. Both our names have an I, how about double I? The person he remembered was currently training. Seo on the opposite side frowned and asked, are you sick? Rimu denied it. No, maybe someone is talking about me, probably Itsuki. Seo worried, how long has it been since that attack on Itsuki? I didn't think we'd been apart this long, I hope he's okay. Rimu teased, making her blush. You're really strange. If you're so worried about Itsuki, why didn't you go see him after he defeated the spirit beast? Seo, too embarrassed, suddenly ambushed him. Rimu retorted, ambushing is dirty play. Seo didn't care about dirty or not. We're training combat, right? You were careless, weren't you? Someone approached, they greeted happily. Master, he sternly reminded them. The preliminaries for the national tournament start the day after tomorrow. No time for fooling around. Seo rejoiced. Finally another awakened to spar with. I'm tired of fighting Rimu. Her info displayed Seo Hisaragi, human level 11, class, elementalist, water, talent tier 1, hidden stats, attack 110, speed 160, defense 125, mana 160, total 555. Rimu replied, I've never been to North District B. I've heard it's a bustling city. I'm excited to see it in person. His info appeared. Horino Rimu, human level 10, class, elementalist, Etha, talent tier 2, hidden stats, attack 100, speed 100, defense 100, mana 183, total 483. Over with Ryoji, he was checking the case of karma stones in front of him. Then casually asked, where's that hunter? It's unlike him to be this late. Tanky worried, has something happened? Ryoji, furious at the news, snapped, again, those useless underlings. He crushed a karma stone in his hand and gained experience. He awaited orders. Should we send minions to look for him? The answer, forget him. The preliminaries are the top priority. If we lose, the old man will lock me in the isolation room. By the way, what about the task we requested? Tanky reported. Out of 3,113 applicants on the northern continent, we've persuaded 887. As requested, all of them are level 5 or above. He praised, good, you're truly a reliable subordinate. Tanki, watching Ryuji absorb the power of the Karma Stone, said, "This is the last mana stone." He was in the process of leveling up, electricity flaring around his body. Ryuji confidently, "This is more than enough to crush the commoners." His info displayed, Kinoshita Ryuji, human level 12 class, elementalist, lightning, talent tier 2, hidden stats, attack 135, speed 168, defense 130, mana 170, total 603. Back with Itsuki, he had just gone outside and then teleported, when he met Nento. Itsuki guilt-ridden, "I'm sorry, master, for letting Ageha face such danger." He replied, "What could we have done? I can take him out if you want." He declined the offer, "No, let me handle it." Nento, pleased by Itsuki's independence, said, "Good, later tell me the whole story." Iberia, standing nearby, happily thought, "So the supreme commander of the northern continent is his master. No wonder he wasn't surprised when I mentioned my father. Nento is a mysterious man, I should get his autograph later." They were now in the infirmary. Ageha was being treated and resting in bed. Itsuki announced, "And that's why I've decided to enter the preliminaries of the National Salvation League tournament with Iberia so I won't stand in the way." He asked about her condition. "I understand. How do you feel, Ageha?" She glanced at the butterfly perched on her finger. "Bitch deep healed me so I'm recovered. This is thanks to Iberia treating me with a rare instrument." Nento, surprised, turned and asked, "You possess the wood spirit bandage instrument made by Aiden, so you're his son, right?" Iberia thought in astonishment, "He not only knows about instruments but also knows my father. I should behave properly toward the eldest son of the Tempering King." He proudly pointed at himself and introduced, "Yes, I'm Aiden's father." Itsuki reminded him, "You're saying it backwards." Iberia, embarrassed and blushing, hurriedly corrected, "Sorry, Aiden is my father." Nento, not paying attention to the flub, cleared his throat and said, "Anyway, thank you for saving my daughter. After the preliminaries, let me take Itsuki to meet Aiden with you. You two should prepare for the tournament, right? You can go now. Tomorrow Ageha and I will also be watching." Itsuki replied, "Yes." Iberia vowed, "Rest assured, I'll make sure everyone sees that we can pass the preliminaries." Ageha could tell her father genuinely liked Itsuki. When she was still Kazunari and a child, her father always brought her to meetings. He explained the reason. Itsuki has a strong self-destructive impulse when facing spirit beasts due to psychological trauma from his childhood. But that impulse weakens when there are people he wants to protect by his side. "That's why I put you next to him." Ageha reflected on this, become his friend, become his weakness, and then become the person he wants to protect. The person Itsuki wants to protect. Before leaving, Nento reminded them, "By the way, about the spirit beast attack at the school, it has been determined that it wasn't an accident but a premeditated plan." "What did you say?" "The number of traitors siding with the spirit beasts is increasing. Although the scale varies, there have been attacks targeting commanders on other continents as well. As of now, humanity's future looks bleak." He was certain Itsuki will surely destroy it and become a light of hope. The next day, in North District B, the preliminaries of the National Salvation League tournament began. Itsuki entered the arena, looking at the crowded people around him, quite surprised. "There are more people than I expected," Iberia replied. "I heard that once word spread that Nento would attend, people who hadn't planned to join suddenly changed their minds. Participants jumped from about 3,000 to nearly 5,000. Ryuji, upon hearing this, frowned. "Nento, that old man, he introduces too many variables." Tanki reassured him, "Don't worry, they're just a motley crowd deciding at the last minute. They won't have time to form teams, so we still have a numerical advantage. Tell the people we've recruited to wear a red armband on their right arm so we can identify our side." Coincidentally, Rimuru and Seo were also present. Rimuru asked, "Are red armbands in fashion? Should I wear one too? Because Nento is coming to observe." Seo added, "Maybe Itsuki will too." Saoryu Fujiwara, the host of the preliminaries, stepped forward to announce, "Everyone, I'll explain the rules before the preliminaries begin." He explained the competition rules. The preliminaries competition area is divided into two zones, the inner zone and the outer zone. In the first stage of the preliminaries, you will start from the four main directions in the outer zone. First, you will compete based on the amount of time it takes to reach the inner zone. The moment you enter the inner zone, your ranking will be recorded on your wristband, and only the top 300 will advance to round 2. Rimuru looked surprised at what was on his wrist. "The wristband does that?" Seo fretted. "Eliminating thousands in the first round is brutal." Saoryu Fujiwara continued, "You may bring two instruments, team up with anyone, use whatever you like. Results are what matter. After round 1 ends, rankings will be announced and the rules for round 2 will be revealed." Iberia suddenly shouted, "Itsuki, look." He and his cronies drew everyone's attention. It was Kinoshita Ryoji. He commanded, "Understand, anyone who runs ahead of me or blocks my way, kill them." Iberia whispered, "Those next to him are probably candidates he bribed. For now, get into the inner zone as fast as possible. Once Kinoshita enters and lets his guard down, we'll ambush him." He jumped, eyes wide in shock at Itsuki's next move. He stepped up to them and warned, "I heard everything." Two guys in the group spoke up, "Who are you? Watch out, this guy isn't wearing a red armband." Saoryu Fujiwara declared, "Then round one begins." The number of young people wanting to join the Salvation League is increasing, which is encouraging. But numbers mean nothing without quality. Heitan Akira murmured beside him, "In our day there were very few candidates above level 15. He added, "Very few." His info displayed, Heitan Akira, Crimson Sky Gem, other details hidden. Saoryu Fujiwara recalled, "The year you joined there were only 2 people, right?" He replied, "That's why I said it would be dull without rookies like Kazunari Satsumi. Hopefully there are some." He said casually, "Don't be silly, a once-in-a-century genius doesn't just appear out of nowhere." Heitan Akira turned to ask Nento, "I heard in the northern continent there's a student who, right after awakening, defeated an level 8 bone soldier and became your disciple, true?" Saoryu Fujiwara was stunned. "Defeated a level 8 right after awakening? Impossible." Yet Nento confirmed, "It's true." He asked with interest, "Is that person among them?" Saoryu Fujiwara thought silently. The second disciple recognized by Nento after Kazunari Satsumi, he must be extraordinarily talented. He pondered, looking at the screen, and asked curiously, "Who is it?" Then he paid attention to each person. Rimuru, level 10, Golden Elementalist, mediocre tier 2 talent, not him. Seo, level 11, has tier 1 talent, but she's a water elementalist leaning towards support, so probably not her. It must be this girl, Habane Hana, a wood elementalist, but she has an unusually high level of 16. Seeing Nento remain motionless, Saoryu Fujiwara hesitated, "Isn't that so? But Hana is the highest level candidate." Heitan Akira was surprised. "This time there's a level 0 candidate." He continued, "Every year there are people who join out of curiosity but get crushed immediately and drop out." Ryoji was mocking, "A level 0 candidate, really?" Tanky sneered beside him, "Lost your way, kid." He took out the guy's weapon and strapped it to his arm. Ryoji's smile gradually grew strained. "That's Charles's. What kind of freak are you?" Itsuki asked quietly, "You're looking for me, aren't you?" He realized this low-level brat was the one who defeated Aoga. "You must be joking. I see you're here on someone's orders to provoke me, right?" Ryoji ordered his underlings, "Drive him out." Tanky obeyed, "Leave it to us. We'll make him regret insulting you." They surrounded Itsuki in the middle, intending to gang up on him. But he teleported away. "I don't have time to talk to garbage like you." He then landed in front of Heitan Akira. Silently assessing, 2 level 6s and 2 level 7s, no need to look to know the outcome. If you beg for mercy now, you might survive. Iberia steeled himself. "I can take down one, but no matter how strong Itsuki is, taking down 4 at once." He touched the gearbox at his hip, meaning he had no choice but to use that thing. Honda stepped in front of him and sneered, "I thought there'd be some tough opponents waiting, but it's just a level 0 piece of trash." Itsuki stepped forward in a low voice and ordered him, "Move aside." At first the guy was stunned. No one had ever treated him like that before. Then Honda burst out laughing, and the others joined in. Heitan Akira was quietly pleased. "Good, I like that attitude," he declared. "If you're going to die, I'll save you." Honda reached toward his head. "I'll smash your skull to see what's inside." A straight punch to the face sent a few of his teeth flying. Itsuki repeated for the last time, "I said move aside." Heitan Akira was astonished. An opponent higher level than him, and he was taken down in an instant. The thug's companions were stunned. "Honda is level 7, how did that newcomer?" The man next to him reassured. He condensed a fire sphere in his hand. "Don't panic, Honda was just overconfident." He activated a rank B skill, Full Blaze Barrage, Full Force Fire Artillery, and declared, "I'll burn you to ashes." Seeing the fire assault, Iberia was terrified. "Too fast, I don't even have time to use an instrument." Someone on their side worried, "Isn't that overkill for a level 0? Tamu wasn't afraid. "Preliminaries always have fatalities. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for acting tough when you're only level 0. When the flame in his hand died down, one of them spoke up, "Hey, something's wrong." The others were shocked. In the blaze, his black ice crystal shattered that fire into fragments. They were stunned. What is that? Iberia, surprised and delighted, said, no way, he blocked that Wideria fire attack. Amazing. Itsuki coldly warned them, stay away from me. System notice, Dark Ice Cloak blocked a rank B fire skill using Dark Ice Cloak, increasing defense by an additional 10%. Attack 310, speed 310, defense 341, mana 310, total 1240 plus 31. He thought to himself, defense increased by 33. Need to confirm whether Dark Ice Cloak's passive still triggers when blocking the same skill from the same target more than once. Tamil panicked at seeing Itsuki unharmed. That was his ice skill. There's no water elementalist here. How can he can use ice skills? He challenged him, try that move again. This time I won't block it. He continued conjuring fire. You insulting me? A real man never goes back on his word. Itsuki replied casually, yeah, I promise. He launched a stronger attack. Rank B skill, overheated fire cannon. This time I'm definitely finishing you with my strongest move. A roaring stream of fire descended where he stood, heat radiating fiercely. Itsuki realized the blaze was stronger than before, but still a fire skill. Within that raging flame, his figure vanished. His companions warned, you overdid it. Tamu confidently about the fire, it could even take down a level 8. He regretfully thought, I've used up all my mana. This is the finishing blow, a bit wasteful on a level 0 opponent, but the act is over. Not long after he became complacent, Tamu staggered back in shock. What the? He appeared before him. So if it's the same skill from the same person, Dark Ice Cloak's passive doesn't trigger again, got it. Itsuki said leisurely, confirmed, time to finish this. Tamu fell to the ground in panic. He blocked my ultimate that easily. No way. Sama behind was generating fire to counter. Yeah, that ice skill is strong, but I've found its weakness. The man concentrated more firepower to block Itsuki. This guy's rank B skill is chain fire, when hit by those fireballs. Itsuki realized, trying to overwhelm with numbers, activate Dark Ice Cloak. Where he stood, the fire flared violently into an explosion. Sama believed, even if he has a powerful skill, a level 0's mana is limited. If we can drain his mana until he can't form that ice curtain, we'll win. However, Itsuki's hand had already gripped the man's hand, causing the flames to die out. Sama, sweating with fear, couldn't believe it. What? He closed the distance in an instant. He wrapped his body in Dark Ice Cloak, reminding, even after blocking so many fireballs, the passive only triggers once. Every muscle in the man's body tensed and strained. If your advantage is speed, ours is strength. Itsuki sneered and asked, are you even using any strength? First he gave Sama a hook to the throat. You look like you're suffering, so I'll make it easy for you. As the man fell, Itsuki calculated, an increase of 33 defense, not 234. So it's calculated based on the defense value before enhancement. System update, Dark Ice Cloak blocked a rank B fire skill using Dark Ice Cloak, increasing defense by 10%. Defense 310 plus 62 from Dark Ice Cloak. Itsuki glanced at the two elementalists left. Charge in, I'll use you to stack the passive of Thunder Calamity. They assumed the two were defeated and didn't hesitate. This guy's faking his stats, let's get out of here. He sneered, you think I'll let you live? The two of them charged at the same time. Damn it, I'll take you down. This isn't fire attribute, don't think that trick will work. They used a rank C skill, Silver Serpent, unleashing Surging Lightning. System update. Absorbed rank C lightning element skill with Thunder Calamity, increasing speed by 5%. Attack 310, speed 341, defense 372, mana 310, total 1333. Heighten Akira was astonished. He's taking down Awakening users higher level than him like it's a joke. He pondered, who is he? Itsuki thought, so Thunder Calamity's passive works like Dark Ice Cloak. It doesn't stack for skills from the same target. Iberia looked at the people collapsed on the ground, stunned. They're all down. He admired, I thought this would be a tough fight, didn't expect Itsuki to be this strong. What ability are you using? Tamu behind doubted, what kind of freak are you? You can't be level 0. Iberia sneered coldly, you asking who are we? Itsuki was surprised, we. He solemnly introduced, we are Duo E, remember that name, because one day we'll be the strongest pair on the northern continent. He dragged Iberia by the collar, forget that, chase after Kinoshita. He shouted boisterously, we're getting into the groove. Tamu was at a loss for words at that name, Duo E's, how lame. Ryuji thought, quite noisy, that level 0 must have been taken down. But that crossbow is definitely Charles. I'll have to investigate it later. No one on the northern continent can catch Charles besides the savior. He was musing, veins bulging on his face, when he saw someone dash past. Kan had just passed by, Ryuji smugly thought got past another one. Unlike those meatheads, I went for speed. Just as he was gloating, his whole body was struck by lightning. Kan fell to the ground trying to look up. Attacking us at top speed, what kind of freak is that? Ryuji landed right on top of him. He arrogantly announced, that's what happens when you run ahead of me. Ryuji turned and warned the people behind, get a grip, I need to conserve energy for round 2, don't waste my time with trash like this. Nento observed and asked, is that the son of Northern Region B's administrator Kinoshita Ryuji? Saoryu Fujiwara judged, very arrogant, wonder how he was raised. He was helpless, but he didn't break any rules, so we can't do anything. Ryuji was recovering his strength. Thanks to them dealing with the trouble, my stamina will be back soon. No one in the crowd behind dared to step forward. Ryuji looked at the building ahead, confidently thinking, with this I can breeze through round 2. So what's ahead is the inner area, too easy. Behind him, lightning roared down, someone called Kinoshita. He flinched and glanced back, surprised that a variable appeared in the crisis. Ryuji turned to the crowd behind and asked, who dares call my name like that? They panicked. Not me, don't look at me like that, I didn't do anything. Someone at the back recognized, it's him, that new level 0. They formed 2 lines and made way for him to step forward. Ryuji had a bad premonition, level 0, don't tell me. Seeing him approach, he had his answer, it's really him. Ryuji was annoyed at his subordinate's ability. Really, he took all of them down. No way, a level 6 and a level 7 couldn't handle him. He thought, I see, he must have bribed them. Ryuji spoke, how long have you been following me, you piece of level 0 trash? Itsuki got straight to the point, you will stay here until we're done. Iberia privately felt lucky. Basically, Itsuki brought me here and every opponent we faced was defeated immediately. Without Itsuki, I would have been eliminated halfway through. He turned away without looking at him. I'm busy, I don't have time to mess with you, but I've prepared a few opponents for you. He ordered his subordinates, deal with him. They sneered, what, all because of some puny level 0. You calling out Kinoshita by name, wake up, we'll teach you some manners. Don't worry, I'll show those 2 what hell looks like. Iberia miscounted. 80, 78, 79, they have over 100 people, what should we do? Itsuki grabbed him by the scruff and instructed, cover your head. With that, he teleported away from the spot. He yanked Ryuji's collar backward as well. Threw the man out and hurled Iberia inside. Ryuji was caught by his subordinates, while Iberia was utterly astonished. He faced the man, it seems you didn't understand my words. Let me say it again, until we're finished, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Seo and Rimuru wearily entered the inner area, a notice appearing, you rank 4th, he ranks 5th. Rimuru sat down to rest. Those red band tie guys joined in too, they still haven't learned and are trying to block our way. Seijo added, if we hadn't stuck together, we might have been knocked out before reaching this place. He was disappointed, but I thought we were the fastest, didn't expect someone even faster than us. Here Gakuge ranked 3rd, thinking unhappily, can't believe I'm only 3rd. Shinakagami ranked 2nd, teased the opponent. Are you hungry? You just ate. She glanced toward the 1st place. Above all, look at the winner, Kana Hanyu, she's level 16. Seo thought Itsuki must be acting alone, and if he gets obstructed like we were, Rimuru gasped in surprise. Look, someone's flying this way. She frowned and looked over, he crashed to the ground. System notification, Iberia has reached the 6th inner area. At that moment Iberia anxiously called out, Itsuki. Rimuru froze, did that person just say Itsuki? Seo confirmed. Yes, I heard it too. They looked into the distance and saw his broad back facing hundreds of people. Rimuru thought, that back is definitely Itsuki's. In the pouring rain he repeated, until I'm done, I won't let you go anywhere. Saoryu Fujiwara wondered, that rookie is 1 step from the inner area, why does he keep clinging to Kinoshita Ryuji? Ajaha drooped his eyes sadly as he watched the scene. He suggested to heighten Akira, help him if he gets into trouble. He thought to himself, Itsuki just unleashed incredible speed. I wonder if I could do that at his age. Over there, Ryuji said gloomily, you keep getting in my way time and time again, prepare yourself. What is about to begin won't just be a fight, but a complete humiliation for you. In other words, this is a 100 versus 1 ganging match. Itsuki paid no mind to the tournament ranking, getting through preliminaries can wait. Right now, avenging Ajaha is his top priority. Ryuji shouted the order, "Kill him for me, everyone activate your abilities." The momentum surged toward him while Itsuki stood calmly, rain and wind whipping his coat. A fire type rushed forward. "I won't let anyone take the prize, I'll take your head," rank C skill Flame Fist. Seeing Itsuki block his attack with one hand, he was stunned. What? Itsuki countered, landing a straight punch to the opponent's face. The fire type collapsed to the ground, teeth and lips mashed together. The charging crowd halted. He knocked him out with one punch. Someone tried to reassure them, "Don't panic, we outnumber them. We can't lose to some ordinary level 0. They regained their morale, right? Everyone charge." Itsuki said nonchalantly, "All the better." Dark Ice Cloak had already blocked a rank B fire skill, raising defense by 10%. He generated wide area damage with Lotus Blaze. "Let's finish this show quickly. Activate Lotus Blaze." Blasts of fire emitted blistering heat, coiling around Itsuki's arm. A wave shot toward the crowd, blowing them backward in an explosion. Rimuru, who hadn't seen him in a while, gasped, "That's Itsuki's skill." Seo and Iberia stood stunned, speechless. Gakuge noticed the commotion over there. What the hell was that explosion? Shin, idly stroking the cat in her palm, paid it no mind. An explosion of that scale is nothing to me. Kana sat alone with her sword in a corner, seemingly lost in thought. Saori Fujiwara, watching the shock over there, cried in horror. That explosion was cast by a level 0 boy. Firepower is one thing, but how can he use a skill outside his profession? Heitan Akira fell silent at the shocking sight. Ageha thought to himself, "I didn't expect Itsuki to have an area skill. No wonder he was so confident in the grasslands. How many trump cards is he hiding?" Itsuki calculated 30% of the firepower should be enough. His opponents are human, so he had to restrain himself to avoid killing them. Ryuji stared dumbfounded at the devastation before him. Our side is wiped out, the enemy's side is intact. He coldly calculated toward the man, "Next will be you." Ryuji staggered, "We had over 100 people and you took them all out in an instant. What are you? Why are you obsessed with me?" Itsuki found it ridiculous. "Obsessed? You were the one who targeted me first and left my friend gravely injured. Today I'll repay the pain she suffered to you." The man erupted with power. "I am the son of the prestigious Kinoshita family from Northern District B. All the nearby instances are mine. I don't have to struggle against catastrophe beasts. By using the soul stones my family provides, I can easily reach levels ordinary people can only dream of. Our foundation is different. I'll kill you, I will definitely win." Rank B skill Thunder Barrage of Crimson Light activated. System notice detected rank B skill Thunder Barrage of Crimson Light. Activating Super Simulation Analysis Progress, 1%. He charged straight at Ryuji, ramming into him. Ryuji clutched his stomach, trembling in pain, thinking he dodged this speed. Is he really level 0? This match can't be won. The man called for help. "What are you doing? Come help me." Tanky understood clearly. It was against the rules, but he no longer cared about face. He was confident Tanky is a level 35 Awakener, prepare to go to hell. Nento's side was prepared. Heitan Akira excitedly cracked his wrists to get warmed up. Got it. He felt someone approaching from behind. Anti-magic and mana sense were reacting. Someone was closing in at high speed. System notice, analysis progress, 19%. Of course Itsuki noticed, and it wasn't just one person. A heavy shockwave came from ahead of him. Itsuki calmly glanced at the situation over there. He soon had Tanky pinned beneath him, a reminder, keep going. Itsuki resumed what he'd been doing, lethal intent enveloping him. He glanced down at Ryuji. Seems your subordinates couldn't make it. The man, terrified, blurted out his identity. Wait, my father is the administrator of Northern District B and he's a member of the Salvation Alliance. Do you know what will happen if you dare touch me? He didn't care who your father is, one punch to put Ryuji out cold. Itsuki felt relieved. That settles it, Ageha has been avenged. She knew everything he did today was for her, and her face flushed with emotion. Saori Fujiwara astonished. That boy actually defeated Kinoshita Ryuji. Why is he looking this way? Itsuki calculated silently. If I stop analysis at 99% now, I can restore stamina when entering round 2 with the simulation at 99%. System notice. Analysis halted. A voice from behind called out Seo's name, Itsuki. He was surprised to hear that voice. Itsuki turned and saw Seo. She had been standing there waiting for him for a long time. Get inside. You'll be eliminated. Seo's voice was extremely gentle. He stepped inside and greeted her. Long time no see. System notice, Itsuki has entered inner area rank 7. Iberia and Rimuru rushed over and hugged him. Itsuki, I missed you. This bastard's really glad you're okay. They stared at each other, sparks flying. Rimuru, displeased, asked, Who are you? Why are you sobbing over Itsuki? He replied nonchalantly, Me. He proudly introduced himself. I'm Itsuki's teammate, Iberia. Rimuru angrily snapped at Itsuki. I've never heard you team up with someone else. Traitor, Seo, surprised. It's rare for Itsuki to make friends. Iberia retorted, Itsuki, a traitor? Are you two a couple or what? What's your team name? He answered, Team name? Who cares about that? We're not kids. Do you? Iberia said smugly. Of course, he coaxed. Tell me. Itsuki had to stop them. Stop before this gets worse. But it was too late. Iberia proudly revealed, It's Team E. We really racked our brains to come up with that name. That name made Rimuru burst out laughing. Team E, how bland. He was annoyed. What's so funny? It's a great name. Saoryu Fujiwara announced, The number of people entering the inner area has reached 500. Those who haven't arrived will be eliminated. Round 2 will start soon. In round 2, you'll each fight spirit beasts alone in the testing area for 1 hour. Rimuru surprised. Alone, Iberia became serious. Finally, round 2. Heighten Akira, who had waited a long time for this moment, finally it's here. I've been waiting all this time. He was truly eager. Let's see what special abilities you have. They moved to the venue for round 2. The arena was already packed with people. Rimuru asked curiously, round 2 takes place here, right? Iberia couldn't stop trembling. It's so dark and scary in here. Rimuru teased, Long time no see, but you're really still level 0. Is your level fixed? Itsuki admitted it. He wondered, so your stats don't increase either, right? How do you get stronger? Iberia added, I'm curious too why Itsuki is so strong even though he's level 0. Itsuki replied, About that my master told me not to tell anyone. Seo interjected, We were taught that the Slayer's skills are at a national security level. She turned to Itsuki, Itsuki, you don't need to pay them any mind. Saoryu Fujiwara appeared and asked, Is everyone ready? Iberia was astonished to see him step forward. The crowd marveled, looking up at them. That's Saoryu Fujiwara. He organizes the national tournament every year. Beside him was Heighten Akira, a veteran of the Ice River War with the strongest physique. And that masked person, is that the legendary Nento, a gathering of legends? He spoke, Now I will explain the rules for round 2. Listen carefully. Many catastrophe spirit beasts will appear in the testing area. Kill points are based on difficulty. Notification display, defeat spirit beast hard 1000 kill points. Kill points by difficulty, low 100 normal 500 hard 1000 nightmare 5000. Saoryu Fujiwara continued explaining the rules. There is a 1-minute break after defeating a spirit beast. After that you'll be forcibly moved to the next difficulty. Remaining break time 56 seconds. Gakuge confidently, I'll climb straight to nightmare rank. Information displayed about him. Gakuge human level 13 profession, earth elementalist 2nd rank, hidden stats hidden. Itsuki suddenly blurted out, I have a question. Others whispered and muttered, He's level 0, how did he get past round 1? He must have been carried. Have you realized round 2 is solo and started to chicken out? Definitely. Saoryu Fujiwara permitted, What's the matter? Ask freely. He didn't beat around the bush. Is nightmare rank the highest difficulty? Heighten Akira laughed at that, while the others gaped in shock. The others sneered already, what boasting, a level 0 stands no chance against a nightmare grade spirit beast. I don't think he'd even beat a low grade, let alone nightmare. Gakuge chimed in, he's probably just trash talk. Saoryu announced seriously, In theory, the difficulty of catastrophe spirit beasts is unlimited. You'll understand once you actually try to defeat a nightmare grade beast. Itsuki replied, Unlimited. Rimuru reminded him, Thinking about that is useless. Nightmare rank is at least level 10 or higher. We're lucky if we can defeat a hard grade. Saoryu continued, Scores accumulated in the preliminaries can be carried over to the official national tournament. In other words, whether you can join the Salvation Alliance later depends heavily on today's performance. Rimuru exclaimed happily, Points earned here count toward the main tournament too. Itsuki silently made a decision, I have to use that. Kazunari Satsumi's record is 115,000 points. I must seize this opportunity to surpass him. A reminder announcement rang out, Everyone enter the testing area, the second preliminaries begin. When he went and he felt, this is the testing area, not so different from a normal instance. In the darkness, countless crimson eyes stared at Itsuki. They stepped out, system notice, low-grade spirit beast, catastrophe hound level 1, 10 creatures kill points, 100 Itsuki rejoiced inwardly, finally I get to fight spirit beasts. System notice, dark ice cloak activated. He planned to finish quickly, I can't raise my stats with these guys so I'll end it fast. Itsuki's image was shown on the big screen. Saoryu asked Heitan Akira with interest. You're watching him again? He replied. I also want to see that girl Kana Hanyu fight. Heitan Akira, this boy is more interesting. His eyes didn't leave the screen, here he comes. He wondered, is there really something surprising? Inside, Itsuki slaughtered the pack of catastrophe hounds in one go. System display, elapsed time 1 second, points earned 100. Saoryu stunned, 1 second, it usually takes a few minutes. He said cheerfully, I told you so, didn't I? Heitan Akira, this boy is more interesting. I don't think an A-rank fire dragon is much of a threat. Nento stepped forward to check on the other candidates. He apologized. Sorry we were too focused, I'll switch to multi-screen mode, this way we can observe the top 10 candidates simultaneously. Ageha spotted Nento's intent. Dad, he's trying to divert attention away from Itsuki, isn't he? Saoryu glanced over. It seems the majority of other candidates are still fighting low-grade. Seo used water mode psychic powers to attack the spirit beasts. Gakuge fought in melee, swinging his maul to smash each one to death. Kana used wood mode psychic powers to strangle the spirit beasts to death. Saoryu compared, Kana Hanyu is the only one keeping up with Itsuki. Ageha cried out anxiously, oh no, Itsuki's about to, he's being burned by the fire dragon's flames. Saoryu was about to step in. He used up his stamina fighting the catastrophe hounds and has no energy left to dodge. He'll be seriously injured if he takes that flame head-on, call the medical team. Heitan Akira stopped them, wait, watch a bit longer. He was convinced, at his previous speed, dodging an attack like this will be a piece of cake. System notice, dark ice cloak activated. His whole body was enveloped in the dark ice cloak, without a single injury. One slash cut the fire dragon's body in half. When it fell, the system updated. Elapsed time, 5 seconds, points earned 500. Saoryu shocked, no wounds at all. That ice armor covered his entire body, he could have killed it instantly, but why did he bother taking the hit? System reminder, Dark Ice Cloak defended against a rank C fire skill using Dark Ice Cloak, increasing defense by 10%. Itsuki thought to himself, I must make the most of every chance to raise my stats. He checked his stats, his defense was now 434. His information refreshed, Itsuki, human, unfixed level profession, Slayer talent, Nirvana, super rank skills, Super Simulation rank Z, Thunder Calamity level 1, Dark Ice Cloak level 2, Lotus Rampage level 2, Piercing Leg Ball level 2, Mana Sense level 1, Awakening Devour level 1 stats. Attack 310 speed, 341 30% increased by Thunder Calamity defense. 434 40% increased by Dark Ice Cloak mana, 310 total 1395. The screen displayed remaining rest time 58 seconds, skip rest. He pressed yes, inwardly eager, let's test my defense against the next catastrophe spirit beast. Heitan Akira knew, at this difficulty they'll test candidates' speed and combat senses. Saoryu confirmed that's right. When a thunder tear attacks, it conducts electrical energy through its horns, unleashing a double strike that combines physical force and lightning. If he takes that hit, his body will be pierced due to low defense, and he'll be paralyzed and unable to move due to lack of lightning resistance. To defeat the thunder tear, he must use his speed to dodge and strike when it grows exhausted. Seeing Itsuki's next move, he startled in shock. Wait, what is he going to do? Itsuki is currently touching the thunder tear's horn. He taps it lightly, testing, this horn is perfect for testing my defense. Electrical energy crackles around the horn, veins appear on the thunder tear's face, its nostrils puffing smoke. It uses the horn to fling Itsuki backward, sending him soaring into the air. Ageha called his name anxiously, Itsuki. Heitan Akira couldn't predict his moves. This boy, everything I anticipate is off, yet every time he produces results far beyond imagination. The place where he hovered suddenly exploded. System notice, defended against a rank C lightning skill using Thunder Calamity, increasing speed by 5%. He realized the test is over. It seems attacks from beasts level 10 or below cannot harm him. Itsuki was no longer interested in toying with it. Time to finish this. He activated Thunder Calamity, speed increased by 50%, and dashed toward the thunder tear. It arrogantly raised its head, preparing to meet the attack. Itsuki plunged down from above like a missile. One hand wrapped in dark ice cloak drove straight into the Thunder Tear's head. System report, elapsed time, 7 seconds, points earned, 1,000. Heitan Akira smiled and remarked, so far his total time hasn't even reached 15 seconds. He's not only faster than I was in my youth, it feels like he hasn't used his full strength yet. Saoryu worried, but next is swift hand movements and razor-sharp claws that shred enemies in an instant. A massive maw spits out iron chains to devour everything. And a colossal body covered by an armor-like carapace. It possesses all those traits, the strongest and most ferocious catastrophe beast in the preliminaries, the ultimate target for all candidates. Itsuki faced a nightmare-grade spirit beast, Purgatory Colossus level 15 kill points, 5,000. Itsuki activated Piercing Leg Ball, the sphere pierced through its head. System update, defeated Purgatory Colossus level 15. Piercing Leg Ball's flight speed increased by 200%. Viewers watching this scene were stunned. He read the info, Piercing Leg Ball flight speed, 9 ms total increase, 900%. Itsuki intrigued, next one then. Saoryu had to change his view of the youth. Even a nightmare-grade Purgatory Colossus, he killed it in seconds. System display, elapsed time, 3 seconds, points earned, 5,000. Cut to Seo's location. The spirit beast opened its maw, releasing a blast of psychic energy. Seo activated a rank C skill water bullet. She calculated silently, I need to kill the 2 remaining to reach normal rank. System update, low grade 1 completion progress 80%. Gakuge confidently thought, I skipped the rest. I'll be the first to reach normal rank for sure. On the notification, normal rank completion progress 0%. She estimated, I'll recover the mana I spent before proceeding, until normal rank reaches 100% completion. An announcement rang out, Nightmare rank conquered. Elapsed time 21 seconds, first place. Seo cheered joyfully, that must be Itsuki. Gakuge was astonished. Someone beat me? Is it Kana? Kana, the one mentioned, fell silent upon hearing the result. Itsuki had finished dealing with that spirit beast. Let's move to the next floor, shall we? Even now Saoryu Fujiwara couldn't believe it. He killed the Purgatory Colossus in an instant, pierced its armor. What is that dark sphere? Heitan Akira ordered, raise the difficulty. Let's see how far that brat can go. System reminder, Nightmare Stage 2, Purgatory Colossus level 15, 2 of them. Kill points 10,000. He looked at the surrounding spirit beasts in disappointment. I was wondering what they'd do and they just increased the numbers. The ferocious spirit beasts roared, each soundwave reverberating with force. Itsuki calculated, while it's roaring I'll take one out first. System reminder, Piercing Leg Ball activated. The sphere pierced through one head, accompanied by the notification, defeated Purgatory Colossus level 15. Piercing Leg Ball flight speed increased by 200%. Piercing Leg Ball flight speed, 11 ms flight speed increase value, 1100%. Saoryu Fujiwara puzzled. In one strike, what is that sphere? Is there no limit to its use? Heitan Akira assessed, it's indeed very powerful, but that skill has a fatal weakness. He didn't fully understand, a weakness. At present Itsuki was facing the last spirit beast. He frowned in comparison. This speed, it's faster than any spirit beast I've ever faced. Outside, Heitan Akira explained reasonably, because of their massive bodies, people often misunderstand them as very slow. But Saoryu Fujiwara was still unconvinced. What are you trying to say? Inside, Itsuki was condensing the sphere. System reminder, Piercing Leg Ball activated. The sphere was indeed negligible compared to the spirit beast's colossal size. Heitan Akira continued, as a racial trait, they don't possess mana, but in exchange their other stats are greatly enhanced. Despite that gigantic body, they actually belong to the speed type. As I predicted, it dodged the Piercing Leg Ball. Beast info displayed, Purgatory Colossus 1008, Colossus race level 15. Second tier talent, cannot use magic, but all stats increased by 25%. Skills none. Stats attack 320, speed 300, defense 320, mana 0, total 940. Only now did Itsuki realize the problem had become dangerous. It dodged. Heitan Akira admitted, that dark sphere does massive damage, but its flight speed isn't that high. He exploited its habit of roaring before an attack to strike preemptively. That brat, his combat intuition is really good. But if he can't increase the flight speed of that black sphere, he probably can't get through this stage. A punch from the spirit beast sent Itsuki flying far away. He was slammed into the rocky cliff behind, causing a shockwave. Dust billowed thick, and the cliff face caved in. Itsuki struggled to drag his aching body. It can dodge at mid-range. Saoryu outside speculated, knowing it wouldn't hit yet still using it means he's hiding another trump card. He thought silently, could that really be true? They saw an odd expression on Itsuki's face. So why was he smiling? Because he already had a solution. How fast? If that's the case, I'll close the distance. Immediately, Itsuki activated Thunder Calamity. He was no longer where he had been, but was dashing toward the spirit beast. It aggressively raised its colossal fist, preparing to smash down. One strike caused aftershocks to spread across the area, the ground cracking tens of meters away. Ageha covered her mouth in horror. She was genuinely worried for him. Saoryu hastily grabbed his phone. This attack is completely different from the thunder tears. If it lands directly, even he won't come out unscathed. Call the medical team now. This time Nento stopped him. Wait. Heitan Akira had also noticed. Indeed, the power of that punch is terrifying, but it's meaningless if it doesn't hit. As the spirit beast's fist rose, thick smoke obscured their view. Finally, when the smoke cleared, it panicked and peered into the deep crater on the ground but saw no one. Itsuki's voice rang out from behind, over here. It hurriedly turned around almost instinctively. A piercing leg ball had shot straight over the spirit beast's head. It was Itsuki who had launched the surprise rear assault to deliver this strike. Its colossal body crashed heavily to the ground. System notice, defeated Purgatory Colossus level 15. Piercing leg ball flight speed increased by 200%. Piercing leg ball flight speed, 13 ms flight speed increase value, 1300%. Elapsed time 12 seconds, rewards 10,000 points. Saoryu teased Ageha, it's rare to see you so worked up. She awkwardly dodged, I'm just praying for everyone's safety. Listen, if a young person who bears humanity's future dies, that would be a tremendous loss for us. His family would be devastated. I just want everyone to be safe, that's all. I certainly don't think Itsuki looks cool defeating the Purgatory Colossi or anything. Because Itsuki would react the same way, don't get the wrong idea. It's not like that. Saoryu reminded her, Ageha, you're more talkative than the last time we met. Nento was left speechless at the remark about his daughter. Saoryu turned to ask Heitan Akira, by the way, how did you know Itsuki could dodge that attack? Heitan Akira replied, that brat, his speed isn't that different from the Purgatory Colossus. But when electricity runs through his body, his speed increases significantly. When that happens, the Purgatory Colossus can't land a hit on him. He was curious. He's succeeded in defeating two, but there were some pretty dangerous moments. With his current points, he's guaranteed first place. If it were me, I'd stop here. But Itsuki had a goal. If he wanted to surpass Kazunari Satsumi, the strongest in humanity, he had to keep attacking. I can't rest for even a second. System update on the spirit beasts attacking Itsuki. Nightmare Stage 3, Purgatory Colossus level 15, 3 of them. Kill points, 15,000. As usual, he activated piercing leg ball, decapitating one. Itsuki counted silently, 1 down. Heitan Akira praised, he chose to continue. He's exactly the kind of person I picked. Saoryu Fujiwara suddenly remembered, come to think of it, he went straight to stage 3. He added, so did you. He compared, even for you, the one with the strongest body, stage 3 was the limit. I wonder how Itsuki will handle it. Inside, Itsuki was facing the ferocious spirit beast. Its fist reached out to grab him, but Itsuki shot away. He was currently teleporting to its crown. I'll boost speed with Thunder Calamity and close the distance as I jump behind it. As the piercing leg ball shot down, Itsuki counted, that's the second one. System update, defeated Purgatory Colossus level 15. Piercing leg ball flight speed increased by 200%. Piercing leg ball flight speed, 17 ms flight speed increase value, 1700%. Itsuki considered how to handle the next spirit beast, the third one is. He was currently inside its mouth, sharp jaws were poised to bite down. The spirit beast's mouth clamped shut with no gap. But its head was suddenly gone in an instant. Itsuki inside was calculating, let's see, I'll gut you out, activate Lotus Fury at full power. The spirit beast's mouth began to emit flames. Firepower erupted from within and its body exploded into fragments. System notice, defeated Purgatory Colossus level 15 with Lotus Fury. Overall skill range increased by 1%, now plus 1101%. Elapsed time 13 seconds, received 15,000 points. Saoryu Fujiwara couldn't believe his eyes, that is. That skill that blew away many contestants in Stage 1. Itsuki thought to himself when he saw the notification, mana cap over 310. My mana has completely bottomed out, but as long as these calamity spirit beasts keep appearing, the passive effect of mana resonance will replenish my mana. System display, mana resonance level 1, passive effect, when detecting one enemy unit, recover 10% mana. Facing Itsuki were the high-level spirit beasts, Nightmare Stage 4, Purgatory Colossus level 15, 4 of them. Kill points 20,000. Current mana 124,310. Detected 4 enemy units, recovered 40% mana. Saoryu Fujiwara commented, Stage 4 has begun. If he clears this, he'll surpass the you of the past. Heitan Akira admitted, that's right, only Kazunari has passed Stage 4, no one else has. I'm curious how far this brat can go. Inside the qualifier, he was tumbling to dodge the spirit beast's attacks. Each time the piercing leg ball's flight speed increased, Itsuki discerned a pattern. The hit rate also rose. At this rate, if I speed the flight up a bit more, I can hit them without closing in. My mana is limited. I must not waste a single piercing leg ball. These spirit beasts were linked to each other by chains. He frowned when he noticed this, chains. The other spirit beast tilted its head and pulled the chain, meaning the piercing leg ball just thrown at the other one's head had missed. Its hand shot out toward Itsuki and grabbed him. When he was grabbed, he thought to himself, no, I can't find any foothold in this position. The spirit beast's hand tightened, intent on crushing Itsuki to death. Bones inside him were squeezed, causing him to cough blood from the pain. The joints showed cracks. When finished, it flung Itsuki far away. He was covered in blood, collapsing heavily to the ground. Saoryu Fujiwara worried, Akira, go help him now. He was astonished, unable to believe it. Is that it? Heitan Akira recalled his own appearance back then. It was like how I was before. Just as I was about to step in, I'll go rescue him, Nento once again intervened. Wait. He was utterly confident. Itsuki hasn't given up yet. Saoryu Fujiwara spoke up indignantly. Nento, this is not the time to be discussing whether he gave up or not. Ageha chimed in. Exactly, if we don't intervene, Itsuki will die. Heitan Akira added, he's in a desperate situation already. Nento stood calmly amid everyone's criticism, but I know he still has an ace up his sleeve. Saoryu Fujiwara astonished, an ace up his sleeve, how do you know that? He emphasized, that's not the look of someone who's accepted their fate. Itsuki wouldn't give up so easily. To kill it, I've trained myself in every possible way. System display, activated super simulation, continuing analysis. He recalled that during the fight with Kinoshita Ryoji, super simulation had begun analyzing his skill, but he chose to cancel it at the last moment. Analysis progress, 99%. The analysis was cancelled to be ready for situations like this. When the progress reached 100%, the system notified, Skill B rank analysis complete Thunder Blast Susaku. Acquired Thunder Break rank 2. Ageha cheered excitedly. Look, that lotus blade. Saoryu Fujiwara, seeing this for the first time, was curious. That's one of his skills too, but what good does that lotus blade do in this situation? Heitan Akira glanced at her suspiciously. Ageha is so thrilled. Does the girl know something? Itsuki's notification updated. Thunder Break rank 2 active effect. Can absorb lightning-type attacks of B rank or lower into the body. When releasing absorbed lightning energy, self-speed increases by 100%. Absorption capacity 0.5. Passive effect, each time a B rank lightning attack is absorbed, self-speed increases by 10%. Currently plus 15%. His hand was covered in black armor. He clenched his fist and began absorbing power. System notice, acquired Thunder Break rank 2, all stats plus 20, removed all negative effects and fully recovered wounds. The spirit beast's punch was blocked by that lotus blossom. Itsuki had no time to toy with it. Warm-up's done, from now on I'll go all out. His stats refreshed, attack 330 plus 20 speed, 330 plus 20 defense, 330 plus 20 mana, 330 plus 20 total, 1320 plus 80. Saoryu Fujiwara was stunned. He was nearly killed but recovered fully in seconds. That recovery power is even beyond a healing merchant. After that huge area skill, just how many overpowered abilities does he have? As the piercing leg ball flew over its head, the system notified, defeated Purgatory Colossus level 15. Piercing leg ball flight speed increased by 200%. When the next one was defeated, the same notification repeated. System display successfully cleared Nightmare Stage 4, elapsed time 31 seconds, kill points 20,000. Watching their bodies fall behind Itsuki, he felt confident in his current power. No matter how many Purgatory Colossi appear, I'll still win. Itsuki launched into the Colossus sweep. System notice, defeated Purgatory Colossus level 15. Piercing leg ball flight speed increased by 200%. The next piercing leg ball flew over the Colossus. Piercing leg ball flight speed, 27 ms increase value, 2700%. The next one was pierced through the chest, successfully cleared Nightmare Stage 5, elapsed time 57 seconds, kill points 25,000. The following one was split from below upward, successfully cleared Nightmare Stage 6, elapsed time 1 minute 34 seconds, kill points 30,000. The spectacle was enough to frighten those watching on the screens. Seeing the piled colossi stacked high, someone couldn't help exclaiming, "This place is devastated." I'm starting to wonder who's the real monster here, Itsuki or the Purgatory Colossi. Itsuki noticed, where's the next stage? Hey, aren't any more Purgatory Colossi appearing? Saoryu Fujiwara hadn't recovered his composure. Unbelievable, I can't believe what I'm seeing. He pressed the red control button at his side. Then spoke into the announcement mic, "Itsuki, it's over. You've defeated all the Purgatory Colossi we prepared." Looking at the piled corpses forming a small mountain, Saoryu Fujiwara repeated, "You defeated all the Purgatory Colossi we prepared." Itsuki couldn't believe it. Did I really kill them all? Isn't there supposed to be no limit to the difficulty? He walked over the heap of colossi corpses. I don't remember how many I killed or how many points I earned. Since I've reached the limit, the gap with Kazunari Satsumi might not be that large. Besides, I also achieved another goal by increasing the piercing leg ball's flight speed. System notice, you have defeated 11 Purgatory Colossi level 15. Piercing leg ball flight speed increased by 1100%. Piercing leg ball flight speed, 38 ms increase value, 3800%. Itsuki compared, 38 ms is faster than a regular car. Suddenly strange streams of energy appeared behind him. Itsuki quickly glanced back, highly alert. Seeing no danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. I thought there was another one. Right, I completely forgot. Because I can't level up, the experience from the slain spirit beasts here will turn into karma stones. Behind him lay a giant karma stone as big as a person. Saoryu Fujiwara was startled. That's a karma stone? Why did it appear in the testing area? If it's blue, it contains at least 10,000 experience points. Nento revealed, Itsuki can't absorb experience points, so any drops will turn into karma stones like that. Akira realized, I thought the fixed level was because he was hiding his stats, but it turns out he truly can't level up. Saoryu Fujiwara understood. If Itsuki teamed up with someone and entered a dungeon, that teammate could absorb all the experience. Good thing the kid is human. If he were a spirit beast, I can't imagine it. He collected the karma stone, and it shrank into a palm-sized form. Itsuki approached the gate. I've done what needed to be done. Let's get out. The heavy gate slowly opened. Saoryu Fujiwara cried out joyfully, he's out. As Itsuki stepped out, the system displayed, Itsuki has completed qualifying round 2. Points earned 106,600. Elapsed time 3 minutes 55 seconds. Rank 1. He stepped up to him and offered, Itsuki, I've watched your performance. You truly have potential. Want to join me? I'll make sure to recommend a suitable mentor for you. Itsuki refused without hesitation. I appreciate the offer, but I already have a master, so I don't need one. Saoryu Fujiwara asked skeptically, You don't understand? Having a master, so what? No ordinary person can guide a young talent like you. Following me would be much better. I have connections and resources. Akira reminded him, They said he doesn't need it. Forcing it will make you disliked. He stubbornly replied, Do you think I'll give up that easily? Are you going to let someone else ruin Itsuki's talent? Itsuki had an impression of him. Back then he dealt with Kinishida's underlings. Akira said casually, Don't worry about that. I only dealt with the rule breakers. Besides, he's a disciple of Nento, so there's no reason to persuade him further. Isn't that right? Saoryu Fujiwara astonished. What did you say? Whose disciple? Itsuki politely said to him, Thank you for earlier. He still couldn't believe his ears. Itsuki is Nento's disciple. Nento at the back confirmed for him, Yeah, that's right. He was stunned. It turned out the suddenly appearing monster was Nento's disciple. Itsuki finally had time to greet Nento, Master. He was very pleased with today's performance. Well done, I observed your display closely. You're not injured anywhere, are you? If you are, I'll have Ajaha heal you. Ajaha snapped irritably. He was even planning to attempt stage 7. You'd better not bring any wounds back here. Itsuki explained, I'm not injured, but I'm low on stamina. A short rest and I'll be fine. Saoryu Fujiwara had regained his composure. If he's Nento's disciple, that makes sense. Another of his disciples also swept away the calamity spirit beasts we prepared. Do you know who that was? Kazunari Satsumi also reached stage 6. Saoryu Fujiwara denied it. No. At that time stage 4 was the highest, so we later raised it to stage 6. But if that's still not enough, we'll have to raise it to stage 8. He calmly instructed, sit down and watch with the other candidates. Round 2 is just beginning. Inside the qualifiers, Rimuru was reaching the final node with progress at 100%. He was shaking from exhaustion while fighting the Thunder Tesh. I can't lift my arm anymore. Nightmare Tear seems out of reach. System notice, Horino Rimuru completed challenge stage 2. Elapsed time, 17 minutes 17 seconds. Points earned, 1600. Seo was also drained, node progress 100%. She wearily lifted the Thunder Tesh encased in water. I don't have a high damage skill, so I'm just trying to suffocate it by sealing it in a watertight sphere. But this takes too long and my mana is nearly gone. The next difficulty is impossible. When her energy ran out, system notice, Seo completed challenge stage 2. Elapsed time, 19 minutes 1 second. Points earned, 1600. Itsuki was surprised. Rimuru and Seo gave up at the node. I thought they could continue. Saoryu reminded him, don't assume everyone is as strong as you. Most candidates can't even pass the normal tier. Those two defeated the Thunder Tesh so quickly, they'll definitely be in the top 10. He wondered they should have failed already, so why haven't they left, he replied. Unless seriously injured or under special circumstances, you can't leave the testing area. However, you're an exception. Haitna Kira watched the screen with interest. It seems another candidate has advanced to Nightmare tier. He predicted, with his rare ritual implement, Gakuge will probably defeat at least one Purgatory Colossus. Shin Akagami the Summoner has also come this far. Quite impressive. When Shin's Colossus was about to attack her, it suddenly froze. For a moment, Shin's cat pulled another Colossus, redirecting it toward the one that was attacking her. They ended up slaughtering each other. Itsuki asked suspiciously, can summoners change form? Can Ajaha's bitch deep do that? Ajaha denied it. No, this is the first time I've seen one with shapeshifting ability. Summoners come in many varieties, their powers are full of mysteries. Be especially careful if you encounter any summoner from now on. He thought of the Death Hound. Up close the summoner seems quite strong. I've been ignoring the Death Hound I stole from Charles all this time. From now on I'll funnel all experience drops to it. He thought to himself, Seo and Rimuru have given up. No need to stay here any longer, let's go. But Itsuki had to change his mind when he saw that Iberia's battle was not over yet. Looking at the mysterious armor, Itsuki was surprised. Iberia, what's that armor from your father? He thought, this is the strongest spirit-using implement that old man made for me. The system displayed the info, Dragon Armor Rank X Spirit User Attack Speed plus 100, Spirit User Effect, after 1 minute equipped attack and speed plus 20, maximum stacking limit 15 minutes. Iberia understood, this implement has a spirit mind and chooses its owner. I had to get into a lot of trouble to obtain it. It grants plus 20 attack and speed each minute equipped, but wearing it for more than 15 minutes incurs insane penalties. Must resolve it within 15 minutes. Notification displayed. Stats increased currently. Attack plus 120, speed plus 120. He guessed, the earlier notice about conquering Nightmare tier must mean Itsuki-san had to work harder so as not to hold him back. His victory bolstered Iberia's strength. He dashed at the Colossus. Iberia stomped on its face with 1 foot. He was determined not to let Itsuki lose face. After all, we're Team E. Someone outside saw that and smiled, saying, he's going all out, huh? A mechanical announcement sounded, round 2 has ended. Saoryu Fujiwara declared, only the top 10 scorers will advance to the national tournament finals. Additionally, the top 2 will receive special prizes at the finals. Gakuge collapsed to the ground to rest, supremely confident. Apart from Kana, no one has more points than me. That special prize is definitely mine. Saoryu Fujiwara reminded them, now we'll announce the top 10. The information board displayed, number 1, Itsuki with 3 minutes 55 seconds, total points over 100,000. Second, Kana with 23 minutes 43 seconds, nearly 17,000 points. Third, Gakuge with 24 minutes 15 seconds, total nearly 7,000 points. Fourth, Iberia with 27 minutes 59 seconds, total equal to Gakuge. Then in order, Shin Akagami, Rimuru, and Seo. The others were stunned. Over 100,000 points. Even Lantern Guy only has around 60,000. With that score, he could easily be national champion, right? Each Purgatory Colossus must be 5,000 points. How many did he kill to get 100,000 points? Gakuge was shocked reading the rankings. What, I'm third, who is this Itsuki guy, never heard of him? Kana exclaimed, Itsuki, I really want to duel him. Seo said sadly, the gap with Itsuki is so big, I guess I'm not suited for melee professions. Saoryu Fujiwara joyfully shouted, regional qualifiers are over, the national rankings are set. Itsuki leads in first place far ahead of second by 65,000 points. Ageha glanced at masked Nento with regret. I can't see his expression, but I can feel Dad must be very proud. The new sun of humanity was shining ever brighter. Iberia was very happy to hear the news. Over 100,000 points, I knew Itsuki would be first. But I put on a performance worthy of Team E, beside him lay the corpse of a colossus. Itsuki stepped forward to praise him. Yeah, you did well, you really surprised me. Iberia's eyes began to swim, but he still smiled and replied, right. At the arena, Saoryu Fujiwara officially announced, the preliminary rounds of the 21st National Alliance Salvation Tournament have concluded. Itsuki carried the unconscious Iberia out of the qualifiers. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room at the southern continent's First Army, an old man sat motionless with his eyes closed. Kaori, not very pleased, asked, we were dragged out here at dawn just to watch an old man meditate. The person beside her cautioned carefully, that's the supreme commander of the southern continent. He has the ability to foresee the future, he's a prophet. The person they were waiting for was the southern continent supreme commander, Balger. Kaori asked, puzzled, then why is the barrier always erected before the announcement is made? If he can truly foresee the future, tell us where the points will fall before it happens. He explained, Elder Balger can only predict a small portion of the future, but he is still a figure of humanity's stature, the only one who can stand on equal footing with the supreme commander of the northern continent, Nento. Suddenly Balger's eyes flew open, sweat pouring down his aged face like rain. He shouted, it's him, because his prophecy was 100% accurate. Balger collapsed, muttering, the northern continent. Two disciples stepped forward to support him. Elder Balger, are you all right? Balger croaked. The northern continent is in danger. The old man cried out in terror. A massive assault of spirit beasts is about to land on the northern continent, including several above level 100. Night fell and outside all was peaceful. He checked his stats. Finally, his total had surpassed 1,500. Information updated. Itsuki, humanity rank unfixed profession, exterminator of one's talent, nirvana special grade skills, super simulation rank Z, thunder break, thunder calamity level 2, dark ice cloak level 2, lotus fury level 2, piercing leg ball level 2, mana sensory level 1, summon devour level 1 stats. Attack 330, speed 380, 35% boost from thunder calamity, defense 462, 40% boost from dark ice cloak, mana 330 total 1502. Itsuki recalled, he heard that each level grants 50 stat points. System reminder, level up, receive 50 stat points, decide where to allocate them. He calculated, 1500 is probably around level 30 for a normal awakened. Speed and defense can be increased indefinitely via skill passives. An update notification appeared, speed plus 10%, defense plus 10%. Itsuki thought of mana. His mana also regenerates infinitely thanks to mana sensory, but attack is the only stat with no way to increase. There's simply no method. A voice called from behind, dinner's ready. He turned to look. Rimuru, wearing an apron, called to him, Itsuki, I cooked lots of dishes you like. Seo stood beside him. He felt quietly happy. This is enough for now. Super simulation might grant a skill that boosts attack stats later. They gathered around the lavish meal, Nento sitting at the head of the table. Itsuki sighed, it's been a long time since I ate Rimuru's home cooking. Itsuki glanced around, where's Iberia, still sleeping? Ageha reported, I've been treating him since earlier and all wounds have vanished. But he seems to have exhausted himself completely, so he's still fast asleep. Rimuru added, still I'm amazed. Nightmare tier that even Seo and I couldn't pass, yet someone rank like him could conquer it. Seo snorted, he's mistaken. My cooking is so good it moved him to make a sound, she reminded. A figure with a gloomy air appeared behind him. Rimuru turned around, is something behind me? He saw the person ravenous with hunger, food, give me food. Rimuru jolted back in his seat, terrified. Seeing Iberia eating like a starving tiger, he stood with hands on hips scolding, "You scared me to death. Sneaking up like that gave me a heart attack. And why are you eating in someone else's seat?" He finished a big bowl of rice, still scowling. Rimuru was startled a second time. "What's wrong? Are you mad at me or something?" He looked like a child licking his lips happily and said, "So good." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Back to normal, huh? You should be grateful for my cooking skills." Iberia beamed and asked, "You cooked this, why don't you quit being an awakened and become a chef? You're better at cooking." At that, Rimuru snapped, "Is that supposed to be a compliment?" Nento suddenly spoke, "You two also want to become saviors, right? Then I want to ask you something." He posed a question to the two of them, "What is the most terrifying thing?" Rimuru stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The scariest thing is probably what's opposite to what I expect. My dream is to become a savior, save up a lot of money, travel the world while I'm young, and enjoy delicious food. The opposite would be aging. Once you grow old, you won't have the energy to travel, and your sense of taste might even worsen to the point you can no longer distinguish different flavors." He shook his head vigorously, grimacing, "Just thinking about it gives me the chills." Nento turned his attention to Seo. "How about you?" she recounted. "Me, I was born into a family of doctors and raised in a hospital. In my memories, since I was little, I've seen many people go through illnesses, from minor to severe. Some patients died right in front of me." She continued, "It became an obsession for me, so even a simple cold or fever now terrifies me." Itsuki understood the reason, so that's why she ran away the other day. "Just because I sneezed a little." He recalled her actions and frightened expression from that day. Nento spoke, "Awakened people live about twice as long as normal people and almost never get sick. You could say goodbye to the things you feared." Iberia panicked when he noticed Nento glance at him. "Me." He hesitated. "What I used to fear most was not being able to pass the preliminaries. Now I'm afraid I won't be able to stand alongside Itsuki anymore." Iberia asked curiously, "Itsuki, what's your greatest fear?" Itsuki replied, "Why are you suddenly asking me that?" Seo looked at him thinking, I wonder if he has any fears. On his side they urged, "Come on, say it, you're not fearless, are you?" Rimuru was curious. He couldn't imagine what Itsuki could possibly be afraid of. Itsuki opened up. "After my parents died, I genuinely worried about how I would continue living. Powerless, angry, sad, starving. My body was possessed by those negative emotions until Seo and Rimuru appeared before me. They came over to check on the little boy Itsuki. Why are you sitting here crying by yourself? The sky's so beautiful, it's a shame to keep looking down." Seo sat down and asked, "Do you have a cold? Should we go to the hospital?" Rimuru held out a lunchbox. "Eat something and all your worries will vanish." Itsuki said, moved. "The warmth I received from those two pulled me out of that negative world. After that I met my master, Ajiha, and also Iberia." Like gaining teammates, everyone present here looked at Itsuki gently. He compared it, "Or like my family used to be. This feeling of security is something I haven't felt in a long time. Sometimes I wish this moment could last forever more than anything. I've always been afraid of having to live alone." Ajiha blushed, thinking to himself, "Itsuki's current atmosphere, it's so calm and peaceful. It's completely different from the hair-raising feeling before." Iberia hugged him emotionally. "Itsuki, I will absolutely never leave you." Itsuki denied it. "No, that's not what I meant." Nento explained, "The reason I asked is to confirm that when you two become saviors and face real danger, you won't regret choosing this path. For a savior, regret is the one thing you must never allow to happen. Remember this well, a death without regret is the goal of every savior." They replied in unison, "Yes, I'll engrave that in my heart." He stood up, left a remark, and departed. "Then finish your meal quickly and go rest. Seo and Rimuru must return to North Sector B tomorrow." The next morning they saw their two friends off. Iberia waved, "Next time treat me to your home cooking." Rimuru agreed at once, "Sure, leave it to me, just don't cause trouble for Itsuki." Seo waved goodbye, "Then I'll see you at the national tournament." Seeing him sobbing beside them, Itsuki asked curiously, "Since when did you and Rimuru become so close?" Nento turned and urged, "Let's head back too." He suddenly thought, "Oh right, there's something I wanted to ask Seo, maybe I can ask during the national tournament." Seeing someone running from afar, Itsuki was surprised. "Ajiha. Why does she look so rushed?" Nento asked, "What's the matter?" She panted, quickly reporting, "There's a top-secret report from the southern continent." He had a bad premonition. "What report?" Ajiha couldn't speak here. This classified information has a very high security level. It can only be disclosed to saviors above level 50 and continental commanders. Nento permitted, it's fine, go ahead and say it, telling these two is okay, continue. Ageha went straight to the point. A new prophecy was just issued by the southern continent's commander, Elder Balger. It seems a large-scale attack by the Calamity Spirit beasts will occur on the northern continent within 3 days. Itsuki was shocked. Elder Balger, is that prophecy reliable? According to Iberia, Elder Balger is the most renowned seer across all 5 continents. His prophecies are almost certain futures. Ageha suggested, Father should leave the northern continent quickly. He speculated, there must be some reason the Calamity Spirit beasts launch such a large attack. Very likely their target this time is me, the northern continent's commander. So if I stay here, I'll certainly be an ideal bait. Ageha disagreed. Father was never a combat specialist to begin with. If he is known to be a target, there's no reason to stay and take that risk. For now, evacuate to the central continent. Itsuki agreed. I also agree with Ageha. If you're short-handed, I'll stay and fight. He refused to listen to counsel. I've decided no more discussion. Itsuki, I need you for another task. He shifted the topic. What about protecting Master? Nothing is more important than that. Nento mentioned Iberia's father. Aiden is the finest armorer across the 5 continents. It would be terrible if something happened to him. I want you and Iberia to take responsibility for protecting Aiden. I'll also send Awakened from here to support you. Iberia was surprised. They're deploying special combat forces just because of my old man, he reacted similarly. Is Master being pulled out of the battlefield? Seeing his children unhappy, Nento reminded Ageha, I also have 3 requests for you. He issued a series of orders. First, inform the residents of the northern continent about the upcoming attack and require Awakened below level 50 to evacuate civilians to safety. Next, notify all Awakened in the northern continent above level 50 and require them to be ready to confront the Calamity Spirit beasts at any time. Finally, summon Height Akira here. In this sparsely populated North Sector 1, we won't have to worry about civilian casualties during the fighting. Here, we will engage them directly. The next day, Ageha reported progress. Father, I've arranged everything as instructed. Height Akira should arrive soon. Nento felt uneasy. I apologize for the trouble. Ageha was saddened and didn't want to speak. He read her mood. Are you worried? Even with experienced guards around Aiden, in that case I'll simply wipe out the small fry and lure the boss out. Ageha admitted, you're right, Father, you saw through everything. He revealed, a prophecy says a calamity beast of level 100 or higher will appear this time. Exposing our trump card is unavoidable. The reason I specifically sent Itsuki there is that with Itsuki's abilities, if he joins the fight against such a calamity spirit beast, she understood the implication, he would fight in his own style. His abilities would be revealed to them and they'd act to eliminate Itsuki at all costs. Ageha, I understand, so to prevent that from happening. Nento added, yes, but there's another reason. Looking at his battles so far, it seems Itsuki lacks offensive power. There's a rumor that Aiden possesses a device that increases offensive strength. If he can absorb that device, from attack and defense to magic. Nento predicted, a perfect awakened one who possesses everything will be born. Day 1 of the prophecy, 8:00 p.m. in every district of the northern continent, the curtain rose on the attack as stone pillars rained down like precipitation. North Sector B, Itsuki increased his running speed and asked Iberia, who was close behind. It's 8:00 p.m. already. How far until we reach your house? He estimated. About 100 kilometers more, I guess. He urged, it wouldn't be surprising if a spirit beast attacks suddenly. We must hurry to Iberia's father. He pointed in alarm to one direction. Itsuki, look. His steps stopped. It was a black cloud covering the sky from which torrents of fire struck down. Iberia shouted, stone pillars, the attack has begun and the pillars are falling into the urban area. They could only stare as the pillars smashed into the high-rise buildings. Itsuki thought tensely. The report was only just released, so civilians are probably still evacuating. If spirit beasts arrive at a time like this, the city will be in panic and heavy casualties are unavoidable. A spirit beast was coming, everyone run. Stone pillars, just as Elder Balger predicted. Damn, it came too early. Iberia was anxious. Barriers are forming. If we abandon the civilians here, there will be many casualties, but if we go help, we'll interfere with the mission. He considered, Iberia must be exhausted after the long journey, yet he hasn't asked to rest even once. He must be worried about his father. If I suggest rescuing civilians, he'll surely refuse. Yet Iberia requested, Itsuki, go support them. The spirit beasts inside the barrier are at least level 20. Without high-level awakened there will be many deaths. He agreed, understood, change of plans, will eliminate the spirit beasts inside the city first. In the city, the giant foot of a spirit beast stamped down, roaring. It was a flame warden, level 21, its whole body blazing with fire. Yama opposite motivated everyone, 3 level 15s and 1 level 16, it'll be tough. But against a level 20 spirit beast, we still have a chance to win. He had a C-rank skill stone shield. Yama had to calm down and direct, don't break formation, I'll block its attack. As its fire strike approached, he shouted, everyone find an opening and counterattack. One of its punches sent Yama flying backward. The impact cracked the wall behind him. Yama murmured, impossible. The team fell into despair. Even him, the one with the highest defense stat among us, was killed instantly, so we certainly have no chance. Someone panicked, what should we do? Some began to flee, what do you mean what to do, run, fighting that thing is suicide. A teammate shouted, hey, watch out. Namkai sneered coldly, you'd better look after yourselves. Only now did he feel the danger looming behind him. Namkai lunged toward it while pleading, please, I'll do anything, don't kill me. He had a C-rank skill water cannon. Namkai looked at the crater in front of him and thought, since when has that thing been behind me? That's why I blurted out those pathetic words. But this is the end now. After all, I'm a water elementalist, the natural enemy of fire-attributed calamity beasts. The others crept forward to check. Did he really succeed? To be sure, I'll finish it off. Namkai stopped them, don't interfere, I'll defeat the spirit beast by myself, I must be the one to finish it. The spirit beast revived, flames blazing all over its body. He turned to his comrades in panic and urged, it's revived, kill it now. Seeing the wall of fire rushing in, they felt their end had come. What is that giant flame? We're done for. At the critical moment, Itsuki appeared and used the dark ice cloak to form a shield that blocked the blaze. Iberia stood behind him and announced, leave this area to Team E. Itsuki ordered, Iberia, don't worry, I'll handle this one, you evacuate the civilians. Iberia smiled brightly and replied, understood. The system displayed, Dark Ice Cloak, defense plus 10% for blocking a B-rank fire elemental skill with Dark Ice Cloak. Those present murmured, blocking a giant fire that easily. Are those two saviors? Itsuki answered, we're not saviors yet, but one day I'll become a savior stronger than Kazunari. Namkai sneered, a savior stronger than Kazunari, what arrogant kid talk. Iberia criticized, what the hell are you doing letting a kid save people? Namkai snapped back, no one's helping, I was going to take it down myself anyway. The onlooker was shocked, not a savior, can an ordinary awakened really face that spirit beast? Is the ice armor surrounding him some kind of device? Itsuki remembered, his master had told him something before they left. Nento reminded him, the black orb you unleash is devastating but takes time to chant, and compared to truly powerful calamity beasts, its projectile speed isn't fast. If you miss on the first strike, they'll be on guard and it'll be even harder to hit. So try to avoid using that move in future battles. Keep it as a trump card for truly critical moments. Listen carefully, only use that black orb when you're confident you can defeat the opponent. He assessed the situation, I can't use the piercing leg ball in front of a crowd. The group behind kept whispering, the rescuer is an awakened, his armor looks so cool. He's a high-level awakened. Itsuki charged in preparing for close combat. If so, I'll have to defeat it by force. Electricity crackled around Itsuki's fist. System update activated Thunder Calamity. He teleported toward its head. And the entire spirit beast was sent flying backward. It crashed to the ground, struggling to get back up. How could Itsuki give it a chance? His body swelled huge under the dark ice cloak. He leapt down from above onto the spirit beast's head. The stomp made the ground tremble, the shockwave spreading outward. Witnesses doubted their senses. The spirit beast is being completely driven back. Wasn't it supposed to be very strong? Someone guessed. I saw that awaken's face. He looks at most 18. The spirit beast must have been badly wounded already. Someone broke into a cold sweat. Are you kidding me? A level 21 flame warden couldn't even fight back. What kind of freak is this boy? Seeing Itsuki's form gone from ahead, he wondered, where did that boy go? Someone behind recounted, right after defeating the spirit beast, he went off somewhere with that blonde-haired guy. Namkai stepped forward to take credit. A rank 0 like him could do that because I had already drained the flame warden's blood to its limit. His companion gaped. Even I, a level 15, visually track that speed or have the strength to knock a flame warden away with bare hands. That rank 0, he could be compared to a level 30. Itsuki was still not satisfied with the display. Even for a spirit beast of that level, an instant kill shouldn't be possible. This isn't right. I must find a way to raise my offensive power at all costs. System updated stats. Attack, 330 speed, 760 due to activating Thunder Calamity, defense, 495 plus 50% from activating Dark Ice Cloak mana, recovers 10% mana when detecting an enemy unit. Day 1, 10:30 p.m. Iberia sprinted after Itsuki, excitedly exclaiming, "Amazing, Itsuki-san, your speed just now, my eyes couldn't even keep up." Itsuki tersely replied, "Even if you're fast, it's meaningless without strength." They stopped in a safe spot. Iberia, panting, hesitantly said, "I never thought about that before." "If you want to increase your power, there's an effective way," Iberia said. Hearing that, Itsuki asked curiously, "An effective way?" Iberia asserted confidently, "My old man's warehouse is full of devices. There's bound to be something that boosts attack power. You're strong, Itsuki-san, and you're Izumi Nento's student, so he'll surely be happy to give you one." Saying that, he couldn't help daydreaming, chuckling lecherously, just imagining Itsuki-san equipped with a device. Itsuki shivered and asked, "What's with that creepy laugh? What the hell are you imagining?" Iberia promisingly said, "Let's get out of here. Once we're home, I'll ask my old man to prepare a suitable device for you." Itsuki, slightly distracted, pondered, "I thought I was restraining my speed on the way here, but even so, with Iberia's speed, keeping up was probably all he could manage." With that thought, he suddenly came over and lifted Iberia horizontally. Iberia startled and cried out, "Itsuki-san, what are you doing?" Itsuki replied calmly, "If you're tired, don't force yourself. At this rate, even if you run into a spirit beast, you won't have the strength to fight." Without further ado, he carried Iberia and jumped up. Iberia, dazed, protested, "I'm not ready yet." He was too fast. Itsuki didn't slow his pace, casually saying, "We've delayed enough, hang on." Prophecy Day 1, 11:05 p.m. Under a clear moon and cool breeze, deep in the forest stood a wooden house. Before long, Itsuki and Iberia arrived. Iberia stretched and complained nonstop, "Finally here. I thought my arms were about to fall off." Itsuki inspected the house for a moment and then asked Iberia, "Why do you live so deep in the forest? It would be safer in the city." He answered confidently, "He said the city is too noisy to concentrate on crafting." "Don't be deceived by the shabby wooden exterior. The defense system here is no joke. My old man set dozens of traps around the house." Hearing that, Itsuki realized inwardly, "I understand now. No wonder I sensed faint mana fluctuations." He quietly activated mana sensing. Iberia led the way, loudly assuring him, "Don't worry, if you follow me you won't trigger the traps, just stick close." Itsuki didn't say it aloud but thought, "I don't need you. I can avoid them with mana sensing." As Iberia strolled ahead, Itsuki hesitated to warn him, "Hey, over there," but Iberia didn't notice. He inwardly preened, thinking, "Finally I'm leading the way." Hidden beneath the leaves on the ground was a small switch. Iberia, unguarded, accidentally stepped on it. Realizing he'd triggered a trap, he panicked and shouted, "I'm dead, I got too excited and forgot there are traps here." Itsuki, helpless, couldn't believe it and asked, "Is this really your house?" The ground began to shake violently. Iberia cursed loudly, "Oh no, this is the most annoying trap." At that moment, Itsuki also noticed, remembering that the mana tremors were growing stronger. A humanoid device emerged from the ground. An epic iron golem, attack 500, speed 300, defense 500, mana 200. Seeing it, Itsuki couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "He even has a humanoid device." At that moment, the iron golem unleashed a powerful punch toward Iberia before Iberia could regain his senses to counterattack. Itsuki quickly moved in to shove him out of the way, confronting the iron golem head-on. He delivered a strong punch, blocking its blow. But he couldn't hold out long. He was knocked far back and had to scrape along the ground to stay upright. He inwardly lamented that even a device had greater attack power than him. Since it's meant to protect Iberia's father, he couldn't destroy it with the piercing leg ball. This is troublesome. Tense, Itsuki turned to ask Iberia, "Iberia, is there any way to stop it?" Iberia quickly coordinated, "Aim for the mana core on its chest. That's its power source. If you destroy that, it won't be able to move." Hearing this, Itsuki looked at the iron golem and immediately spotted the mana core he mentioned. Wasting no time, Itsuki activated Thunder Calamity. His body was instantly surrounded by flickering bolts of electricity. He said confidently, "If you know the weak point, this is easy. Even if I'm weaker, I'm faster." With that, he suddenly struck the iron golem with a powerful surge of lightning. As it repeatedly slammed its iron hand down to attack him, he easily dodged cleanly. while the iron golem was fixated on attacking with no defense at all. Itsuki nimbly ran behind it to disrupt its reflexes, then seized the moment to remove the mana core from its chest. The iron golem lost its power source and, as expected, became immobile. As Itsuki breathed a sigh of relief and held the core up, asking Iberia, "That should do it, right?" A shadow appeared behind him, eyes glowing red, raising a blade to strike. Iberia immediately shouted to stop him, "Wait, Yusuke-san." Sensing something wrong, Itsuki turned his head, and the sword was already coming down. The man halted his swing just in time when he heard Iberia. Itsuki looked at the blade nearly touching his face and worriedly wondered when the man had appeared. Bokudo Yusuke now spoke properly to explain, "Iberia, I thought some bandits were sneaking in." Itsuki kept staring at him thinking, I didn't sense any mana tremor while being targeted. Bokudo looked back and asked, "Who is this?" Seeing Bokudo sheath his sword in an instant surprised Itsuki again. He thought the sword disappeared. Iberia then stepped in front of Itsuki, smiling as he introduced Bokudo. "This is my friend Tenma Itsuki. He's rank 0 but very strong. We're a team called." Before Iberia could finish, Itsuki lightly placed a hand on his shoulder and asked directly, "More importantly, where's your father?" Hearing that, Iberia asked Bokudo, "Right, where's my old man?" Bokudo honestly answered, unaware someone was approaching, "The master is behind you, but be careful." It seemed the man wasn't in a good mood. Aiden approached with a scowl, making no sound. Seeing him, Iberia immediately boasted, "Dad, listen, I passed the preliminaries." He then reminded him of their prior agreement. "I even cleared the nightmare tier and ranked 4th regionally. As you promised, let me pick a device freely." Then Aiden suddenly, without a word, slapped Iberia hard. He choked up with anger, eyes teary, clutching his face and sulkily asking, "Hey, why did you hit me, Dad?" Aiden was furious, face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted an order, "Hand over the Drake armor, you stole it, didn't you?" Iberia stubbornly retorted, loudly shouting, "So what? I only borrowed the epic device for a bit, did you have to hit me like that?" Aiden remained angry and pointed at him, warning, "If you wear the Drake armor too long, something irreversible will happen. If you use it again without permission, I won't hold back next time." Iberia angrily tossed the bag to the ground and snapped, "Fine, I get it. I won't use your devices anymore," then stomped off. While Itsuki was still staring after Iberia in a daze, Aiden called out to him, "Yes, I am Tenma Itsuki, pleased to meet you." Itsuki, startled, turned back and got straight to the point. "A prophecy foretold a large-scale attack by the Calamity Spirit beasts in the northern continent, so my master ordered me to escort Aiden-san." As he tried to continue, Aiden cut him off abruptly, "I've heard about that." There was a hint of disdain in Aiden's tone as he said bluntly to Itsuki, "For someone as strict and seldom taking disciples as he is, why would he accept a seemingly ordinary teenager as a student?" But then he suddenly froze, eyes wide in shock, and cried out, "Wait. Your level is fixed." He couldn't believe the stats before him. Tenma Itsuki, human, fixed level 0 vocation, exterminator skills, hidden stats hidden. Aiden looked at Itsuki in astonishment and loudly asked, "Are you using a device to hide your stats?" "Not exactly," Itsuki replied. He pondered for a moment. "I see, no wonder Nento Izumi wanted that device." Aiden stepped closer to Itsuki. "Your master is very calculating, he always expects something in return. He only told me you'd escort me, I hadn't heard anything about a reward." Itsuki was surprised when Aiden continued, "He contacted me saying that in exchange for you escorting me I should give you a specific device." "Your master said that?" Itsuki asked. "It's fine, even without a device I will still protect you." But Aiden immediately stopped him and curiously asked, "No, I have many, giving you one is no problem. I'm just curious why he insisted on choosing a defective one." Itsuki, surprised, asked back, "A defective one?" Aiden recalled when the device was created, excitement in his voice. Originally, it was a masterpiece designed to unlock a awakened person's attack power to the absolute limit, the unique critical gem. Critical attack power doubled on a critical strike, critical rate 99%. Unique effect, the user's attacks always trigger critical hits. Aiden was startled when the device suddenly developed a crack. An unexpected fracture appeared. He took the device out and explained further. The device's rank became indeterminate and a mysterious effect was added, the glitched critical gem. Rank indeterminate, effect, attack power multiplied by 10 on critical strikes. Critical rate 0%, but it gains plus 1% each time the user defeats an enemy whose attack power is higher than the user's. Glitch effect, critical rate resets to 0 whenever the user levels up, so any hard-earned critical rate will drop to 0 upon leveling. It's completely useless for a normal awakened, he said. Exactly, that's why I refused when he offered this junk, but seeing your stats I understand now. Itsuki held the device in his hands. He stared intently at the item while Aiden continued, "You're rather special. I don't know how you became strong, but because you don't level up, this device suits you well." Power from the device exploded around Itsuki, so intense that he couldn't help but cry out, veins bulging across his face. Because you keep defeating spirit beasts, your critical rate will gradually reach 100%, and then your attacks will be multiplied by tenfold. Worldender Iron Fist Equipment Critical Gem, critical rate 0%. When the power subsided, Itsuki gradually returned to normal and pondered strategy. The critical rate only increases when I defeat an opponent with a higher attack stat. That's a bit difficult. I'll come up with a counter strategy after we get through this sweep. Glitched critical gem rank indeterminate effect attack power multiplied by 10 on a critical strike. Critical rate 0%. Gains 1% each time the user defeats an enemy with higher attack power. Glitch critical rate resets to 0 whenever the user levels up. Aiden looked at him seriously. It seems it's been properly tuned, it really suits you. Honestly, I've had a lot of trouble with low attack power, this helps a lot, thank you, Aiden. Having said that, he turned and walked away, waving his hand. I make the devices and people use them to fight the calamity beasts. We're both working for humanity's survival. No need to thank me. Unless someone already knew my location, the beasts wouldn't attack such an isolated place otherwise. For now, you should rest. But before he had gone many steps, a tremendous sound erupted behind Aiden, startling him. A massive meteor hurtled straight toward the forest where they were sheltering. It generated a crushing pressure that made everyone cover their faces and fall back. Iberia immediately ran out, panicked, and shouted, "What is that? What's happening?" He went pale, unable to believe his eyes. A barrier. A barrier appeared before them. Why is there a barrier here? Aiden pondered. Only the commanders of the 5 continents know his location. Is a falling pillar here random, or? Bokudo immediately raised his guard, spreading his arms to shield everyone and stepping back. The beasts are coming this way, they're heading toward us. Itsuki stared at the barrier with cold eyes. He could sense something approaching at an astonishing speed. From afar came the pounding steps of the beasts, 6 of them. They charged with terrifying speed, no 8. As soon as they arrived, the beasts rushed to attack. Venom Fang Demon 3088, Demon Speed Fang, level 14, they're here. But in an instant, he parried the beast's strike with a cold gaze. Itsuki immediately drove his blade through the beast's body, gore spraying, activating the dark ice cloak. The beast dropped immediately, but the others kept surging forward to attack. He nimbly dodged the beast's attacks. Against enemies of this level, no matter how many there are, I can wipe them out instantly with Manhwa Bao. On the other side, Bokudo kept fighting relentlessly against the pack. Yusuke can withstand the shock from Manhwa Bao, but... Itsuki glanced at the wooden house behind them, worried. Aiden and Iberia are hiding just inside. If I use Manhwa Bao carelessly, those two could be affected by the blast. Then he accelerated like a lightning bolt, cutting straight through the beasts ahead. In a moment they were all defeated. Maybe I'm really only suited to solo play. Suddenly Itsuki looked deeper into the forest and immediately grew alert, another mana fluctuation, and this one was stronger than the previous ones. Higher level beasts were approaching. Guardian Hound 815, Demon Speed Hound level 24. A hellish scene unfolded, lava roiling, monsters writhing in the blazing chasm. The Demon King sat aloft, his darkness and might covering the space. We have teleported the vanguard, the low-grade slaves, to the human world. Which of the 8 Demon Kings should lead the main force? A cold voice echoed through the space. Thanks to the eye I left when I descended to the human world last time, I felt the presence of someone important capture him. Another Demon King with a deformed face and 9 eyes. This one literally has 9 eyes on his head, terrifying. One of the 8 great Demon Kings, Enma Rakuyama. Should we assign this to one of the 8 Demon Kings? The Demon King on high issued a cold order. Enma Raku immediately knelt to receive it. A Demon King level being might even destroy the eye I left behind. I'll entrust this task to a Demon General. Understood. He continued, his terrifying gaze sweeping across the place. And I will hand full command of the main force to Ensho Kuma, the Flesh Beast General. A gigantic flesh beast appeared. They usually eat stone. It's been a long time since he's eaten living people. I'm sure he's close to starvation. A shout rang out, startling Itsuki. It was Iberia's voice. Had a beast broken into the house? A monster lunged straight at him. Itsuki quickly put both hands up. The system appeared. Guardian Hound 815, Demon Speed Hound level 24. He frowned and told himself that, given the situation, he had no choice but to use that move. The demon swung at Itsuki. He ducked swiftly and raised a hand, forming a sphere of energy while thinking that its attack power was probably higher than his, so defeating it could raise his critical rate. The system reappeared, glitched critical gem rank indeterminate effect, attack power multiplied by 10 on critical strikes. Critical rate 0%, plus 1% each time the user defeats an enemy with higher attack power. Glitch, critical rate resets to 0 whenever the user levels up. A streak of purple-black light shot up into the sky, activating the Spear of Piercing Ball. The system announced, critical rate plus 1%. Itsuki clenched his fist, thoughtful. It's really increased just as I thought. A monster slowly appeared behind him. A notification popped up, glitched critical gem critical rate 1%. Itsuki shouted, Yusuke, I'll take care of the beast that broke into the house, leave the rest to you, and he slashed hard toward the monster as he spoke, leave it to me. Itsuki dashed straight toward the wooden house. He pushed the door hard to open it. Inside, Iberia was slumped against the wall, covered in wounds and gasping, muttering that it was useless. Without the Drake armor, he couldn't win. A claw swiped straight at him. Iberia mumbled, if it has come to this. The monster thrust its claw at him. Iberia cried out, Itsuki, save me. But the one who appeared was Aiden. He smashed the monster's head with his hammer. Iberia stared at him in astonishment, thinking the old man was a non-combat vocation, yet he wasn't afraid of beasts. Aiden hoisted the hammer on his shoulder and looked at the monster, saying, You're tough. The monster angrily turned and glared at Aiden. He stood calmly, waiting for the monster's attack. I'll leave the rest to you. He called Tenma. At that moment, Itsuki appeared just before the monster's strike could hit Aiden. Itsuki grabbed the monster's wrist. The system appeared, activated Dark Ice Trigger. A long blade manifested from Itsuki's hand, and he quickly drove it through the monster's body. Itsuki rose and told Aiden, Sorry I'm late, took a bit to deal with the ones outside. Aiden calmly asked, How's the situation outside? Itsuki looked up and inwardly sensed that there were no more mana fluctuations outside. Then he answered, I think Yusuke has wiped out the spirit beasts. Aiden and Iberia stepped outside. He looked at the monsters lying scattered on the ground and exclaimed in surprise, Yusuke did it all by himself. Yusuke looked up to survey and warned everyone, Don't be complacent. Unless we break that barrier, the spirit beasts will keep spawning inside it indefinitely, and as time passes they'll only grow stronger. He turned and said to Itsuki, I plan to go destroy that barrier and clear as many spirit beasts along the way as possible. But if any slip through, you'll die. Itsuki went dark-faced and retorted angrily, No, I'll be the one going inside the barrier to deal with the beasts. Yusuke, stay here and protect Aiden and Iberia. Aiden watched in silent astonishment. That look, there was not a hint of fear, only a burning desire to fight. He spoke up, We will assign the barrier demolition to Tenma. Yusuke questioned, If it's a green barrier, the beasts inside will be at least level 25. Are you sure you can handle this? Itsuki, wrapped in a pale white mana, affirmed, I'm sure. Then he sprinted off, a flash of lightning and Itsuki's figure vanished. Itsuki thought, Finally I can fight to my heart's content. Iberia stayed behind and shouted, If Itsuki goes, I'm going too. Fine, Yusuke, watch my old man. Aiden coldly ordered, You stay here. He immediately objected, Why, we're a team. Aiden explained, Stop with this team nonsense, it's ridiculous. You and Tenma live in completely different worlds. Iberia shouted, We've come so far together, what do you mean different worlds? Aiden replied loudly, A team exists to support and make up for each other's shortcomings. He declared sternly, But what support can you provide? You're a burden at this rate. Aiden continued, making Iberia freeze in fear, You'll get Tenma killed. He brushed past Iberia and said, And of course I'm not just talking about you, Tenma is very special. No one of this generation can stand alongside him. He said coldly, Have you seen his eyes when facing a spirit beast? That look, its eyes drowned in hatred. On Itsuki's side the system appeared, Mana Sense activated, detected 5 enemy units recover 50% of users' mana. Itsuki sneered inwardly, 5 beasts must have just come out of the barrier, thanks to that my mana has fully recovered. A beast lunged out and blocked Itsuki's path. Unfazed, he dashed forward shouting, Get out of the way. An explosion erupted, smoke and flames bursting forth. The system announced, Lion Yuebao activated, defeated 5 enemies with Lion Yuebao, overall skill scale plus 5%, now plus 1106%, critical rate 1%, glitched critical gem critical rate 2%. Itsuki continued to sheath himself in mana as he ran, thinking that the Guardian Hound's defense was too high. It took 80% of his mana just to kill it with Lion Yuebao, but he wouldn't let any of them touch Iberia or the others. Iberia saw the explosion from afar. Yusuke quickly stood before him, blocking the shockwave and exclaiming in surprise, "Where did that explosion come from?" Iberia shouted back loudly, "That was Itsuki's skill. He must have encountered beasts in the forest." Yusuke frowned thoughtfully. An explosion of that scale isn't something an ordinary level 0 could produce. Could the reason Tenma can't level up be the negative effect of his talent? At Itsuki's side, he stood before a blue-green barrier and thought, so it's a green barrier. These beasts are at a completely different level from those I've faced before. The system announced, Mana Sense activated. Itsuki murmured, surprisingly Mana Sense is being blocked. I can't measure the number or strength of the beasts inside. He recalled his master had said you can guess the beasts inside a barrier by its color. Barrier colors: gray barrier beasts level 125, green barrier beasts level 2650, blue barrier beasts level 5175, purple barrier beasts level 76 and up, pink barrier beasts level 101 and above. Since it's green, the beasts are level 2650. Itsuki looked at the mark on his hand and murmured, if I kill them all, they'll drop a ton of experience points. He raised his hand, petals of light fell to the ground. The system appeared, summon familiar Death Hound. The black dog howled long, an info panel popped up, Death Hound rank B level 16 0%. Skill Death Aura rank C detects all traces of mana in the area to locate and track the source. Skill Death Appetite rank B greatly reduces respawn time after the familiar dies. Attack 250, speed 250, defense 150, mana 150. Itsuki petted it and said, I'll give you all that experience. He proceeded inside with it, adding, but until I order otherwise, don't you dare touch them. He declared coldly, all the spirit beasts here are my prey. At a garden prophecy day 1, 11:30 p.m. a girl announced, Father, the awakened escort has arrived. A blue-haired man with a long scar bowed, Lord Izumi, from this moment I, first-rank Savior K. Kairajima, will serve as your guard. He was a level 63 wind elementalist, first-rank Savior K. Kairajima. The man immediately replied, thank you for coming. The girl asked, besides him 5 third-rank saviors and 3 second-rank saviors have also arrived. Has Akira Heighten still not come? He answered, I've assigned him to guard the surrounding area. The girl slid the display and said that when they spoke on the phone 6 hours ago, he said he was on his way. But when she tried calling again an hour and 3 hours later she couldn't reach him. She continued that huge stone slabs had been falling across the northern prefecture since 8 p.m., perhaps he ran into trouble en route. That man with the lantern on his head is Nento Izumi, he said. A normal spirit beast couldn't threaten him. After all, he's one of the 6 pillars of the special rank saviors. He said try to contact him. Only special rank saviors can stand against the spirit beasts appearing here. The girl immediately replied, understood. Kei suddenly spoke up, aren't you overestimating the special rank saviors? No matter how strong Wajin and Akira Heighten are, they're still human. He arrogantly declared, I don't believe there's such a huge gap between them and first-rank people like us. We might struggle a bit, but there's no way we couldn't take down a spirit beast they can. Nento replied, confidence is good, but if you think you can stand on equal footing with a special rank. He continued that it seemed Kei had never fought a truly powerful spirit beast. Suddenly, a giant fireball appeared in the sky. Kei grabbed his sword and shouted, it's a pillar beast, a spirit beast is coming. Nento stood and calmly said, finally it arrives. The girl shouted, useless, you can't compare to Heighten. Kei replied arrogantly, if even a special rank couldn't handle it, there's no point relying on them. Don't worry, we'll sweep them away. He frowned and thought to himself that now he would prove a first rank could be as strong as a special rank. Back with Itsuki, the green barrier glowed ever brighter. He entered with the Death Hound. Itsuki observed as he walked, the interior of the barrier looked much the same as the outside. He looked into the distance and thought there was an aura here that made him uneasy. The system announced, Mana Sense activated. Itsuki pondered that he could sense the mana fluctuations inside the barrier from here, but indeed he couldn't grasp the situation outside. It seemed the inside and outside of the barrier were separate spaces. The system appeared again. Mana Sense detected 5 enemy units, recovered 50% mana. Itsuki thought, okay, I've roughly located the 5 enemy units just detected. He ordered the Death Hound, wait here, if you see any spirit beast fleeing you may eat it. It immediately sat obediently. Itsuki praised it, good boy. The panel displayed, lightning break activated, thunder calamity I. He smiled faintly and shouted, I should get moving too. At that moment 2 monsters came charging madly. A bolt of blue lightning streaked straight toward them. Itsuki appeared and quickly annihilated the monsters. A panel displayed, activated dark trigger dark ice cloak. Another bolt of lightning pierced through a different monster. The lightning continuously cleaved the bodies of the monsters apart. Itsuki lunged straight at the massive monster, barring its claws. He leapt high and formed a dark purple-black orb in his hand. The system announced, activate orb spear piercing sphere. The orb was fired at once, flying straight through the monster's body. He landed, a notification appeared, critical rate plus 1%. Glitched critical gem, critical rate 3%. Itsuki thought, my critical rate increased again to 3%. Running toward the light pillar at the center, he mused that statistically about 3 criticals occur per 100 hits. He might witness his first critical soon, even though this was his first time seeing a pillar beast up close. He calculated silently, if I break the pillar the barrier will vanish, 1 strike should be enough. The system suddenly appeared, detected 1 enemy unit, recovered 10% mana. Itsuki immediately froze, there was still 1 more. He halted as a bolt of lightning instantly wrapped around him. Black tentacles lashed straight at Itsuki. They stabbed downward, he quickly twisted his body to dodge. Itsuki thought that if he hadn't detected the mana fluctuation and remained on guard, he would have been pierced just now. He looked toward the distant light pillar and realized silently that it had been hiding behind the pillar beast all along. A faint silhouette emerged. Itsuki judged inwardly that it was a different type of spirit beast from the earlier ones, outside the green barrier's layer. Iberia stared blankly, still reeling from the explosion. Yusuke comforted him. Even if Tenma can't stop all the spirit beasts, it's dangerous outside, stay inside for now. He asked sadly, Yusuke, will I really one day cause Itsuki to die? Yusuke replied at once, you're exaggerating, Master said that, don't worry so much. Iberia hesitated, then admitted, but, on reflection I feel like I'm just a burden. He looked at the barrier and said, beasts inside a green barrier are level 20 to 50, are you confident you could beat a level 26 spirit beast? Iberia hung his head sadly and answered, I don't think so. Yusuke patted his shoulder and said, don't be too down, you aren't weak. When I was your age I didn't even have the courage to enter a green barrier and fight the beasts. Iberia exclaimed in surprise, even you, Yusuke. He explained that the difference between beasts in a gray barrier and a green barrier isn't just level. Iberia asked what else. Yusuke said that beasts inside a gray barrier lack intelligence, they're simply creatures repeating cycles of slaughter and endless destruction. He recalled a giant tiger and said that while those beasts are strong, with a plan you can find many ways to kill them. But inside a green barrier like humans, there can exist spirit beasts with intelligence. Inside the barrier, a monster slowly approached Itsuki and coldly said, did I miss? It seemed to have a sensing type skill. The system appeared, 4 Directions General 336, level 34. Yusuke said over here that among the young generation with Tenma, only a few can resist beasts of that level. Itsuki scowled and muttered, just as I thought, the beasts in this barrier are different from those I've faced. Yusuke explained that the reason your Tenma's burden isn't because you haven't matured, it's simply that he's too strong. Itsuki said coldly, it saw through my skills in seconds and on top of that it can speak human language. Finally I meet you, the intelligent spirit beast I've heard about. The monster sneered, what are you babbling, are you begging for mercy? It looked at Itsuki and remarked, I thought you were strong but you're just a rank 0, a coward who trembles at my sight. He smiled and retorted, I'm just excited. I've wanted to ask your kind something for a long time, since you can speak why don't you answer me? It stepped forward and replied, fine. If that is your final wish I will grant it to you. Flames erupted from Itsuki's body, his eyes flashed crimson as he shouted, do you feel pain? Hearing the challenge, the 4 Directions General laughed mockingly. A mere human dares to claim he can make me suffer, don't be arrogant. He declared fiercely, inflicting pain is our exclusive privilege. The 4 Directions General then launched razor-sharp tentacles that swept across everything they touched. Meanwhile Itsuki was trying to close the distance to it. As swift as lightning he struck a surprise blow, pushing the 4 Directions General back a short distance. Itsuki wondered inwardly if it had fallen. No, its mana was erupting even stronger. He keenly noticed that its tentacles had also become faster. However, Itsuki believed that, when it came to speed, he still had the advantage. While he was momentarily distracted, it silently sent a tentacle behind Itsuki's back to strike. Fortunately, he dodged in time, cursing inwardly that his power was too weak. He couldn't even decapitate it, and his attacks barely dealt any damage. The Four Directions general was rather surprised. At this level you shouldn't be this fast, what is your true level? Still he sneered, whatever, you may be fast, but to me you're just an insect. As he attacked, he taunted continuously. Even if you hit me 100 times with all your strength, it won't even scratch me, but if you take one of my blows, you'll die. Contrary to his ease, Itsuki was forced to dodge the onslaught. Tentacles attacked from multiple directions, including from behind. He blocked one strike only to be hit from the flank. Eventually, he couldn't hold on and was slammed painfully to the ground. Itsuki was pressed hard against the tree trunk by a tentacle. Even so, he broke free and challenged, if you can do it, then try. The Four Directions general immediately realized that the state was just a speed boost skill of his, so be it. Let's see how long your mana lasts. After observing, it judged inwardly that those tentacles weren't a skill but part of its body, which was why super simulation didn't activate. He sighed inwardly, counting how many strikes he'd just taken, strike 18, or 19. It laughed scornfully. Useless, Itsuki's mana is down to 97 out of 330. Itsuki was in a desperate situation. He'd used skills continuously and his mana was nearly depleted. His stamina was drained, and if this continued, his speed would drop. So he'd pour everything into offense. He calculated silently to increase his attack frequency. If he could land even one critical hit, he'd win. Immediately, Itsuki activated Glitched Critical Gem Undefined Rank. Effect, attack power multiplied by 10 on a critical rate 0%. It gains plus 1% when an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Error effect, critical rate resets to 0 whenever the user levels up. He told himself to keep attacking more hits until he lands a critical, just keep swinging his fists. Then Itsuki tried to exploit an opening to strike the Four Directions general directly. It immediately retaliated with a tentacle that stabbed into his abdomen. Meanwhile, the Four Directions general sneered, rushing at me like that, what a fool. It taunted further, what, aren't you the one who wanted to make me suffer? Seeing Itsuki still moving, the Four Directions general praised, you're alive, your defense stat must be pretty high. It seemed to be the trap he'd set, finally. At that moment the system notified from the glitched critical gem, your next attack will be a critical. Sure enough, Itsuki's punch hit with completely different destructive force. A horrible scream tore from its throat. A single punch sent the Four Directions general flying. It couldn't believe it, what just happened, why did you suddenly hit so hard? He was equally surprised, it was stronger than he expected. Not only that, after the critical hit, a flood of emotions surged from deep in his chest. Satisfaction, focus, contentment, things he'd never felt before. Also now, despite blood flowing from his stomach, he felt no pain at all. Moreover, Itsuki felt truly comfortable. Only then did he ask the Four Directions general, did you feel pain after that hit? It couldn't accept it and screamed, what is wrong with this one? Aren't humans weak, fragile creatures? Clearly it's above level 40, displaying fake stats is cheating, what are you doing? This time Itsuki mocked. Beasts never had any intelligence, so even when they die they rarely scream. He gave a bizarre smile, but a beast scream that registers real pain would certainly be pleasing to hear. The Four Directions general panicked and roared, impossible, are you trying to crush my head? You're not human. After finishing it off, his critical rate immediately increased by 1%. Itsuki breathed a sigh of relief, finally done. Glitched critical gem, critical rate has risen to 4%. Suddenly he felt strange. As the danger passed, that special sensation faded and the pain from his wound began to take over. At the same time, the barrier turned transparent, meaning no spirit beasts remained inside. Itsuki thought to himself that if he smashes this, only the pillar beast remains. He then decisively threw a punch, softer than he expected. After a while, Itsuki grew weary and sat down heavily. He told himself that before returning he needed to check something. Then Itsuki muttered a summoning word, T-letter 1-ED. At once a beast appeared the moment he finished speaking, appear. Itsuki gaped in astonishment, you've gotten bigger than before, haven't you? He was even more surprised and... Itsuki's mind was shaken. You've leveled up 3 times and gained 150 points. Details: Deathhound rank B level 19 14.8%, Skill Death Chi rank C, detect all traces of magic in the area, locate and trace their origins, Death Lust rank B, greatly shortens resurrection cooldown after awakening in death battle. Stats: Attack 250, Speed 250, Defense 150, Mana 150, Points 150 unallocated. He brightened noticeably, so when you level up your body grows too. I'm not imagining things then. Itsuki wondered inwardly. If it levels up by dozens more ranks, how huge will it become? He looked forward to it. Cut to the Izumi Manor, first night of the prophecy, 11:35 p.m. Night enveloped the forest, the air thick with dark energy. Iberia pointed to the sky in astonishment and told Yasuke, the barrier, it's gone. Itsuki had actually done it. Yasuke watched the shifting atmosphere in silence. He had destroyed that silver barrier in about 10 minutes. Maybe no monster inside was clever enough, but the speed was still unbelievable. At least now Itsuki was far stronger than he had been before. Back to Itsuki, he sat slumped against the cliff, his breath fading. After the long journey and consecutive battles, his body was nearly exhausted. He had lost so much blood that he had truly reached his limit. Despite his grave wounds, Itsuki clung to his guardian spirit's shoulder. T-letter 1 EED, can you track traces of magic, follow my mana flow and bring me back to Iberia? The loyal black wolf let out a resonant growl, then shot through the dense forest under the silent night. At the same time, Yasuke froze, alert as a howl echoed in. The roar of a calamity beast, the barrier was supposed to be broken already. Why? Sensing imminent danger, Yasuke immediately shouted to protect his companions. Iberia, get back to your room now. Iberia froze, his face full of worry. He whispered, this roar, I've heard it somewhere before. From the deep darkness, a massive shadow with razor-sharp claws lunged forward at terrifying speed. Yasuke drew his greatsword, lethal intent coiled in the dark. It's coming closer. I don't know where it came from, but if it's a calamity beast, I'll cut it to pieces. A clash erupted. Yasuke swung his sword hard at the charging monster. Iberia suddenly exclaimed in surprise. That's the wolf Itsuki turned into a guardian spirit the other day. Seeing Yasuke about to deliver the finishing blow, he hurriedly shouted to stop him. Wait, Yasuke, that's Itsuki's guardian spirit. The keen blade ripped the air, barely missing the black wolf that was leaping in. Yasuke halted stunned and looked down at Itsuki's unconscious body lying right beside the beast, his own guardian spirit. Yasuke began to ponder more deeply the oddities of this young man. Only a spirit user could command them right. A combat strength far beyond his peers, a level that never increases, and he even possessed skills from multiple vocations. Iberia rushed over, tears welling. Are you okay? Seeing the pool of blood on the ground, Iberia panicked and lifted his friend's head. What happened? There's so much blood, Itsuki. Itsuki whispered, his voice weak as a breath. Let me rest a moment. Itsuki's eyes closed, sending Iberia into despair. He sobbed uncontrollably. What are we going to do, Itsuki, boo-hoo? Yasuke checked Itsuki's condition and said coldly but reassuringly, he's not dead, so there's no need to cry like that. Iberia stopped crying and looked up at Yasuke with hopeful eyes. Yasuke, is he still alive? Yasuke pointed to Itsuki's faintly rising chest. Look, he's still breathing normally. Iberia, you have Kodama bandages, right? These wounds need treatment immediately. Iberia replied, yes, I'll take care of it. In the quiet room, Itsuki lay motionless with bandages wrapped around his abdomen. Iberia vowed inwardly, I may never catch up to Itsuki in combat strength, but I have something only I can do. He recalled the nature of his magic. His vocation was Wind Mage, the controller of air and currents. It's a versatile class, capable of both combat and support. But the status panel revealed his special talent, rank 2 focused healing. Wind attack damage is reduced by 50%, but the healing speed of wind-type healing skills is increased by 50%. A low-tier rank 2 talent can only heal himself or allies. Iberia stared at his hands, eyes blazing. I used to hate this, so I never used the skill even once. But for Itsuki, I'll use it as many times as I want. A burst of green mana erupted around Iberia. System notification, activated C-rank skill healing window. A warm light enveloped Itsuki. Iberia silently prayed, please recover quickly for our duo, Itsuki. At the same time, near the manor, 11:35, a gigantic purple barrier deployed from the fallen stone steel. An immensely powerful strike fell, shattering all layers of defense. Kairajima lay collapsed in gray smoke. Ageha could only cry out in despair, Kairajima. Ageha hurriedly cast healing magic on Kairajima and urged, I'll heal you right away, what's the situation outside? Kairajima could only gasp weakly, run. Kairajima's face contorted with fear as he looked at the massive shadow behind him. Size, defense, strength, speed, everything was on another level. Even an S-rank savior couldn't stand against it. Humanity had no way to defeat such a monster. An imposing entity appeared towering. Soldier Unit 14, the Ox Cavalry, level 81. In the midst of despair, Nento appeared standing to shield them. Kairajima screamed, Ageha, run. The monster growled upon seeing the new opponent, that strange outfit. Are you Izumi Nento? It sneered arrogantly as it prepared to attack. What luck to find a target like this. Come here, we don't even need to bother with Enshokuma. Nento replied calmly, so your target really is me, that's a relief. Bang, a cataclysmic collision erupted, white light blanketing the area. Ageha cried out in panic, fathers. While Kairajima in despair, it's over, everything's over. The smoke cleared, Nento stood tall, looking at the figure who had appeared. You're late. A man with blazing red eyes and overwhelming killing intent emerged, Akira Heighten. Akira Heighten stepped forward to shield Nento. Sorry, leave this one to me. The monster laughed scornfully. Haha, I don't know where you crawled from, but you've got a big mouth. Kairajima tried to warn in panic, be careful, that thing is very strong. Without a word wasted, Akira Heighten focused Kai into his fist. Whoosh, an attack tore the air. Black blood sprayed as the monster was blown apart. Kairajima stared wide-eyed, utterly stunned by the horrific sight. Looking at the back of the one who had acted, he exclaimed, so this is the power of an S-rank savior. Kairajima trembled as he realized the truth. I thought even an S-rank would still be human, but this is no longer human, a monster with power far beyond normal. Ageha rejoiced, we did it, so we've overcome the crisis. Right? Akira Heighten replied coldly, no, this is only when things truly begin. Immediately, the sky took on a threatening hue. First night of the prophecy, 11:40 p.m. The barrier near Izumi Nento's manor shifted from purple to red. A colossal furred creature materialized in the flames within the red barrier. How will Enshokuma torment humanity? A demon with hair blazing like fire laughed savagely. I really want to see that spectacle right here. He was the Flame Devil King, level 37. A pale white monster roared from behind. He continued, you agree with me, don't you? The other was the White Demon, level 49. A masked figure of authority ordered, don't do anything unnecessary. Our mission is to capture that one. If you fail, you know the consequences, right? The powerful leader revealed himself. Bone General, the Muck King, level 87. The Flame Demon asked in puzzlement, why were we sent to the same barrier as Enshokuma instead of the target? The Bone General calmly explained, if the three of us are in the same barrier, it will turn purple and draw attention away. The red barrier created by Enshokuma will attract powerful humans nearby, and by doing so, we can complete Ringa's mission without interference. One of the 8 great demon kings, Enshokuma. The demon kings looked toward the manor, while Enshokuma drew attention, moved straight to the destination. You know where the destination is, right? The demon king affirmed, it's fine. Ringa will guide us via the demonic eye left in the human realm. Of course he can see the demonic eye's coordinates, and he can even spy on what it sees. And currently, that demonic eye is located with our target. The clock struck the first night of the prophecy, 11:35 p.m. Itsuki lay motionless. In his subconscious, he saw himself as a child standing before his mother. Mother, I've finally found a calamity beast that feels pain like we do. Young Itsuki smiled brightly innocent. I crushed its head, now mother's revenge will. His mother looked at him with sorrowful eyes. No, Itsuki. She gently taught, there are things more important than vengeance. Itsuki froze, something more important than exterminating all calamity beasts. His mother smiled softly, power is not for revenge but to protect those you love. Itsuki bowed his head, darkness enveloped the boy, that's impossible. He screamed in agony, I will never forgive the calamity beasts that killed my father and mother. Young Itsuki's eyes suddenly flamed red with hatred, I will wipe them all out for sure. His mother quietly turned her face away, pained at the path of hatred her son had chosen. She smiled sadly and faded away. It is time for me to go. Where are you going? I still have so much to say to you. She reached out and gently touched his cheek, giving a final admonition. Itsuki, please don't let hatred consume you. Little Itsuki wailed, stretching his small hands into the air. Mother. But those hands only managed to touch specks of light that vanished into nothingness. Itsuki's face was stunned, tears streaming endlessly as he realized his mother had truly gone. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang from the darkness in his mind, mourning the dead, typical behavior of weak creatures. Itsuki gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing red with fury. You bastard. He screamed, filled with hate at the shadow enveloping his soul. A powerful demon appeared amid a sea of blood. The destroyer demon snarled, finally awake are we? It seems you only become a child when you're near her. Itsuki tensed, murderous intent erupting around his body. You despicable one. He lunged to attack the enemy in the hallucination with a thunderous roar. I will kill you. The mysterious figure easily dispelled it. He whispered menacingly, calm down, I'll make you feel that again soon. He struck a fatal blow to his mind, true despair. Itsuki screamed in desperation as he was hurled away. Linga, I'll kill you no matter what happens. Back in reality, Itsuki suddenly woke, his whole body drenched in sweat as if he'd just fought a battle. He glanced around and saw Iberia collapsed on the bed. He wondered if it had been a dream. My eyes, they're not even injured, so why do they hurt so much? At that, Itsuki seemed to realize something, a sudden recollection. His wounds had healed and he'd been in critical condition. Was it Iberia who used Kodama bandages to treat him? Was he sleeping in a place like this? Oh, he did say he'd rest a bit. I should make sure T-1ED doesn't bark so he can sleep. Thinking that, Itsuki turned to signal the wolf. But when it saw its master awake, T-1ED barked loudly in joy. Which made Itsuki's face fall. Damn, he muttered inwardly. And sure enough, that woke Iberia, who subconsciously shouted out a familiar beast. I've got to protect Itsuki. Itsuki drowsily opened his eyes, looking at the weak gusts around him. A breeze like this wouldn't even scare a calamity beast. Iberia cheered gleefully when he saw him move. You're awake, Itsuki. He rushed over and hugged Itsuki tightly, making him blush as he thought. Thank heavens, seems my healing really worked. Still hugs me whenever he's excited. How long was I unconscious? Iberia let go and answered, not long, about 3 hours. Itsuki calculated, 3 hours, so around 3:00 a.m. on the second day of the prophecy. Are Yasuke and Aiden safe? Iberia smiled brightly to reassure him. Yeah, no calamity beasts appeared after that. Itsuki remained dazed, recalling the voice in his dream. Don't rush, I'll let you feel it again soon. Even if it was only a dream, the words haunted him. It felt too real to be just a dream. The calamity beasts are definitely plotting something. The clock struck the second prophetic day, 3:30 a.m. Itsuki woke from the coma and stood up determinedly. We can't let our guard down. Iberia looked at him with admiration. Good, you seem fully recovered. Itsuki stepped quickly out the door, not forgetting to say, Master said reinforcements will arrive soon. I'm going to check on Yasuke. On the way, Iberia curiously asked about the black wolf. Itsuki, what's the name of that guardian dog? Is it just Deadhouse? Iberia excitedly suggested. You don't know? A guardian user can name whatever they want. Want me to give it a cool name? I'm great at naming. Itsuki replied tersely. I'm not a guardian user. Iberia pouted in disappointment. Oh, that's too bad. I really wanted to name it. Itsuki broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, no way I'm letting him name it. Itsuki glanced at the combat golem in the yard, assessing how his wounds had healed. Kodama bandages alone couldn't have healed me this fast. Looks like Iberia finally used his true power. Itsuki looked at Iberia in surprise. I thought you never used skills, so you're a healer. Iberia replied awkwardly. No, I can use offensive skills too, they're just really weak. Turning to Yasuke standing by the charred corpse of the monster, Itsuki asked thoughtfully. Yasuke, did any awakened ones come here after I passed out? Yasuke narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Itsuki. Why do you ask? Itsuki continued to explain. Master said they would send awakened ones from nearby. A day has passed already, they should be here by now. Before you could finish, the swordsman replied, this place is deep in the forest, you couldn't get here so quickly without Ajaha guiding you. Itsuki fell silent, his sharp gaze filled with worry. That makes sense, but I still have a very uneasy feeling. He stared into the forest's impenetrable darkness, where black currents were spreading, as if something evil was drawing closer. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of trainees was racing through the woods. A boy panting from the run asked, Kobayashi, how much farther to the target? Kobayashi answered, just a few kilometers, we're almost there. Another member, excited as he ran, said, finish this mission and I'll finally rank up from trainee to third-class savior. The brown-haired guy replied wearily, Honestly, this place is so remote. The best blacksmith in the northern continent lives out here. Suddenly, the pink-haired girl in the group shot into the air and shouted, "Stop immediately." The group halted at once, taking defensive stances, ready to fight on the dark, hostile forest path. The brown-haired guy turned and asked his teammate cautiously, "What's wrong? Do you sense something odd?" She replied, "Something is coming from ahead." From the murky night, two towering shadows emerged to block the way. "They've spotted us." The trainees drew their weapons in unison and shouted to steady themselves. Calamity beasts, prepare to fight. But the one who appeared was a demon king wearing a mocking smile. "Where are you rushing off to? Don't tell me." He stepped close, his eyes blazing red and terrifying, teeth bared sharp. "You're headed to the same place as we are, aren't you?" The outcome when the rookie group ran into the two bosses was obvious. The swordsman in the group was engulfed in flames by the fire demon. He sneered through clenched teeth, "Just from using a fire orb, and it's already like this. Humans truly are weak creatures." Then he turned to his companion and asked, "Hey, white demon, are you done?" Nearby, the white demon's fist had already crushed another member of the group. His fist was still stained with a little of the victim's blood. The fire demon sauntered over and clicked his tongue. "They're as pretty as dumplings, you're really a cruel one." Not far away, the only girl in the group witnessing the scene shouted, "There's no barrier nearby, where did you guys crawl out from?" In response, the fire demon grinned, "Well, we had to come a long way to get here." The pink-haired girl seemed to accept her fate. She bit her lip hard and dared not look ahead. But at that moment, the demon commander from behind spoke, "Protect them, do not kill them." The fire demon protested, "It's been a while since I've had fun, don't interfere while I'm enjoying myself." No sooner had he finished speaking than a chill swept in. Immediately, the fire demon's body froze, leaving him dazed. The one who acted was of course the demon commander. "If you dare ignore orders again, the punishment won't be this mild." Now the fire demon dared not act up. He hurriedly lowered his voice and begged, "I understand, please remove the spell, otherwise my body will." Before he could say more, the ice on his body slowly melted away. The fire demon quickly ignited his flames to dispel the cold. "I thought I was going to freeze to death," he muttered. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl felt a flicker of hope and wondered, "Are they going to spare me?" The fire demon folded his arms and continued, "We just aren't allowed to kill the target and the owner of the magic eye, right? Does this woman have some special power too?" The demon commander shook his head. "No, I just want to test the new power Lord Linga granted me." Hearing them, the pink-haired girl flinched and her face went pale. Before she could react, a stream of black smoke shot from the demon commander's palm into her body, causing her to scream in agony. But quickly, within seconds, her body became eerily still. The fire demon, curious, came closer to observe and asked, "What is it? Is she finally dead?" The demon commander explained, "She's undergoing demonization." Sure enough, right after that, her eyes snapped open, emitting a fierce aura. The fire demon didn't seem to understand demonization, so the commander clarified, "Humans who undergo demonization become completely obedient to Lord Linga. In other words, this woman is now one of ours." In front of them, the demonization process seemed complete. The pink-haired girl immediately knelt and pleaded, "Own king, please give orders." The demon commander quickly issued several orders to her. "You will conceal your identity and secretly act within human society until Lord Linga descends. Then you will report that your team was attacked by spirit beasts in the forest, and that you were the sole survivor thanks to your teammates' sacrifice. If you understand, depart at once." After about 2 seconds of silence, the pink-haired girl seemed to return to her original state. She jolted in panic. She fled in a hurry from that place. Watching her retreating back disappear into the distance, the fire demon still couldn't understand. "It's fine to make them obey my orders, but what's the use of recruiting someone so weak?" Hearing that, the demon commander revealed part of the plan. "She's not the only one. 10,000 people have been demonized already, including false awakeners. When Lord Linga unifies this world, they will play an important role. Now stop babbling and follow me, this mission is far more important." With that, they quickly departed. Time passed until the second prophecy day at 3:05 a.m. The swordsman Yasuk was explaining the robot before him. "The Iron Man unit stats are equivalent to a 30x Awakener, so this will make up for our manpower shortage." Iberia nodded approvingly. "I don't think we'd need this if Itsuki and Yasuk were here." Yasuk seemed to recall something and asked, "Oh right, where's Itsuki?" Iberia smiled. "He went to the forge. He said he wanted the old man to do something with the critical strike gem. Cut to inside the smithy. Old Aiden also asked the protagonist, "You said you landed a critical strike when fighting the spirit beast. What was your crit rate at that time?" The protagonist replied, "Initially it was 3%, but after I defeated that thing it rose to 4%. Iberia admired Itsuki's luck. "You scored a crit with only 3%, that's really lucky." Itsuki nodded in agreement. "Yes, sometimes I think so too. After that critical hit, I couldn't help but increase my focus. I entered a strange state that made me feel omnipotent. Is that also an effect of the critical strike gem?" The old smith suddenly sprang, hurriedly turning to ask. "A feeling that makes you keenly aware of everything around you, yet you remained completely calm and unshaken." The protagonist stroked his chin and nodded once more. "Yes, that's the feeling." Aiden paused his forging work and exclaimed, "Surprising, you entered the state of no self." The state of no self occurs when you are completely focused on a single task. It's a state where your sense of time is distorted and concentration and exhilaration peak. In short, it means being in a heightened state of concentration. Like an artist who forgets to eat because they're so immersed in their work, or an athlete whose body moves instinctively as if it has its own purpose throughout the match, or a student who loses track of time while solving a difficult problem. Those are signs of no self. When an awakener enters no self, not only are they focused, but their senses become extremely sharp. Simultaneously, their stats and skill effects increase up to 120% of their base values. Hearing this, Itsuki was surprised. "I've never heard teachers or other awakeners talk about this. Also, I've never met anyone who entered no self." Aiden scolded him. "What do you think no self is? Only a few can achieve it. It requires the awakener's skill, a clear mind, and extreme luck. Missing even one of those factors makes entering the flow state impossible." Itsuki bowed his head slightly. He hadn't expected the requirements to be so strict. Old Aiden continued to enlighten him on the matter. "It's no exaggeration to say that entering no self is the dividing line between a genius and an ordinary person. Among the awakeners across the 5 continents, including Wajante, no one can enter no self at will. The first time I entered no self was 2 years after becoming an awakener. 2 years is already quite early, but you managed it just 1 month after awakening." At that moment, a sound suddenly rang out, cutting their conversation short. "Wait, do you hear that?" Aiden asked. Itsuki's expression darkened. He explained, "3 entities with tremendous demonic energy are approaching." Old Aiden guessed, "They seem to be awakeners sent by Nento Izumi to guard me." Contrary to his guess, Itsuki sensed something odd about the energy. "No, this raw, violent surge. It feels more like a spirit beast than an awakener." Without hesitation, Itsuki immediately ordered, "Aiden, go back inside." He himself ran off to investigate. As he ran, he thought, "I cleared the spirit beasts inside the barrier and there were no signs of new pillars falling nearby. Hopefully it's just my imagination." Outside, Iberia saw him come out and cheerfully said, "Itsuki, you're finally out. What's wrong? You look tense." Itsuki slowly recounted what he'd sensed. "I detected a surge of demonic energy. It could be a spirit beast." The other two seemed skeptical of Itsuki's find. "There are no pillars around here, so probably not. Even if a rogue spirit beast reactivated the iron unit, we can easily destroy any normal spirit beast." However, as if to contradict him, something struck the iron unit, sending it flying across where Itsuki stood. A deep dent appeared in its chest, instantly rendering the robot combat ineffective. Iberia shouted, "The iron unit was defeated before it could react." Itsuki and Yasuke immediately went into combat readiness. The attackers were none other than the demon commander's group. Among them, the fire demon, seeing only 3 people with Itsuki's group, arrogantly said, "Only 3, this is as easy as pie." From Itsuki's perspective, just looking at the 3 monstrous entities before him, he made a preliminary assessment. They were on a completely different tier compared to the ones inside the barrier. Especially their leader. He had never felt such an overwhelming wave of demonic energy. Unaware of Itsuki's thoughts, the demon commander ordered his 2 subordinates, "I'll kidnap the target, leave the rest to you. Make sure you don't damage the magic eye." The fire demon almost answered immediately in a confident tone, "This is easy. Yes, yes, don't worry." On this side, the group grew even more panicked seeing the 3 of them coordinate. "Is Aiden the target? Are the spirit beasts communicating?" "We won't let you get past," everyone shouted. But in the blink of an eye, the demon commander had already crossed past the 3 of them before the group realized it. Yasuke hurriedly turned and exclaimed in surprise. Since when? Itsuki was also startled by the commander's speed. But there was no time to think. The group rushed toward the demon commander to stop him. "We'll stop you, no matter what, you won't get near Aiden." In response, the demon commander waved his hand. Instantly, a gigantic ice wall rose up, separating the two sides. The swordsman Yasuke was somewhat surprised by this ability. He tried swinging his sword at the wall and discovered the ice was super hard. While he was distracted, the white demon launched a punch from behind. A warning voice rang out, "Yasuke, behind you." Hearing this, Yasuke snapped to attention and hastily turned around, raising his sword in time to block the white demon's punch. However, its strength also sent him flying backward. Itsuki's face turned worried at the sight. However, his opponent was the fire demon. He was already preparing to attack. "You don't have time to worry about others." Saying that, he used an A-rank skill, Vermilion Flame Orb, firing a scorching fireball at Itsuki. Itsuki immediately activated his Black Ice Shield skill to block the attack and shouted, "Iberia, get out of here now." Iberia, knowing she couldn't help much, just hunched over and fled like a duck. Back to the battle. Although Itsuki blocked the fireball, both his hands were scorched black. The system notified, a rank skill detected, Vermilion Flame Orb, initiating super simulation analysis progress 1%. Seeing this notification, Itsuki's face went pale. His skill is A rank. "I could have dodged it with Thunder Shock 3, but I was overconfident in the Black Ice Shield." In front, the fire demon seemed to read his thoughts and mocked. "Do you really think that thin shard of ice can stop my fire? How foolish." Despite his words, he felt a bit alarmed inside. "Wait a minute, did I go too far? What if this is a magic eye?" But quickly he realized Itsuki's rank was 0. And he grinned slyly. "Rank 0 and he's only human, a member of an inferior race. He can't be a magic eye. I can burn him without hesitation." Itsuki began summoning the purple hound to assist in the fight. This made the fire demon chuckle. "You plan to 2-on-1 me by summoning a familiar. Even if you summoned 10 more of those bugs, you'd still have no chance." He said this as he launched another attack. On this side, Itsuki had never intended to summon the purple hound to fight. He turned to his friend and said, "I'm leaving Aiden's protection to you. Go now." At the same time, the attack detonated. However, both Itsuki and the purple hound seemingly managed to evade it. The fire demon watched the purple hound's path and guessed, "That familiar is heading toward the target. Do you really think you can face me alone?" At his words, the protagonist felt secretly pleased. "He completely underestimates me. If I keep pretending to be weak, he won't finish me off immediately. That will buy me time to analyze. But I don't think I can keep pretending to be cowardly in front of a spirit beast any longer." Thinking that, he smiled. "That's right, any objections? After all, you look pretty pathetic." Itsuki's expression was clearly extremely proud as he said this. That seemed to drive the fire demon mad. That lowly human is so arrogant. "I intended to toy with you a bit, but I've changed my mind. I'll turn you to ash immediately." He roared and launched an even fiercer attack than before. However, Itsuki could still dodge using his own speed. He observed, "He's bigger now, but his speed hasn't increased. He's a long-range elementalist relying only on skills. If I can close the distance, I'll definitely win this fight." With that thought, Itsuki dashed forward at top speed. That speed made the fire demon flinch. "What, this speed?" He closed the gap in the blink of an eye, however. Still not enough, he smiled a sly smile. Sure enough, the moment Itsuki closed in and delivered a kick, it was stopped by a red shield. In that instant, Itsuki's face froze. The surprise on his face delighted the fire demon. "Did you think I don't know my own weakness?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he launched an attack that sent the protagonist hurtling backward. After the impact, Itsuki hurriedly regained his stance. He mentally reminded himself, "That's right, my opponent is an intelligent spirit beast. How could I be so careless?" In front, the fire demon didn't spare praise. "With that speed, you're not rank 0, are you? You really fooled me." From his vantage, Itsuki was struggling to get up once more. The monster sneered and said, "Still want to fight? Wouldn't it be easier if you just lay there and die?" In response to his words, he replied coldly, "Because it's an A-rank skill, it does take time to analyze." According to the system notification, analysis progress is at 81%. The second day of the prophecy, 3:14 a.m., the demon general had successfully infiltrated the house. At this moment, he was interrogating Aiden. Aidenhild, I heard you forged 3 unique instruments, 16 epic instruments, and countless rare daily instruments. You are the most talented artificer among humans. Not letting him speak further, Aiden number 3 immediately interrupted, summarizing his achievements. Summarize my achievements like that, are you planning to kill me? In response, the demon general tried to reassure the old man, calm down. As long as you remain useful, I have no reason to deal with you. On the other side, Aiden spoke with a voice full of sarcasm. Understood. Unfortunately, I'm not the sort of person who likes to be told. As he said this, he reached for a dagger on the table and immediately brought it toward himself, as if to end his own life. But the demon general wasn't about to let him succeed. Just before the blade touched Aiden's face, his body froze. This ruined Aiden's plan. Anger filled his bloodshot eyes. He enveloped his body in ice in an instant. This must be at least an A-rank skill. Across from him, the demon general seemed to see through Aiden's thoughts. He coldly warned, give it up. Whether you live or die is my decision. Elsewhere, Iberia hiding was sweating with worry. At this rate, father will be kidnapped. What should I do? Should I launch a surprise attack on him? While the boy was still thinking, the death hound summoned by Itsuki lunged out to attack the demon general. As it closed in, it leaped up, gaping its mouth to strike. Unfortunately, the demon general noticed it quickly. In an instant, the death hound's body froze midair, and then plummeted to the ground with a thud. After doing this, he even scolded his 2 accomplices outside. What are those 2 out there doing, letting a familiar get through like that? Seeing this, Aiden felt a flicker of hope. A familiar, reinforcements have arrived. Contrary to what he thought, Iberia's face went dark with tension. He thought inwardly, if even a powerful familiar couldn't get close to him, there's no way I can win him. I should go for Itsuki's finishing move. If I do that, then surely. At that thought, a memory of Aiden's shout from some earlier day popped into his head. You'll get Itsuki killed. That reminder seemed to awaken him. Right, before coming here, Itsuki was gravely injured. If he had any strength left, he would have come himself instead of sending a familiar. If I go to him now, I'll only put Itsuki in greater danger. I can't let that happen. I must rescue father myself. Then, as if remembering something, his eyes widened like a startled cow. That's right, the dragon armor and that thing. I'll have a chance to win. It must be under father's bed. Hold on, father, I'm coming to save you. Back to the demon general's viewpoint. With his senses, he of course detected Iberia's presence, but he merely sneered. Someone seems to have been hiding, but they ran away instead of helping. What a coward. On the other side, the old blacksmith heard this and felt somewhat relieved. Iberia, well done. He must be an opponent even Itsuki and Yasuke couldn't defeat. Whatever he does, he shouldn't come back. Ignoring the old man's thoughts, the demon general had achieved his purpose and prepared to leave. Now I will take you away. We'll leave the cleanup to those 2. Returning to the battle between Itsuki and the Hellfire, he once again used the skill Scarlet Flame Bullet. Meanwhile, Itsuki activated the Black Ice Shield to block the attack. I'll use the Black Ice Shield to encase my burned leg. That should let me move a little. With that in mind, as the massive fireball rushed in, he activated the Thunder Shock 3 skill to lightly dodge to the side. However, the Hellfire sneered coldly. You dodge with a crippled body, stubborn, but your speed has dropped significantly. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. Saying that, he unleashed a chain of Scarlet Flame bullets, firing countless fireballs forward. The protagonist was somewhat surprised to see him using both hands to cast the skill at once. The Hellfire kept firing the skill like a machine gun, not pausing for a second. A rain of his skills drained the color from Itsuki's face. All the fireballs were locking straight onto him, making it extremely difficult for Itsuki to evade them. He thought to himself, there are too many projectiles to track. Normally I could dodge them all, but in this condition. Just as he thought that, a fireball struck Itsuki's chest, knocking the wind out of him. Seizing the chance, all the other fireballs began to converge, hitting the protagonist as if he were a torn sack. In the end, his body was charred black to coal. In a daze, Itsuki seemed to recall the image of his mother burning just like that time. Opposite him, the Hellfire smiled. He gathered another, more powerful fireball and shot it straight ahead. Die, Scarlet Flame Bullet Pierce, he laughed loudly. However, as if Itsuki's fate wasn't sealed yet, at the most dangerous moment the analysis progress hit 100%. His body suddenly emitted a blue light. The Scarlet Flame bullet shot through the light and exploded behind it. The anomaly made the Hellfire's expression shift. What is that? He muttered. Meanwhile, after completing the analysis, Itsuki received several enhancements. Analysis complete, Scarlet Flame Bullet, Black Ice Shield reached level 3. Black Ice Shield level 3. Active effect when activated continuously generate ice on the body surface by consuming mana. Can block fire attribute skills of A rank and below. Passive effect plus 15% defense. When blocking fire attribute skills of A rank and below currently plus 50%, all stats plus 50%, removes all negative effects, heals all wounds. Reading this notification, Itsuki felt a bit reassured. Just as I thought, I didn't get a new skill, only an upgrade to Black Ice Shield. My stats all increased by 50%. That equates to rising 4 tiers compared to a normal pseudo-awakener. Impossible, I don't have to fear his Scarlet Flame Bullet anymore. Once I close the distance, I'll win. Back to the Hellfire. Seeing his skill suddenly fail, he barked in a rough voice. Scarlet Flame Bullet didn't even scratch you. Is that a defensive skill or what? Anyway, you can't maintain it long in that state. Immediately after, the lotus-shaped light enveloping Itsuki began to unfold slowly. The Hellfire snorted coldly when he saw it. I knew it, that's enough of this game, end it. No sooner had he finished speaking than his face changed 180 degrees, and sweat poured down uncontrollably. Because at this moment Itsuki's body had fully recovered without a single wound. The Hellfire could barely believe its eyes. What is this? Your body was torn to pieces a moment ago and now it's completely healed. In reply, Itsuki said in a cold voice, I had planned to ignore you and go rescue Aiden. But your flames brought back some unpleasant memories, so I changed my mind, I'll crush you first. When he spoke those words, Itsuki's face was filled with murderous intent. Cut to Yasuke's battle. At that moment, his body was also blasted away by the white demon. He's too strong, if I hadn't blocked that strike with my device, I'd have been done long ago. Thinking that, he drove his sword into the ground to stop himself from sliding farther away. After regaining his stance, he thought to himself, how far was I blown? None of these guys are normal. I need to get back quickly. As he thought that, suddenly a powerful figure landed right in front of him. Yasuke squinted, studying what lay ahead. So that guy followed me all the way here, even better. This will make it easier for Itsuki to handle things. Itsuki can escape on his own, but the real problem is Master and Iberia. I'll stay and clear this mess as fast as I can, then return to help. Please hold on until then, he prayed inwardly. Cut to Iberia's location. He had been searching for the dragon armor earlier. I think it's around here somewhere. He reached under the bed to search. Quickly, Iberia's hand touched a box. His eyes widened with joy. He opened it. Indeed, inside the box was a suit of armor. Here it is, dragon armor. With this I can fight. Information about the armor appeared before Iberia. Attack plus 100, speed plus 100, epic effect. For each minute equipped, speed and attack increase by an additional 20%. Limit 15 minutes. With no time to hesitate, Iberia immediately put the suit on and promised himself, Itsuki, focus on the enemy in front of you. This time I won't be a burden. Father warned me that wearing it for more than 15 minutes brings a terrible side effect. I can save Father within those 15 minutes, no matter what happens. With that, he rushed out of the room like a race car. Back to the demon general, he was carrying Aiden away. Meanwhile, Aiden tried to talk to him to glean information. Is it wise to relax like this? They'll catch up soon. Responding with confidence in his power, the demon general said, among humans, only a top-tier savior could threaten me. But right now he's busy with the demon king. The old man realized something from that remark. If even the demon king was sent, they must have other targets. Should I try to make him talk? Acting on impulse, the old man said, you went through all this trouble just to capture me. His words nearly made the demon general laugh aloud. Don't overestimate yourself. You're not the only target, we have many others. From that, Aiden confirmed his suspicion was correct, so he probed further, then you also came for. Before he could finish the question, the demon general turned, having noticed something. He muttered, what a nuisance, these worms. By now he had begun to spot Iberia, moving swiftly behind the bushes. Of course old Aiden couldn't know that yet. He only guessed inwardly. Is it Yasuke or Itsuki? If it's just me, there's almost no chance to win. No sooner had he thought that than Iberia lunged in to attack him. He shouted, give my father back. A cold glint appeared in the demon general's eyes. After a momentary daze, he said, another brat, what the hell are they doing? Return to Itsuki's battle. At this moment, the fire demon still couldn't get over his shock at seeing the protagonist recover as if nothing had happened, even though his entire body had been blackened by burns. How can you possibly recover to this extent? Fine, no matter how many times you heal, the outcome will be the same. Chain of scarlet fire bullets. He shouted and unleashed a downpour of skills aimed straight at Itsuki. Our protagonist used the black ice shield skill to block the blows. Thus, a rain of skills struck the ground. Seeing his attack hit, the fire demon sneered. You dare face me head-on without dodging? How stupid. I'll turn you into a lump of charcoal right here. Unfortunately for him, after the flames dissipated, Itsuki appeared with not a scratch on him. Fire at this level won't affect me anymore. You're the one who's like a fish on the chopping block. Saying that, he activated the Thunder Shock III skill, darted forward like a lightning bolt, and closed to the fire demon within a second, making him tremble. But he still tried to reassure himself. His speed has increased, but I still have the fire shield. Opposite him, Itsuki smiled like a demon. First I'll peel off your scales. I'll strip them one by one. Having finished speaking, he thrust both hands forward forcefully. Of course, the fire demon promptly used his fire shield to block the skill. This guy, did he forget I have a shield? The monster wondered. However, the shield could no longer withstand Itsuki's attack. His hand punched through the shield and shattered it into countless pieces. He laughed as if he had gone mad. Time to cook, Itsuki roared again. The fire demon realized he could no longer defeat Itsuki, so he planned to flee. I have to run. If he catches me, I'm done for. With no time to think further, he turned and fled. But unlucky for him, he tripped over a rock and fell face first to the ground. Itsuki then slowly advanced from behind. Sensing he couldn't escape, the fire demon turned and counterattacked. I never thought someone like me would be overwhelmed by ordinary humans. Itsuki tilted his head and easily dodged the attack. The fire demon was now completely desperate. Compared to a 0 rank, you are a monster. The protagonist concentrated power into his fist. The system issued a notification from the treasure strike gem malfunction. The next attack has a 100% chance to cause a critical hit. The fire demon himself sensed the danger from this attack. He was so terrified he felt like he would wet his pants. Next, without thinking twice, Itsuki shouted, "You fiend." Then he landed a thunderous punch on him. The blow instantly shattered his face. The fire demon's body collided with the ground, producing a hefty explosion. In the end, his head was completely crushed. Itsuki looked at his body and said coldly, "Why did I get a critical hit at a time like this? I wanted to torment him more. Now I'm entering the selfless state again." It activated right after that critical hit, just like before. Could it be that landing a critical automatically triggers the selfless state? He glanced at the system screen and noticed his status was being overclocked to 120%. Then he thought, with my weapon and passive skills, the total stats have surpassed 2,000. Thinking that, a green light suddenly rose from the fire demon's body. Is this the gem formed from the karma of the dead spirit beast? Before Itsuki could react, the green light split into two and flew off in opposite directions. The protagonist quickly guessed, one is heading toward the forest. That karma is looking for Yasuke. He turned his gaze to the other direction. Is that house over there a smithy? Because the Death Hound and Aiden are both there. The gem should have split in two, so why is it still intact? As long as I don't dismiss the summon, it'll be immortal as a Shikigami. Don't tell me Aiden already. Scene shift to Iberia's battle. At that moment, he threw a punch forward, but it was blocked by the ice layer of the demon general. This made Iberia's body pause for a beat. He wondered, even a full-force punch enhanced by dragon armor can't penetrate his defense. If one strike isn't enough, I'll just keep hitting until it shatters. Across from him, the demon general's mocking voice rang out, "What a foolish brat. You still can't close the gap in power between us." Beside them, old Aiden quickly realized the identity of the man in the armor. "Iberia, you idiot, I don't need your help. Take that dragon armor off now. I told you wearing that armor would cost you dearly. If you don't take it off, I'll disown you." In response, Iberia launched another attack and shouted loudly, "Even if I'm cast aside, I'll still save you, father." Then he reminded himself once more, if Itsuki were here, he'd definitely do the same. The old blacksmith wanted to say a few more words of counsel to his son. But his mouth was immediately frozen by the demon general. He said in a cold voice, "Is this what you call love? Truly pathetic and disgusting, you mortals. I have no time to play with you anymore." With that, he casually raised his hand and easily froze Iberia mid-lunge. Then he turned and left, issuing one final warning, "Know your place, brat." Aiden looked back, trying to see his son one last time with eyes full of bloodlust. At that moment, Iberia's time wearing the dragon armor reached 3 minutes. Elsewhere, thanks to Itsuki defeating the fire demon, the Death Hound benefited as well. It leveled up from 19 to 20 and immediately broke free from the ice that had confined it. At the same time, Itsuki had just run up to the house. It leveled up again. It seems the Death Hound absorbed all that karma. Thinking that, he turned and asked, "What happened to Aiden and that spirit beast?" The Death Hound only glanced back, as if signaling Itsuki to check things himself. With just a glance, his eyes suddenly widened. "What the hell happened here? This terrifying wave of mana, I can't wait for Yasuke any longer." There was no time to think. He immediately sprinted toward the source of the mana at top speed. Meanwhile, the swordsman Yasuke had just succeeded in cutting off the white demon's hand. But it seemed unfazed by the pain and immediately swung back, forcing Yasuke to raise his sword to block. Even so, his body was still pushed backward. Seizing the opportunity, the severed hand of the white demon regenerated within seconds. Yasuke narrowed his eyes and watched carefully. "The wound I made has already healed. A spirit beast with insanely fast regeneration, truly my worst match." Thinking that, he also sensed a green aura spreading in all directions. Is that karma? Has Itsuki already taken out the other one? Then I'll have to handle this myself. It can regenerate, but it keeps using its hands to cover its head and neck. That's definitely its weak point. Now I can finish it. As he thought this, Yasuke began slashing non-stop. First, I'll sever its hands. It takes at least a second for them to regenerate. That means within that 1 second, its weakness is exposed. The moment both of the monster's hands were severed, Yasuke's eyes flared red. In a flash, he swung his sword with full force straight at its body. Decapitating the creature, blood gushed everywhere. Finally, its massive body collapsed to the ground. Yasuke scolded himself. "I can't believe such a stupid spirit beast made me work this hard. I need to regroup with Itsuki as quickly as possible. The ice-controlling spirit beast is the real problem." With that thought, the swordsman dashed toward the smithy. Cut to the demon general's position. He noticed Aiden seemed to want to say something and paused. "Seems you wanted to say something all this time. Fine, speak." He waved his hand, melting the ice over Aiden's mouth. The old man lowered his voice and pleaded, "I'll accept any terms. Please spare my son." To that request, the demon general replied calmly, "From this distance, I can no longer control the warding ice. Besides, sooner or later you'll have to obey us anyway." "Anyway, I knew the moment I saw it. The armor that Brat is wearing, you forged it from the Demon Dragon clan, didn't you?" The Demon Dragon clan possesses an incredibly tenacious life force. Even after death, a portion of their consciousness lingers in their flesh, blood, and scales. That residual will survive inside any equipment made from them. So if the equipment is used too long, the wearer's consciousness will gradually be devoured. Eventually, the entire body is taken over, and he will become a true dragon. As if to prove the demon general's words. At this moment, Iberia's armor had completely changed form. He had been wholly consumed by the dragon armor. The scene rewinds to the prophecy day. While Itsuki was walking elsewhere, Iberia looked up at the sky, silently wishing for Itsuki's safety. Beside him, Yasuke quietly observed that reaction and recognized the intense admiration Iberia had for Itsuki. Iberia did not deny it. He admitted he deeply wanted to become someone like Itsuki. Yasuke was a bit surprised to hear that and immediately asked back. He pointed out that Iberia had met quite a few outstanding people. Aiden Taiwan Izumi Nento. Yasuke himself also had a reputation and combat experience far surpassing Itsuki. So why does Iberia insist on wanting to be like Itsuki? Taken off guard by the question, Iberia was completely surprised and didn't know how to answer. Seeing his awkward expression, Yasuke put a hand on Iberia's shoulder and laughed softly, saying it was just a casual question, not to be taken seriously. After that, Iberia fell silent and drifted into thought. He suddenly realized he'd never truly examined why he admired Itsuki so much. The more he thought, the less clear his own motives became. The scene pushed back another 10 years into the past. At that time, Iberia was overjoyed with a new wooden sword he had received. His mother stepped forward, smiling and asking if he liked the birthday present. Iberia nodded repeatedly, his eyes shining. He inspected the sword for a while, then solemnly gave it a grand name, the heroic sword of unfailing justice. His mother paused slightly but still nodded, praising the name. Iberia was ecstatic, raised the sword, and imagined himself as an awakened warrior preparing to face a cataclysmic monster. He shouted with excitement and ran outside to show the sword to everyone. His mother warned softly, "Be careful," before he disappeared. Inside, Iberia's father appeared beside his wife and asked in a low voice, "Does he have friends?" In the yard, a group of children surrounded Iberia, eyes glued to the sword with greed and excitement. One boy, envious, asked to borrow the sword for a moment. Iberia immediately tightened his grip on the hilt. He felt anxious under their gazes. The kids reminded him that his father was a famous blacksmith who could make as many swords as he wanted. They only wanted to borrow it briefly and would return it. Iberia hesitated violently inside. He knew the sword was his and wanted to refuse, but he didn't dare to say no outright. When one of them pressed on, "You won't lend it." Iberia faltered for a moment, then forced a smile and nodded. Despite his strong reluctance, he still handed the sword to them. As soon as one kid grabbed it, he ran off, pretending to be an awakened warrior and shouting heroically. The others cheered and chased after him. Iberia stood frozen, biting his lip as he watched his beloved sword being taken away. He whispered, "Give my sword back," but his voice was so soft no one heard. Much later, he returned home with empty hands. His mother greeted him with a warm smile and asked if he had fun that day. Iberia forced a smile, pretending everything was fine. His mother quickly noticed he wasn't holding the sword and asked about the wooden sword. His father immediately understood, sighed, and said, "Those kids took it again, huh?" Hearing that, his mother intended to go and demand it back. But his father stopped her, saying that even if they got it back today, it would be taken again tomorrow. Then he turned to scold Iberia for not protecting what was precious to him, for lacking the courage to say no, and for not daring to ask the adults for help. Iberia slipped into a dark room and curled up on the floor. Silent tears fell as he cried and wondered, "Why do I admire Itsuki so much? Why do I want to become like him?" The scene jumps a few months ahead. At the hospital, Iberia's father angrily grabbed the doctor's collar upon hearing there were no more treatment options. The doctor apologized, saying they had done their best, but Iberia's mother's body had always been frail. His father was nearly frantic, shouting that now they could only sit and wait for his wife to die. The doctor advised him to stay by her side during the remaining time. In the sick room, Iberia's mother called for her son. Iberia ran over and clasped his mother's hand tightly. Though in pain, his mother smiled gently. She softly said that even though his father often called him coward, she knew he was a very kind child. However, she also warned, kindness without strength only brings harm. It prevents you from protecting those you love, and in the end you'll suffer. She asked him to promise to become strong and to use that strength bravely. She believed that one day Iberia would become an awakened warrior who was kind, courageous, and powerful. Then she placed her hand on his head and told him, "Take care of your father for me." Her hand fell away and her strength gradually faded. Iberia sobbed until he choked, vowing in his heart that he would become the strongest, bravest, and kindest awakened warrior. The memory faded and Iberia returned to his earlier thoughts. He continued to wonder why he wanted to be like Itsuki. He recalled their first meeting when he was only terrified of Itsuki's terrible power. At first he thought the alliance was only temporary, but the more time he spent with him, the more he changed. Itsuki was not only strong, he possessed absolute courage, whether facing the awakened warriors or the terrifying calamity monsters, he never hesitated. Beneath that stern exterior was a quiet heart that cared for his comrades. When he came back from the memory, Iberia finally found his answer. He said, "Itsuki is the perfect model of the awakened warrior he had dreamed of becoming since childhood, a person who is strong, brave, and kind." Yasuk nodded in understanding and gently said that if Itsuki heard those words, he would surely be moved. Iberia smiled sadly, admitting he might never become like Itsuki because he still had fears and lacked talent. But simply standing beside him and fighting alongside him was enough. Back in the present, in the forest, Iberia's body had completely transformed into a gigantic monster under the influence of the dragon gear. His original form had vanished, leaving only the terrifying presence of the beast. Itsuki appeared and called his name loudly. The Iberia monster slowly turned its head. staring at Itsuki for a moment. Immediately after, it threw its head back and let out a terrifying roar, filled with murderous intent aimed straight at Itsuki. The scene shifts to the second day of the prophecy. 3:31 a.m. Iberia is still rampaging and roaring at Itsuki, signs of losing control growing more obvious. Itsuki called to him with suspicion, asking why he was wearing dragon gear again despite the ban on its use. On closer observation, he began to notice abnormal changes in Iberia's behavior and appearance. His reactions looked unnatural. His body also looked slightly different than before. Under the influence of the dragon gear, Iberia continued emitting strange sounds, trying to form words but unable to articulate clearly. Itsuki tried to understand what he wanted to say and asked about Aiden's whereabouts. Instead of answering, Iberia let out a heavy roar and fired a shockwave straight at Itsuki. Then his body flashed and vanished. Iberia immediately lunged from behind, attempting an unannounced ambush. In the final moment, Itsuki blocked the strike and grabbed Iberia's arm to stop him. He snapped angrily, demanding that Iberia regain control of himself at once. Iberia quickly wrenched free and landed a short distance away. He kept roaring repeatedly, the distorted sound like a monster's howl. Claws tightened as he prepared to strike again. Itsuki activated his wind ability and launched a sharp wind blade toward him. Sensing the danger, Itsuki immediately used his detection skill to analyze the attack. He identified it as a wind element technique and reacted in time. At the last moment, he dodged behind some nearby trees. The wind blade neatly sliced through the trees ahead. Realizing he could not hesitate any longer, Itsuki began gathering energy around his body. He considered possible causes for Iberia's condition, a side effect of the dragon gear or external control by someone else. Deciding to act quickly, he activated his Thunderbreak ability and charged at Iberia, intending to subdue him. On approach, he again grabbed Iberia to stop the next attack. Iberia kept growling angrily, thrashing violently. While holding him, Itsuki felt the magical power radiating from Iberia was entirely his own. Still, he couldn't understand why Iberia would attack him in this state. Irritation welled up and his anger began to flare. At that moment, Iberia finally forced out clear words, desperately begging Itsuki, "Kill me." Hearing Iberia's voice, Itsuki froze for an instant. Seizing that moment, Iberia unleashed another shockwave. Without hesitation, Iberia followed with an extremely powerful claw strike. Before the blow landed, Yasuke appeared between them and blocked the swipe with his sword. Itsuki warned Yasuke to be careful, but Yasuke immediately countered with a powerful punch to Iberia's chest. The force sent Iberia flying into the air and slamming hard into the ground. Itsuki tried to explain Iberia's condition, but Yasuke already understood everything and realized the situation had reached its worst point. Suddenly, Iberia got up again and moved at extreme speed. Circling the two of them continuously, his speed was so fast that both Itsuki and Yasuke struggled to follow his movements. Itsuki realized Iberia had completely fallen into a berserk state. Yasuke confirmed the dragon gear had consumed him. This was its terrible side effect. Itsuki understood the only way was to remove the dragon gear as quickly as possible. However, Yasuke coldly said that removal was no longer possible, because the dragon gear had fully fused with Iberia's body. He recounted witnessing another awakened warrior taken over in the same way. The dragon gear will not detach from the wearer unless that person dies. Those words stunned Itsuki. But Yasuke firmly insisted that killing Iberia might be the only remaining option. Yasuke raised his sword, prepared to take responsibility himself, and told Itsuki to leave if he couldn't bear it. Instead of stepping back, Itsuki moved forward and declared he would handle it himself. Yasuke was surprised and at first refused, not wanting Itsuki to shoulder the burden. Itsuki reminded him that Aiden had been taken by an ice calamity monster and suggested using the wolf to track Aiden's location so Yasuke could rescue him. Though hesitant, Yasuke gradually understood the reason. Itsuki stopped him from arguing further and said he still had things to say to Iberia. He raised his hand to summon the wolf. After a moment of hesitation, Yasuke agreed and handed the situation over to Itsuki. He warned that if Iberia escaped, his strength and savage instincts would only worsen, so it had to end here. At that moment, Iberia leapt onto a branch and immediately dove down to attack from above. Itsuki responded by forming a black ice barrier to block the blow. As the fight continued, Yasuk began running toward Aiden, calling the wolf to follow. Unable to break the barrier, Iberia retreated and continued roaring in fury. He activated his Wind Blade ability and repeatedly launched a barrage of attacks at Itsuki. Itsuki stood still, calmly observing. Although attacked non-stop, his defensive ability did not auto-activate, indicating these strikes lacked true intent to kill. A wind blade grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow cut. From that, Itsuki realized Iberia was not attacking with the genuine intent to kill. Iberia grew increasingly agitated, roaring repeatedly. His rage surged, activating the Thousand Wind Blades technique and unleashing countless attacks simultaneously. This time, instead of dodging, Itsuki continued to step straight toward him. Wind blades struck his body from many directions, leaving numerous small cuts on his skin. Despite being hit repeatedly, he did not falter and kept advancing steadily. Iberia grew more frustrated as his attacks failed to stop Itsuki's steps. His roars grew louder, emotional instability showing as he attacked while collapsing inward. The scene shifts to the monster kingdom in Morocco. Imaraku stood before his lord and reported the mission results. He confirmed that Aiden had been captured successfully, but also reported that the Red Flame Demon King and the White Demon had been slain by humans. Linga listened calmly, saying there are many warriors capable of defeating beings at that level, and that merely capturing Aiden could be considered a successful mission. Imaraku continued reporting, mentioning that Sashikoma seemed to be struggling in battle. Linga replied that the situation remained acceptable since Saru Shikoma was not expected to defeat Izumi Nento. His task was only to hold back most of the special class saviors. Imaraku added that Sashikoma was currently fighting against only a single special class opponent. Hearing this, Linga showed interest, nodding that aside from Wajante, there seemed to be another human capable of holding Shikoma alone. He asked for that warrior's identity. Imaraku reported that, according to their informant, the warrior was famed for having the strongest body among humans, named Height Nakira. The scene shifts to the area near Izumi Nento's residence. Heighten continued the fierce battle with the calamity monster in the form of a yeti, Sashikuma. The attacks from both sides collided continuously, creating powerful shockwaves that sent dust and debris flying everywhere. The intensity of the battle shocked nearby onlookers. Kirishima watched the ongoing clash with a stunned expression. He realized the fight that began yesterday afternoon had still not ended. Even though enough time had passed for his own wounds to almost fully heal, the duel between the two had not been decided. Witnessing such a large-scale battle from so close left him utterly astonished. During the clash, the calamity monster roared and hurled an extremely powerful punch at Heighten. The force of the blow was enough to make the ground tremble. Causing the onlookers to worry, Ajaha was terrified by the horrifying power of the strikes. She realized that if Heighten fell, there might be no one left to stop the monster. Worried, she began to move toward the battlefield. But before she could get close, Izumi Nento placed a hand on her shoulder to hold her back. He reassured her that Heighten was not weak enough to be felled by strikes of that magnitude. As the monster continued to pummel downward, the impact split deep cracks across the ground. Ruru witnessed the devastation and was horrified by the scale of the damage. Izumi Nento explained that all special-class warriors stand at the pinnacle of human strength and must never be underestimated. Amid the rubble, Heighten slowly rose while still resisting the monster's attacks. With terrifying strength, he pushed back the giant fist, preventing it from crushing him further. Unable to overpower him, the giant monster began to show clear signs of agitation. Heighten stood upright, holding the creature's fist with one hand, completely seizing the initiative in the struggle. Seeing that, Izumi Nento murmured that it had been a long time since he'd seen Heighten in his second form. Ajaha was surprised to hear of a second form. While still clutching the monster's fist with one hand, Heighten began to emit blazing red energy from his entire body. His eyes also glowed red, and his presence shifted noticeably even from a distance. Ajaha felt his presence was completely different now, as if he had become another person. Izumi Nento explained that upon entering this state, Heighten's entire capability surges astonishingly. However, his personality also becomes extremely violent and merciless. As the energy continued to swell, Heighten let out a terrifying roar and forcefully sent the monster's giant fist flying, asserting total dominance. Izumi Nento prepared to reveal the epithet associated with this transformed state. Filled with fury, Heighten shot into the sky, his whole body radiating immense energy. At extreme speed, he lunged straight at the giant creature and pierced its chest directly. The horrific force created a massive hole as he tore through the monster's body. After being flung backward, he landed on the ground. The monster remained standing for a moment before losing balance and collapsing. Heighten slowly rose and calmly walked off in another direction. From afar, Ajaha watched him leave, puzzled about where he was headed. Izumi Nento explained that he was likely heading toward the pillar that maintained the barrier. Ajaha noted that his movements remained controlled, and she thought to herself that even in that state he still retained reason. Izumi Nento said that if he lost control and attacked both allies and enemies, then no matter how much his power increased it would only cause destruction. And he could not become a true special class protector. Heighten finally reached the pillar and began punching it repeatedly. With relentless powerful blows he smashed the pillar's structure. When the pillar collapsed, the red glow in his eyes gradually faded and his condition stabilized. The violent state disappeared and he regained his composure. Clenching his fist, he wondered inwardly why he was here and whether the enemy had been taken care of. He realized the presence had appeared again during the transformation, sat down, and admitted it was really troublesome. When the stone pillar was destroyed, the red barrier surrounding the area also began to dissolve. Ajaha watched the barrier vanish, wondering if everything had finally ended. Izumi Nento turned to her earlier action, pointing out that she had risked her life to heal Heighten despite the danger. He remarked that this act was unlike her usual cautious nature. Normally, she would suggest retreating rather than gambling her life on a slim chance. He said she was starting to resemble Itsuki in making decisions. She quietly denied it, but then her thoughts turned to Itsuki. Worried about his situation in the forest, even with strong allies like Yasuke there, the outcome remained uncertain. The scene returned to the forest. Iberia, still possessed by the dragon gear, continued attacking while sobbing silently inside. He couldn't understand why Itsuki wouldn't dodge the incoming strikes. Itsuki kept walking straight forward, making no attempt to dodge. He deliberately took the hits because he understood that physical pain could suppress hesitation and help him maintain focus. A barrage of wind blades kept striking his body, leaving cuts across his flesh. Blood flowed from the wounds, but he did not slow despite being hit repeatedly. He continued forward until he closed in on Iberia. When he was close enough, Itsuki gripped Iberia's throat, stopping his movements. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash a piercing sphere. Before releasing it, he declared that this strike would end everything. Iberia roared and unleashed a final shockwave. Despite his lingering hesitation, Itsuki still released the sphere. The attack pierced straight through Iberia's chest. The impact sent Iberia's body collapsing. Itsuki immediately caught him before he hit the ground. As Iberia's consciousness began to fade, the dragon gear also started to vanish from his body. His appearance returned to its original state, still cradled in Itsuki's arms. Iberia began to apologize, regretting that he had lost control, and fearing that he had become a burden. Itsuki reassured him that he had never been a burden. Iberia asked doubtfully, and Itsuki affirmed that everyone is good in their own way. Growing weaker, Iberia gripped Itsuki's hand and relayed the vague information he had overheard earlier. The Calamity monster did not want to kill his father, but wanted to control him. He expressed his belief that Itsuki would save his father. Itsuki took on that responsibility and declared he would definitely defeat the monster that caused this tragedy. Enduring increasing pain, Iberia managed a final smile. With a look of relief, he thanked Itsuki for letting him speak his last words and entrusted his future to him. The scene shifted to the second day of prophecy, 3:33 a.m., the moment Iberia died. The viewpoint shifted to the demon world. The demon lord acknowledged the result, realizing things had progressed farther than expected. However, he said this was only the beginning of a larger plan. With a twisted satisfaction, he declared he would gradually destroy what was precious to Itsuki, promising to bring more suffering in the future. The scene cut to a group of warriors slipping through the dark forest at night. One of the group complained that after the brutal battle, they still had to escort Izumi Nento across the mountains. He explained that Heighten had been exhausted to the point of barely being able to stand after the clash. At that moment, Ajaha in the group suddenly sensed an intense and strange emotion spreading from ahead. She pointed into the darkness and said the source of that energy was right ahead. The blue-haired warrior immediately drew his sword and shouted loudly, demanding to know who was hiding in the darkness. But Ajaha recognized the figure sitting there from behind and exclaimed in shock. She called out, "Is that Tenma?" and saw the young man clutching the body of his fallen friend. With a face covered in bruises, Itsuki looked up to greet the arriving masters. Ajaha was deeply shocked by his injuries and hurriedly asked what had happened here. At that moment, another man appeared with a gigantic wolf and said he would explain the whole situation. The group was surprised, wondering who else could be in this dark forest. The newcomer introduced himself as top-rank savior, Bokudo Yasuk. Ajaha immediately asked him about the mission to guard the kidnapped blacksmith. Images of the three main villains appeared, the ones the heroes had faced on that tragic night. Yasuk bowed his head, his voice heavy as he admitted they had been completely overwhelmed by the enemy. He recounted that the battle had ended in the worst possible way, with heavy losses on their side. Yasuk began to explain after Aiden was captured. He used the wolf to track the pack of monsters, but he and the wolf only found a few of their clones in the forest. The calamity monster is very cunning, it deliberately left copies to mislead us. Nento anxiously asked about Itsuki's condition. She answered that it was only a few scratches and the bleeding had stopped, but he stubbornly refused treatment. Ajaha said with concern that she could feel a flame of fury burning more intensely than ever inside Itsuki, and feared that if it continued, their friend's heart would be completely consumed by hatred. Alone in the room, Itsuki quietly looked at the photo of Iberia's family on the table. In the photo, the blonde boy was smiling happily beside his parents on a sunny day. Looking at the picture, he recalled the first time he met Iberia. The boy had introduced himself with great excitement. He also remembered the day he carried his tired friend on his back after a long journey. Another memory flooded back. The blonde friend said he would never leave his side, not even for a single step. Itsuki also clearly remembered when the friend eagerly insisted on naming his wolf Shikigami. Back in the present, Itsuki's expression was a mixture of sorrow and silent rage. He stood up and called to the wolf in a low, murderous tone, "We have to go." The wolf snarled in response. Its level 20 stats appeared, along with terrifying attack and speed numbers. Itsuki turned to his companion and declared he would hunt down the calamity monster that caused all this tragedy. His eyes burned red as he vowed to crush the enemy with all his strength. Itsuki left the room, the wolf following behind him. But his path was blocked by someone. Master Izumi Nento stood in the doorway, exuding an imposing and grim presence. Itsuki looked at the group and asked what was happening, why the atmosphere was so heavy. Everyone had gathered in the room, looking at him with serious, worried eyes. Kirishima thought silently that this was the second disciple, while recalling the great achievements the boy had made. He concluded that Itsuki was very strong, but cold enough to personally end his friend's life. Izumi Nento asked him directly where he intended to go. Itsuki replied that he would go rescue the kidnapped blacksmith. The master answered curtly, "No." Itsuki flared up, demanding to know why he was being stopped. Master Nento explained that the Alliance had classified the situation as special-level danger. To participate in the rescue mission, one must be at least a rank 2 savior. Finally, he said that Itsuki was not qualified yet. Itsuki's eyes burned red with rage. Itsuki exploded, shouting that he had promised to save Aiden and he would keep that promise. Everyone was shocked. Ajaha begged her father not to be too harsh with him right now. Izumi Nento asked bluntly, "Can you accept someone dying because of you?" Itsuki was stunned, unable to speak. The master continued that he understood how he felt and blamed himself for failing to protect Aiden. He also said the enemy wouldn't easily kill the blacksmith, and chasing after them now would be foolish. Itsuki remained tense and furious, clenching his fists until his knuckles went white. But the master comforted him, saying Itsuki's potential was limitless and he could surpass special rank. He promised that when he became strong enough, he would push the Alliance to assign the rescue mission to him. With determined eyes, Itsuki asked what he needed to do to surpass special rank. At that point, Master Nento revealed the best way was to join the Apex camp. Itsuki repeated the name, puzzled and not understanding what it was. The master explained that the top 10 from the national qualifiers would be invited to participate. Those who survived the training camp would become the core force of humanity. The next Apex camp would begin in 3 days. Continuing in his steady, low voice, Izumi Nento said, "If you overcome the challenges there, you won't only rank high in the tournament. But you could become a special class savior much faster. It's the shortcut. Itsuki immediately nodded, determination in his voice. All right, I'll join Apex Camp. Master Nento nodded, then added that first they had to heal his body, which was covered in wounds. Ageha immediately used blue butterfly magic to heal all of Itsuki's wounds. While being healed, he asked her if she knew anything about the training camp. Ageha confirmed she knew it well, and Itsuki said the master had told him it was the perfect place to forge true strength. Ageha nodded, confirming that only the most outstanding geniuses ever had a chance to enter. But she continued in a serious tone, precisely because of that it's extremely dangerous. I've seen many people considered geniuses enter with full confidence, only to realize once there that they were ordinary, then they completely collapsed mentally. She defined Apex Camp as a training ground for geniuses, but also as a graveyard for geniuses. The training there was so brutal that every year mishaps occurred among the participants. Itsuki smiled upon hearing this. A place like that is exactly what I need right now. Ageha was stunned, frozen by his answer, which was completely unexpected. Now healed, Itsuki stood up and said he had worried he wouldn't find a real opponent to fight. With resolute eyes, he declared, I can only grow by facing truly powerful enemies. Ageha froze, her face slightly flushed, as she was swept up by the power and confidence radiating from Itsuki's words. Noticing her flushed face, Itsuki anxiously asked if she had overexerted herself while healing him. Ageha hurriedly shook her head, stammering that her body only warmed a bit from using her ability for an extended time. Ageha's heart was pounding. It was the first time she could hear her heartbeat so clearly. Blushing and dizzy, she wondered what on earth she was thinking. After putting his clothes back on, Itsuki solemnly thanked her for helping. Ageha asked where he planned to go now. With a sorrowful expression, Itsuki replied that he needed to say goodbye to someone important. The scene cut to the forest. Itsuki and Yasuke stood before a grave. The tombstone was engraved with the name Iberia. His sword lay beside it with a few memorial flowers. Yasuke apologized for letting him go through this, but Itsuki shook his head, saying it had been his choice. Yasuke asked if he intended to leave immediately. Itsuki nodded, confirming he would go to the training camp to hone his strength for revenge. Itsuki turned to ask Yasuke what he planned to do, and Yasuke began his story. Had he not met his master, he might have been killed long ago by a monster and never become an awakened one. This armor and even this sword, indeed my very life, were bestowed upon me by my master. So no matter what happens, I will find my master, he said with a voice full of determination. Itsuki reached out in a gesture of promise toward the master, his gaze resolute. He stepped back a pace, pointed at Yasuke and warned, Don't you dare die before we meet again. Clenching his fist, he swore, I will become a savior and together with our master save Aiden. Yasuke stood silent, quietly impressed by the young man's attitude, thinking he couldn't possibly act more cool. By Iberia's grave, Yasuke smiled and replied, I'll wait for your return. The two bumped fists, sealing their promise and trust with a comradely gesture. From afar, Izumi Nento and his daughter Ageha quietly watched the entire scene with admiring eyes. Ageha commented that though just hours earlier he had been shattered, Itsuki had quickly pulled himself together. Izumi Nento revealed that Itsuki had temporarily locked away all negative emotions deep in his heart. He said the attack had many suspicious points, and that he would convene a meeting with the commanders. In the meantime, he entrusted Itsuki to his daughter's care and to handle matters. Ageha smiled confidently and accepted, Don't worry, father, I'll take care of everything. Seeing Ageha smile brightly, Itsuki asked why she had been wearing such a serious expression. He called her sensei and asked where they would go next. Ageha replied that that information was secret. She explained that she would be his guardian on this trip. Not liking to be treated like a child, Itsuki anxiously asked what she would do. Ageha pointed straight ahead, raised her hand and said, We are heading straight to the central continent, the site of Apex Camp. The scene abruptly shifted with a huge explosion, taking the viewer back to a recent past event. In the memory, Itsuki appeared with a dark aura, his eyes full of murderous intent and rage. A bespectacled man screamed in pain as he took a devastating blow to the face. Beaten and exhausted, the young man collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated. Itsuki coldly looked down at the fallen enemy. His presence was so terrifying it made people tremble. Clenching his fist, he delivered the final blow, ending the fight once and for all. Back in the present, Ryuji lay in a hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages, crying out in pain. He writhed in a horrific nightmare about what had happened. His mother rushed over, hugged her son, and reassured him, "Don't be afraid, I'm here to protect you." She gently asked if he had dreamed again of the person who hurt him. Ryuji gritted his teeth, vowing he would return 100-fold the pain he'd suffered. He would make the enemy taste a world of agony. His mother comforted him, promising that his older brother had returned and would avenge him. At that moment, a massive figure appeared at the doorway and slowly stepped in. The older brother spoke up, "You must be in terrible pain." Ryuji begged his brother to avenge him, to defeat the one who caused all this. The figure asked, "The name of the one who did this to you, is it Tenma Itsuki?" Ryuji nodded in affirmation, saying that he was just an orphaned kid with no parents, yet he topped the qualifiers. Hearing that, the brother realized that if he placed first, he'd surely be at Apex Camp. With an evil smile he vowed, "When I find him, I'll crush Tenma Itsuki."